Still a little laggy. I don't know what's going on with that. What the frick? All right. Well, hopefully it'll adjust. Okay, a little bit better, I think. You know what I can do is I can turn down the sorry, I should have done this before stream, but I was gonna do it. I was gonna stream this on the PC and then it started lagging like crazy, which I should have known, honestly. So apologies for that. I'm gonna get into the intro and everything in a sec. What is going on with my settings now? Miss Girl. Miss Girl. What are we doing? What are we doing? Now she's flashing at me. Would love a little scuff moment. All right, that help with the whole shebang. Okay, and then what I also want to do real quick is change this up because I know watching me play DS games is a little freaky deaky on the playback. So let's make this a dual screen real quick. I'm gonna make this, copy that. What's up, Sasuke? And then where'd it go? I got so many sources now. Do. All right, I'm almost done. Let's see. And then I'm gonna make usually the touchscreen. We'll see. We'll play around with this. Usually the touchscreen, I make it a little. Oops. Make it up. Whoops. Get a little bit tinier. And then this one, blow it the fuck up. We blow it the fuck up, dog. All right, that should be good. That should be good. May adjust it as we go. Anyway, thanks for being patient with me. So let me put y'all on game for a minute. All right. As you may or may not know, I have been in the market. I have been in the market for a new mystery game. We're still, we're still chugging along with the last Ace Attorney game. All right. I'm not stopping it, but we are getting to the point pretty soon where we're gonna have to say farewell to Ace Attorney. I know it's been a long time. But all good things must come to an end. I have been searching relentlessly for a new mystery game for a very short while. And I came across a little franchise called 999, or the Nonary games, I guess, which is made by the same people who made Danganronpa, Spike Chunsoft, formerly known as just Chunsoft. But so I'm excited to give this a shot. I have not heard a lot about it. I've just heard that it's very similar to the games that we've been playing. So I don't know. I'm definitely curious to see what it's like. If you guys like it, we'll keep playing it. I don't know. So let's give it a shot. This is nine, what is it? Nine doors, 9 hours, 9 people or something. I don't know. Something like that. Why do I know? Why why do I know? These things. Oh, where am I? You have been chosen. I said, moment. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where are you? Whoa. They're asking a lot of questions here. Whoa. Is that spoilers? Notary game. I am zero. Whoa. Are they spoiling the whole game? Wait, chill out. Seek a door that carries a knot. Whoa, oh shit. Okay, whoa, okay. 9 hours. That is the time you'll be given to make your escape. Look, I don't even need to play the game. They just showed me all the shit. Now it is time. Let our game begin. They did make a remake of this somewhat recently. I am broke though, so we're playing the emulator. All right. Creating save data. You can save during the game by pressing start. We start. Okay. Finish saving. All right. This game is fiction. All names, characters, and incidents portrayed in this production are fictitious. Okay. I'm starting to feel like maybe the lower screen should be bigger than the upper screen, but we'll see. 9, 8, 7. Oh, there's other numbers. Spoilers. 0. Whoa, shit, what's going on? Boom. A loud noise startled Junpei awake. Okay, yeah, I'm starting to feel like we might need to. I'm gonna. If we need to switch, screens. We can do that. I wish there was a way. I'm sure there might be like. Maybe there's like a DS OBS plugin or something I could use. But I don't know. I want to get through this little intro part, and if we get through the intro part, then we'll and it's still like doing this. We'll switch screens, I guess. Loud noise startled Junpei awake, and his eyes snapped open. As they adjusted to the light, he realized that he didn't recognize his surroundings. Oh, there we go. Ow! The crack, Junpei's head connected with something metal. Not that kind of metal. He rolled over and threw out his hand to steady himself, but he found himself groping at empty air. Oh, the worst thing to grope. His balance lost, and his still fuzzy mind struggling to understand what was going on, Junpei tumbled down to the cold gray floor. It's millennial gray. Ouch! God damn it! God, what the hell? Junpei glared around the room, still trying to determine where he'd woken up. The fall had shaken the last cobwebs of sleep from his mind, and finally he understood where he'd fallen from. It was a bed. A 3-level bunk bed, in fact. Oh, I didn't know they made those. That's very space efficient. Junpei had fallen, apparently, from the topmost bunk. Oh, yeah, that's a rough fall. How do you fall from it when he's got the little pipes there? His shoulder hurt. Just one. His knee hurt. His hip hurt, his entire body hurt. Okay. He could feel a bump forming on his forehead where he'd slammed it against the low ceiling. You know, like in Tom and Jerry when they got the is the screen supposed to be shaking like this? It's a little off-putting. Wondered if that bump was the reason he felt his vision wavering a bit, but that seemed unlikely. At first, he thought the tremor that ran through his legs was just another effect of his rude awakening, but as he looked around, he realized it was real. He had a massive peener! The whole room was shaking. Oh, okay. Cool. Was it an earthquake, he wondered? It didn't seem likely. It was shaking far too quickly. Shaking far too quickly for an earthquake. Shaking quickly? I feel like is quickly a word that you would use to describe an earthquake? Then again, Junpei had no idea what it was, if not an earthquake. He tried to tell himself it was important. This earthquake is important! And it's quick! Junpei rubbed the growing bump on his head and gingerly climbed to his feet. His balance regained, he finally took his first good look around the room. Pretty nice place. He muttered to himself. What's up, Rui? Where am I? His pain momentarily forgotten in the face of the confusion of his circumstances, Junpei looked around the room again. Minutes passed while Junpei struggled to get his bearings. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, the tremors ceased. Cold silence fell over the room. From somewhere far away, Junpei could hear the sound of metal squeaking. He felt his stomach tighten. Do you like my sound effects? There were 1,000 things the sound could have been, but none of the things he could think of were good. Really? I could think of something good. Maybe like a cute, like, little gerbil. That's a cute thing that it could be. In an attempt to distract himself, Junpei looked around the room once more. There was a stove that looked more antique than functional. The 3-level bed had mattresses that were so thin that they were little more than blankets. On the other side of the room was an identical bed, and set in the wall between the beds was a slightly dirty iron door. The number 5 on it. Is he number 5? First thing Junpei noticed about the door was the number roughly emblazoned across it. On the surface of the door in red paint, someone had written 5. Could be an S. 5? What's this 5 mean? Suspicious and still utterly confused, Junpei approached the door slowly. Standing at last in front of the door, Junpei grabbed hold of the L-shaped handle. Okay. A push yielded no movement, and a pull the same result. A few more tries cemented the truth in Junpei's mind. It won't open! It didn't matter how much he pushed and shoved. The handle wouldn't budge. Next to the door was an odd-looking device that reminded Junpei of a card reader. Next to the door was an It didn't take a genius to figure out that the odd-looking device was keeping the door shut. Junpei knocked hard on the door. Boom, boom. Hey! Hello? Is anyone here? Open the door! There was no response. Junpei threw his fist into the door, and then he did that one rhythmic knock that white people do. Oh, I don't think the sound... They'd only got a couple of the taps. Sorry, headphone users. I don't know how loud that actually was. and stopped. What the hell is this? He wasn't really sure what else to say. Oh. Okay. He got the wrist icy. On his left wrist was a bracelet of a sort he'd never seen before. In the center was a large LCD display. Looked like nothing else, so much as a watch. But it clearly wasn't that. After all, it showed only a single number. 5. 5. That's the same as the door. True, the numbers were the same, but he had no idea what that might mean. All he knew was that it was strange and new, and he wanted it off. Junpei flipped his hand over as if to remove a watch, but... oh, that shit is gripping. The other side of the bracelet was solid, no buckle, no clasp, nothing. He sighed and flipped the thing back over. There were a number of rivets around the rim of the face. Perhaps. He pushed them, but nothing happened. On a watch, they might be dials for adjusting date or time, but on this bracelet they did nothing. Junpei was at a loss. What was he going to do? Growing more desperate, he began to tug at it. My dyslexia has decided that it likes this font, so that's a good sign. However, damn. Ugh, it's no good. Damn thing won't come off. A steel ring ran from the face around Junpei's wrist and back into the face. He wouldn't be pulling the bracelet off any time in the near future. What the hell is the deal with this thing? Frustration and desperation were beginning to mix as the reality of the situation began to dawn fully on Junpei. Why are they using the same image for the top and bottom screen? Spot the difference! So much was happening, and none of it made sense. Junpei felt as though he were about to explode. Where am I? And why the hell am I here? Why? Why? What the hell happened to me? Whoa. It was at that moment he knew he fucked up, that he noticed the window. You know what? I gotta say, out of all the games that we've played like this guy has gotta have the most normal reaction to this situation. Because usually it's just like, oh, I'm here. How did I get here? Oh well, guess I should figure things out. The window was round, rimmed in riveted brass, like a window from an early 20th century ship. What? Wait, am I in a ship? I'm definitely in a ship. Junpei walked slowly toward the window. Oh, nice view. Could see nothing beyond it but thick impenetrable darkness. Never mind. Junpei squinted, trying to see something. Anything. It was at that moment. Oh. Uh-oh. What the? You gotta be kidding me! What the hell is going on here? Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Are they underwater? A crack split the glass of the window, and for a moment Junpei stared at it. Then the window burst, and water began to pour into the room. What the hell? God damn it! Junpei yelled and spun around. I'm dizzy. His feet slipping on the water already coming through the window. He ran for the door. Hey, anyone? Is anyone there? Come on, if you're there, say something. There was no reply. Junpei screamed and pounded on the door. The water began to rise. Bro, you better figure something out. He was now ankle deep on the floor and rising quickly towards his knees. Oh, that's the worst. Now he's got it. Now his socks are wet. He's just gonna have a bad day the rest of the day. That's the worst. And when you step in a puddle, when you step in a puddle, you got like tennis shoes on and socks, and then you feel the water creeping in there. Oh, a fate worse than death, honestly. Even if he gets out of there, he's gonna wish he was dead, honestly. Things were not looking good for Junpei. Things were not looking good for Junpei. Not good at all. He needed to find a way out, and quickly. Junpei ran a hand across his forehead, brushing the sweat out of his eyes, contributing to the rising liquid in the room, and looked around the room. Remember these 3 images? Whoa, shit. It's having a Raven Simone moment. Seek a way out! You ain't gotta tell me twice. 3rd class cabin. Is this timed? Operations during an escape. During an escape, you can move to different parts of the room by touching the bottom screen. Since many areas require very exact selection, we recommend you use the stylus. Right. Searching during an escape. During an escape, you can touch the background to search anywhere in the room. Areas you can investigate will be highlighted yellow the moment you touch them. Depending on the nature of the location you touch, you might find an item or hint. In searching by touching places on the bottom screen. No pressure, except for the water pressure. How to move. Shake your hips left and right. Touch the triangle icon on the bottom screen. Where is the triangle icon? Doing so will change the viewing angle of the room and move you to different locations. You can do the same thing by pressing left, right, and down on the control pad. Bird's eye view. If you want to know where you are, touch X on the camera icon on the bottom screen. This will show you where you are and what direction you're facing. Saving during an escape. Pressing start will allow you to save. If you want to quit, we recommend pressing start. Purpose of the escape. Oh my god, man. It's not like I got anywhere to be. Purpose of each escape is to get out of the room. Was this necessary? Was this little tidbit necessary? How you do that depends on the room. You'll need to search all throughout the room to discover what you'll need to do to get out. Search for hints and items that may help you find a way out. Right, alright. It's a pipe. I know. I'll crawl into the pipe and find a way out. Oh man, this guy's not too bright, is he? There's nobody here to make fun of my lame jokes. Man, this sucks. Who has time to joke? This sucks. About items. During an escape, investigating certain parts of the room will allow you to obtain items. Once you've obtained an item, you'll be able to go to the item screen. Touching item on the top left will take you to the item screen. While on the item screen, you will be able to investigate, hold, and combine items that you found. Ooh, a little bit of escape room action. I do love these. Is that the situation here? Here, let me show y'all the bottom of the screen for you. Bam. Boom. Boom, bam, boom, bam, bam. If you want to investigate an item you found, touch the icon for that item in the item screen, and then touch search in the top right corner of the bottom screen. Okay. Note from bulletin board. It's got some triangles. Okay. Oh, I can rotate it. Okay, so it's got like a little... Oh, sorry. Red triangle, Blue triangle. I don't know what the fuck this is supposed to mean, but maybe it'll... Escape with an item. Touching an item while on the item screen will select that item. While an item is selected, touching back will return you to the room investigation screen. If you look down at the bottom left corner of the bottom screen, you should see the icon. This shows you that you are holding the item. If you hold an item while investigating the room, you may trigger a reaction. Investigate suspicious areas with different items to see if anything happens. Pressing up on the control pad will select another item for you to hold. Can I do search? The notes got in red and in blue. Thank you. I had no idea. What's this? Picture frame. Is this like a ship? Whoa. 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 An old picture frame. There's a picture of a ship in it. There's screws keeping the back on. Can I take off the screws? Can I take off the screws? They said screws in brackets, so I don't know what that means. Keep looking. Doesn't seem like there's anything hidden on the sink. Better not turn it on. This is the only drain in the room. Alright. This is the middle bunk. Okay, cool. Water just keeps pouring through the window, as shown from this static image. It's like a waterfall. I don't think shoving something into the window is going to stop the water. Besides, my thing to shove won't be big enough. In other words, if I don't want to die, I need to find a way out of this room. I have to figure this out. That's a table. Water is pouring onto it like a little waterfall. I don't see anything useful there. Well, let's see if there's anything in here. It's a blue key. Huh, looks like there is. Key? Yeah, there's a little blue key in the bottom of this pot. Odd. Blue. Well, there's a blue triangle. Perhaps that is connected. I'm looking at a pot lid. Okay, I don't think you need to describe every single thing. I'm looking at a pot lid. Nothing in here. This is the door to the stove. Well, it opens easily enough. Sure wish the door to get out of here was that easy to open. Well, that solves the mystery of whether or not this stove has been used before. What's this? It looks red. Oh, red screwdriver. Ooh, I bet I can take the... Can we combine with the screwdriver? Well, screwdriver got those screws off easily enough, and here's the picture. Picture of an old cruise liner. Oh. There's a code. There's a code. There's a code. We got a code, folks. We got a code. Hold on. Let me see. Let me do something real quick. Might have to block out chat for this. Apologies. How's that look? Is that better? It's gonna be hard to do both screens simultaneously, but I don't know. We'll keep playing around with it. This is a work in progress. Okay. So we got a diagram of triangles and squares. And combine with this. I don't think so. Okay, so I should read it from this direction. But what's with the colors? What's up with the colors? Okay. Upper left, bottom right, bottom left, upper right. Seven, 4. See, I don't know if the colors are important. So it'd be 7, 4, 6, 3. 7, 4, 6, 3. Remember that. Take 2 items you found and combine them. They may turn into something else. To do this, select an item on the item screen and touch combine on the top part of the bottom screen. I just did that. Why are you telling me this now? And select the second item and touch combining. If the 2 items can be combined, you will receive a new item. If they cannot be combined, nothing will happen. Ooh. This is totally a stove. Nothing inside though. Totally. There's a blue briefcase on the top of the bed. Can we open it? No dice, it's locked tight. Let's see if there's anything in the keyhole. I already forgot the code. Like, if looks like I've got to put the key into the keyhole in order to enter a number. I have a key. Small key blue. Alright, let's see what happens if I put this blue key in the keyhole. And nothing. I guess I'm going to need some sort of code for the dial. Mini games. During an escape, your investigation may trigger one of several mini games. All operations for the mini games are done by touching the bottom screen. Some mini games require you to manipulate something, while others will only require you to apply the right object or touch the right thing. Operation instructions. Touching the dial will cause it to move to the next number. Enter 4 numbers this way and then touch the key. If the numbers are correct, it will unlock. I already forgot what the key... Damn it! Open, you stupid thing. I don't think it's going to open if I whack it on the wall a couple times. Might make me feel better. Not going to help, though. Alright, Junpei, don't freak out. Keep it cool and look around for some more clues. Wait, don't... Hold on. Give me, I want the code again. Oh, it remembers the positions of them. That's nice. 7, 4... 6, 3. 7, 4, 6, 3. 7, 4, 6, 3. 7, 4, 6, 3. 7, 4, 6, 3. 7. Yeah. I know. 7, 4, 6, 3. 7, 4, 6, 3. 7, 4, 6, 3. 7, 4, 6, 3. 7, 4, 6. Shit. 3. Work? Was that wrong? Seven, 4, 6, 3. Alright, we'll come back to this. Keep looking so the cows come home. All I'm gonna find up here is that pillow. Damn it! Is there anything else I can use? The pipe on the other end of the bed. There's nothing up top. 5. 5, huh? What does that mean? Guess that's a lever, huh? Maybe if I pull it. Ding 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 ding. You won. It looks like pulling on the lever just makes a weird noise. Great. The light's still red and the display hasn't changed. Damn it. Why the hell isn't this thing opening? What's this? Oh. What? Small key red. Junpei grabbed the key and shoved it into his pocket. He had intended to leave immediately, but something stopped him. His reflection stared back at him from the mirror, but he had scarcely recognized himself. What's up with my face? Confusion was well justified. His face was drawn and pale, and the dark circles under his eyes made him look as though he was nearly dead. I don't see any dark circles. He's a good-looking guy, though. Man, what the hell happened to me? How did I end up here? Even as he said it, something in his mind opened, and a memory bobbed into the surface. It was the last thing Junpei remembered before waking up in this strange room. It was past midnight when he came home. Junpei shuffled up the stairs and opened the door to apartment 201. Inside was his apartment. A small one-bedroom affair that ran him about $630 a month. Damn. He moved into it when he entered college, and so far he'd been there for 3 years and 7 months. Oh, so he's a senior in college? Is that what they're implying? He stepped inside and turned on the lights. Maybe this is all just a big graduation present. Congratulations, Junpei. You won an all-expenses-paid trip on the Carnival Cruise Lines. Stepped inside and turned on the lights. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling blinked and flickered slowly to life as if waking from a deep slumber. Their cold light illuminated the landscape he'd come home to so many times before. Everything was as he'd left it. The magazines piled up in the corner, the textbooks collecting dust, the CD cases covering the floor, the jeans and t-shirt he'd worn the day before, then tossed onto the floor. There was one thing that didn't belong, however. There was a breeze. Oh, okay. Breaths of cold night air wafted into his apartment, carrying the smells of autumn with them. Sorry, autumn. The smells of autism. Oh man, I'm going crazy. The white curtain framing his window swayed gently in the wind. Huh? That's weird. Did I leave that open? Junpei walked toward the window, trying to remember if he'd closed it or not before he left. One of the panes was hanging open. He stuck his head out and looked around. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Junpei shrugged. He must have just left it open earlier. He closed the window. Then it happened. Uh-oh. Oh! Junpei turned and found himself face to face with a man dressed in all black. Oh man, this is like Yuri's fantasy right here. The man wore a deep hood and a bulky gas mask. His face was entirely hidden. Junpei got on his knees and began to open his mouth. No. Junpei tried to scream, but all he'd manage was a strangled croak. He tried to step toward the man, but his legs could no longer support his weight. Junpei collapsed to the floor, a crumpled heap of limbs, like a discarded puppet. Too late, he noticed the white smoke that was quickly filling his apartment. A small object, shaped distressingly like a grenade, sat on the floor in front of his face, hissing. The white smoke poured out of it at an incredible rate. The smoke had grown so thick that the details of Junpei's apartment began to fade into the white haze. He could feel his mind begin to fade as well, a white haze that was not the smoke creeping into the edges of... That was not the smoke creeping into the edges of his vision? Okay. Sure. Consider this a privilege. You have been chosen. A rasping voice wormed its way out of the gas mask. It was cold and harsh and distorted in some way Junpei couldn't put his finger on. You are going to participate in a game. The Nonary game. It is a game where you will put your life on the line. Okay. That was the last thing Junpei remembered. The white smoke overpowered him. The masked man faded from his vision. He felt his consciousness fall away into the white mist. That's right. I have a thing for masked men. That guy with the gas mask. That son of a bitch must have taken me here. As to who the man was, or might have been, Junpei had no idea. Indeed, he wasn't even sure that his assailant had been a man. So how could he have known that it was a son of a bitch? The voice had been cold and mechanical, likely passed through a voice changer, and the body had been covered in a thick cloak. Who was the man in the mask? You've been chosen. Junpei remembered that much, but what it might mean, that was beyond him. Junpei had no idea where he was or why he was there. There's only one thing from his memory that seemed important. You are going to participate in a game. The Nonary game. It is a game where you will put your life on the line. Remember when I said that? I remember! The Nonary game, huh? What the hell is a Nonary game? God damn it! With a yell, Junpei drove his fist into the mirror. There's nothing left on the mirror. Alright, so I got this red key now. Is there anything that we can open with the red key? Did I got it. It was 7, 4, 6, 8. Wait, not 8. 7, 4, 6, 3. And you're telling me that's not the code? Stop telling me the instructions. I got it. I got it, bro. I got it, man. Sorry, I got a text. 7463, right? Seven, 4, 6, 3. What the hell? They're not random numbers. They're not. They're not random. They're extremely expertly calculated. Oh, there's a towel next to the sink. This is, as far as I can tell, a pole that is attached to the bed. Okay. There's a pair of simple chairs next to the table. Oh, okay. They kind of blend in. That water's already up to the chair. Gulp. Can't see the bottom of the ladder. Oh man, the water's already up to the bottom of the bed. I've got to hurry this up. Well, what the frick? Oh, I can do the... Wait, is that a red briefcase? Wait. There's a red briefcase. Is that not? Look at that. Oh wait, it's not on the bed. What is this? Where is this? That's the table. So it's gonna be on the, is it on the right of this, of this? Can I get to the, man, this is a pretty poor excuse for a bed. I prefer shopping at Home Goods. There's barely any space between the bed and the ceiling. I don't think I'd even have enough space to turn over. I bet money this was for poor passengers, or maybe the ship's crew. Come on, man, this is not the time. I gotta die someday, but I sure as hell don't want it to be here. Ugh, excuse me. Can I not get... well, worst case scenario, I could just climb up there. Yeah, right. Like, that's gonna work. This guy and his fucking little side comments, bro. What the freak, bro? Man, if this is the first escape room, I might be cooked. Might as well just call it right here. Small key red. Maybe I have to, do I use, I put the key in, now I just need to enter the right numbers, and no. What does the red and the blue mean? Oh no. Oh god. So someone wrote a bunch of numbers and symbols on the back of the picture, huh? Now it's got red and blue. All red key. Am I crazy? Is it not? Or what if it's like... What if it's like this? I don't get it. Am I stupid? Am I a fool? I don't get this. I don't get this one bit. I'm a big stupid idiot. I don't deserve to live in this nonary game. The corner of the God damn it, dude. What the hell? I feel like a big idiot. That's clearly a luggage case. That's clearly a luggage case. Oh, it's on the left side. It's on the left side of this bed. Oh, here we. Oh. Oh. Oh shit. There's some hangers on the pole. Curtain's already open. That's just like the blue briefcase. Yup, there's a lock on this one too. It's not opening. I got a key. Let's stick that red key in there. It's not opening. In fact, it's not doing anything at all. Well, alright. I take that back. I guess I can move the dial now. It looks like I'm going to have to put in the right numbers and then turn the key. I do that. This thing should pop right open. Let's give it a shot. Okay, okay, okay. I forgot the code again. Okay, but I don't understand. Let me try the code for this one. 7 4 6 3 7 4 6 3. Yeah. I know. No. 7 4 6 3. What the hell? Oh my god. I don't understand. I don't understand. 7 4 6 3. That's the number. That how is that not the code? Okay, there's red and there's blue. There's red and there's blue. Is it just gonna be the first two then? Or maybe it's opposite. Maybe it's inverse. If it's red, then this is gonna be the opposite. 7 4 1. No, yeah, 7 4 1 8. 7 4 1 8. I know. 7 4 1 8. I think I'm going insane. Oh my god, I can't enter. I can't enter the. It only goes up to 5. It only goes up to 5. What the hell? Red briefcase. Red, maybe. Wait, what about that note on the bulletin board? Oh my god, I'm already ahead of that. There were a couple of symbols on it that were red. Someone drew those symbols on the back of the picture along with some numbers. Could those symbols have something to do with the code I need to get? Yes, I know. I'm already there. Give me a more concrete hint. This is so hard with the mouse. Oh my god. I just there. Keep it like that. Keep it like that. Oh my god. I'm gonna have like a fucking panic attack. Not really. I don't get it. Am I an idiot? Am I dumb? Got a feeling the numbers on the back of that picture are the key to this somehow. If I put in the right numbers and turn the key, it should... I know that part. I know that part already. Give me a better hint. Is it upside down? No, it can't be upside down because the arrow points... I don't fucking know. Maybe it is upside down. Maybe I'm an idiot. Alright, let's try it like that then. Nine. 2. No. 9, 2, 8. 1. 9, 2, 8, 1. 9, 2, 8, 1. 9, 2, 8, 1. 9, 2, 8, 1. 9, 2, 8, 1. 9, 2, 8, 1. 9, 2, 8, 1. 9, 2, 8, 1. 9, 2, 8, 1. 9. Oops. 9, 2, 8, 1. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm going insane. Oh my god. It's not giving me any additional hints. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? What? What is the deal? Is it sideways? Is it sideways? Eight. 1, 7, 4. 8, 1, 7, 4. 8, 1, 7, 4. 8, 1, 7, 4. Oh my god. It's not working. It's not working. What the hell? I don't understand. I don't get it. What the hell? That's a bot. Dude, I'm going insane. I don't want to look up a walkthrough. I don't want to look up a walkthrough. It's the first level, bro. It's the first level. How am I not grasping this? There's an arrow. I'm guessing the arrow is like, maybe I should flip my thinking, Ace Attorney style. So there's an arrow. There's an arrow from left to right, which I assume is like, you know when people put like lines under 6s and 9s, nice, and like that's supposed to say like the orientation so that you know like you're not reading it upside down. That's what I assume, right? So that's why I think that it's in this specific order. I don't know. Is it this way? Oh my god, I don't fucking know. I'm okay, I'm gonna look it up. I don't want to make this a habit though. I don't want to make this a habit. I really want to use my brain, but I feel like I'm stumped. 999 briefcase. They're different codes? How? What? I want to understand how that's even... Is it because they're... The blue code is 0263. How? What? Where do you get that from? Oh, there's one under the pillow? I thought I already did I thought I already did that. Okay, hold on. Okay. No, get out of here. Blue briefcase. No, I don't care about the ladder. Here we are at the middle bunk. There's nothing useful here. Okay, reach this bunk. Might as well look through it. Huh. Damn, nothing here. Oh my god. Okay, well now I feel stupid. Alright, okay. Okay. Alright, okay. Got it, got it, got it, okay. Well, if I had known... I feel stupid. I should have searched. That's on me. Alright, so what do we got? Okay, so the red, that's gonna be 7 4 7 oops 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5 7 4 8 5. Yes, I unlocked it finally. Opening stack of red key cards. The fuck? Oh, I got us some damn key cards. All right, and then we got to do the blue one. Maybe it'll make sense. And then we got 0 2 6 3 0 2 6 3 0 2 6 3. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. 0 2 6 3. All right, let's see if these numbers work. Turn the key in. Hey, looks like it's working. Yes. All right, let's open it up. Yes, it opened. Inside is another briefcase. Looks like there's something in here. What is this? A file? File screen. If you find any documents or notes during an escape, the information on them will be available from the file screen. To open the file screen, touch File in the top right of the bottom screen. Once at the file screen, select files by touching them or by pressing on the control pad. You touch the contents of the file you selected will be displayed on the upper screen. All right, let's see what's in this file. Digital root. Let's see here. Compute a digital root with the following steps. First, add all the numbers in question to one another. You end up with something greater than a single digit number. Add the digits to one another. One sec. For instance, if you have a double digit number and the number in the tens, oh man, they're gonna make me do math now. Add the number in the tens place to the number in the ones place. Keep adding digits in this manner until you have a single digit answer. That final single digit is your digital root. X, the digital root of 678 would be 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 1 equals 3. Okay, got it. Therefore, the digital root of 678 is 3. The digital root of 1, 2, 3, 4 would be 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. Okay, I got it. You didn't need to give me another one. I see. I just keep adding numbers until I get a single digit number. Oh, looks like there's something on the back of this thing. A notebook, a pen, a calculator, and a stack of key cards. Huh. Alright. Look like key cards. There's a number on each one. 1, 2, 3. Well, that would just be 6, wouldn't it? Six, seven, eight. It just told me what it was, and I already forgot. 6 plus 7 plus 8 is 14. 21. 21 is 3. So 3 and 6? That means something? Yeah, 3 and 6. I don't know. You tell me, bro. And 3 plus 6 is 9. Oh my god. Oh my god, we solved it. The number is 9. Calculator. The calculator screen can be used during an escape or during a novel sequence. During an escape, you can access it by pressing Y. This will open the calculator screen. To operate the calculator, touch the bottom screen. By using the calculator, the numbers on top are your calculations, and the numbers on the bottom are your answer. The calculator can also calculate a digital root, which will be important to the progression of the story. Oh, it does it for you? Why would I want to do that? When I could do it in my brain. Also, what is it S? Yeah, digital root. 69. What's the digital root of 69? It's 6. Because it's 1 plus 5. Got it. How about 6, 7? 4. 4. I'm so stupid. How about 420? Oops. 426. So what do I do with this information? I don't. How does this affect LeBron's legacy? Cards with numbers on them. I'm pretty sure this is where I'm supposed to use them. Alright, let's slide this card and see if it works. And... Huh? Not working? Why? Damn it! Oh, that's right. Still have cards I haven't used. Damn, no matter how many times I try this, I won't do squat with just blue cards. I'm gonna make this work. I need different cards. Damn it, not again. There aren't any more cards in here. I've only got one other hint. Of course, the files. The file said something about a digital root. Digital root. The digital root, huh? What am I supposed to do with... There's a 5 on that door. I have to get a digital root of 5? Not really sure about this. Whatever, it's worth a shot. Let's see if this works. I'll just slide the cards to give me the digital root of 5 through the reader. Operating instructions. Touch 3 cards to select them. The digital root of the selected cards will be displayed on the top screen. Touching reset will deselect all currently selected cards. After you've selected 3 cards, touch the device. Okay, so I gotta get 5. How can I... Let's see. If I made 14, then I could get 5 easy. Or 23. Let's go 14. So, 8 plus... Oh, something tells me this is not gonna work. 6 plus 6 plus 6 7 6 plus 7 6 plus 7 is 13, and then 1 is 5. Bam. 6 7 doesn't let me down. Alright, I think this is gonna work. There we go, that's a new noise. Huh? Did it just unlock? That light was red and now it's blue. No doubt about it. There's nothing keeping me in here now. Time to go. Don't waste, don't waste any of your breath. Oh. You found it. What? What is it? Accompanied by a wall of angry water. Junpei shot out of the room and into the opposing wall. Gasping to catch his breath, he looked around. He was in a narrow hallway. The water that had followed him out of the room was rapidly pouring out of the door. It flowed quickly down the hallway and slammed into the foot of the short flight of stairs. Just 5 steps, in fact. Oh, 5. And at the top of the short staircase. Oh, wait, hold on. This is cut off a little bit, isn't it? Let me fix that for you. We're improvising. We're making it happen. And at the top of this staircase, a door, another door. Junpei leapt up the stairs straight for the door. The door burst open. The door burst open, and Junpei exploded out of it, only to freeze in his tracks. What other possible response could there have been to what he saw? I like that this game keeps the narrator keeps justifying like he was so valid in his response. It's like you don't gotta tell me. I mean, I get it. What the hell? His voice trailed off, and all he could do was stare. Oh. Polished floor stretched out before him, ornate staircases rising up from the edges, each one of them equidistant from the others. It's usually how stairs work. The stairs and pillars were solid wood and art nouveau. No view. No you! Embellishments and decorations covered the walls and pillars. It looked like nothing so much as the entrance to a luxurious mansion from the early 1900s. In the distance, you could hear that one song. Junpei couldn't help but wonder, is he really in a ship? The water quickly filling the hallway behind him suggested that yes, he was. As he looked, a fresh wave rolled out of the room he'd been in, gathering speed as it moved towards the stairs. Girl, close the door! Yeah, that's what I thought. It's totally a boat. Wait, what the hell? A wave? Shit, I gotta get out of here! Junpei spun around, his wet shoes squeaking in protest on the polished floor, and ran toward the tremendous staircase in front of him. Motion blur. C deck. B deck. As he ran, he glanced quickly at the plates mounted on the wall, denoting the decks of the ship. He took the stairs 2 at a time, not entirely sure where he found himself, just as he began to wonder where, in fact, the stairs did lead. Whoa. Look at this kooky cast of characters. Junpei saw another person out of the corner of his eye. Just one? He stopped short, nearly tripping over the next stair, and looked. It wasn't just one person he'd seen. On the landing to the left of the stairs, there were 4 people staring at him. And on the right side, 3 more. All told, there were 7 of them. But that's only 8 people. It looked as though they had been on their way down the stairs. They stopped short when they saw Junpei, their eyes wide. He'd done the same, of course, and now they stood there staring at one another. Junpei didn't move, one foot placed awkwardly on the next step, in the middle of a stride. Who were these people? This entire interaction lasted only a matter of seconds. The woman spoke to Junpei, and time began to move again. I guess there's another one of us now. The woman was dressed, Junpei thought, rather like a dancer. Her clothes covered very little, and her damn, I feel stupid. Jewelry, little more. Whoa, oh my god, not the jiggle physics. Hey you, come on. Hurry. No further ceremony, she ran straight past Junpei toward the doors behind him. The sudden proximity of a woman with such striking assets left Junpei momentarily stunned. He got boobies on the mind. But the others wasted no time and quickly followed the strange woman. The first to pass Junpei was a young man with silver hair. He threw a quick glance at Junpei's direction as he ran, muttering, "One of us, huh?" Following him was an older man, his face calm and without fear. Soft wrinkles sprouted from his eyes, and he came close enough as he passed for Junpei to see wisps of gray in his hair. His composure and shock of hair struck Junpei as rather like that of an elderly lion. Why are they putting brackets? Going up won't do you any good. There are 2 doors, but neither of them will open. The next to speak was a girl with pink hair and a high voice. Come on! Aren't you coming? You gotta hurry. Her small hand was wrapped around the wrist of another man. His eyes were closed, almost as though he were sleeping. His features were graceful, almost serene, and he was dressed rather elegantly for someone his age. Something about his posture seemed very refined, and Junpei couldn't help feeling he was noble and dignified somehow. He'd certainly never seen one, but this man seemed like what Junpei had always imagined a prince would be like. That's 9 of us then. All of the cards are in hand. What does all of the cards are in hand mean, he wondered. Junpei opened his mouth to ask what the other man had meant, but the girl with pink hair rushed past him, and they were gone. He turned just in time to see 2 more people running toward him. One of them had hair like a bird's nest, and looked as though a stiff breeze might topple him. And the other was a veritable mountain of a man. The scrawny one said nothing and scuttled past Junpei as though he were running from something. Hey, what the hell are you just standing there for? Didn't you hear him? The doors on A deck are no good. We gotta check the doors on B deck. Got it? Now go. Before he had a chance to respond, the man laid a massive hand on Junpei's shoulder. No more effort than Junpei would have used to brush aside a fly, the man shoved him out of the way. Whoa! Thrown off balance by the man in recent events, it took Junpei a few steps to get his bearings. He finally regained his balance and looked up what the other 7 had been running toward. There were 2 pairs of large iron doors set into the wall in front of him. They looked quite sturdy, and each had handles jutting from them. Written across the surface of each door in red paint was a number. The door on the right had 4, and the door on the left had a 5. They're the same. Oh, they're the same. The guy Junpei had decided to call Silver was mumbling to himself. The room I woke up in had a number on the door just like that. You too, eh? An arched eyebrow, the lion looked over at Silver. My cell was the same. A number upon the door. I opened it, ran down the hallway outside, and found myself in the rather grand room, full of stairs, as I expect did the rest of you. It's as though the floodgates had been opened. They all began talking at once. Me too. I did too. Yeah, a door with a number on it. It soon became clear that each one of them had awoken in a room with a locked door and solved a puzzle to escape. They'd all ended up in the same room, almost as though they'd been guided there. Yes, we all saw the same thing. That's not important. We need to hurry. You don't think I know that, lady? Before the dancer had time to finish, Silver was already running. He grabbed hold of the door labeled 5 and pulled. However, fuck! It's not opening. This damn thing won't even budge. Move! You're in the way! The mountain grabbed Silver's shoulder and tossed him aside. His path cleared. He took a few steps back, then threw himself at the door. Once, twice, 3 times a lady. 4 times. The door shook as his body slammed into it. It showed no signs of breaking or opening. You need 5 people to open it? The mountain threw himself at the door again. Junpei turned toward door 4. Next to the door on the wall was a small box. It looked just like the one he had seen in his room next to that door. Not really. I mean, I guess it's got the lever on it, but it's got a little circle, bro. What do you mean? It's not the same at all. If it was the same, then this door was likely locked as well. Still, he had to check. Junpei grabbed a handle and threw all of his weight onto it. Yeah. It's locked as tight as the door next to it, as he'd suspected. Damn it. Junpei punched the door. It did not respond. It did not respond. Were these the only doors, he wondered? I don't know. Can you tell me? He'd barely finished the thought when the C-deck plate he'd passed on his way up sprang unbidden onto his mind. His body moved before he had time to think. Junpei turned and ran back towards the stairs. He'd scarcely taken a step when, at the top of the stairs, next to an ornate clock embedded on the wall, he saw a person. It was a girl! A girl! She looked to be the same age as Junpei. He froze, unable to look away from her face. He wasn't confounded by her beauty or something equally silly. No, there was another reason he couldn't take his eyes off the girl. It's because of the way she chose to wear those shoes with that maxi dress. Junpei had seen her somewhere before. Couldn't quite remember where, but he knew. He knew he'd met her before. The girl, too, stared at Junpei, similarly stunned. Her response suggested she'd seen him before as well. Without saying a word, Junpei walked slowly toward her. She didn't move. It was almost as though she was held in place by some sort of magic spell. As Junpei stepped onto her landing, the spell broke. No sooner had he set his foot down than the whole ship shook a second time. Ah! The quake caught the girl unprepared. She fell. Moving on instinct, Junpei leapt to catch her. So he thought. Her face was far closer than it should have been, mere inches from his own. He was flat on his back, and she had landed squarely on top of him. No, the head slop! The girl seemed as confused as he did, and her face suggested she still hadn't fully recovered from seeing him. For a moment that seemed to stretch for a very long time, they stared at one another. Can we move this up? We're gonna drown. The ship stopped shaking. Everything was quiet. Water could be heard from the bottom of the ship, lapping faintly at walls and ceilings, but eventually that faded as well. Silence was complete. A thick, muffling blanket. At last, the girl opened her mouth. Oh my gosh, is that you, Jumpy? Jumpy. Jumpy. Words echoed through Junpei's head, and suddenly his memory returned. That's right, this girl is illiterate. Akane? Why hadn't he realized it before? The girl was Akane Kurashiki. She and Junpei had been friends in childhood. They'd gone to elementary school together for 6 years, which is typically how long elementary school is. But what was she doing on the ship? I do have dreams like that sometimes where I see somebody from like elementary school and I'm like, what the hell? Her soft eyes were only inches away from his own. He could feel the warmth of her face. Feelings he'd thought long forgotten began to work their way to the surface. Guys, this is a beautiful reunion, but the water is steadily rising currently. You feel his face heating up. That moment, the speaker crackled to life, and a cold, eerie voice filled the room. Welcome aboard! I welcome you all from the bottom of my heart to this, my vessel. Voice's invasion, the spell between Junpei and Akane was broken, and all hints of burgeoning romance instantly forgotten, guys. They hurriedly untangled themselves from one another and struggled to their feet. Their 7 companions had heard the voice as well, and many of their faces had gone pale. They looked around frantically, desperate to locate the source of the voice. At last they found it, a speaker set in the ceiling. I am Zero, the captain of this ship. I'm also the person who invited you here. The voice was harsh, obscured occasionally by the crackle of static. Excuse me. Ow. But Junpei recognized it. How could he have forgotten it? It was the same voice he had heard from the man in the gas mask. Hey asshole, what the hell is this? Come on out here. I want to get a look at you. What do you mean to do to us? I mean to have you participate in a game. Some of you, I know, are familiar with this game. The Nonary game. It is a game where you will put your life on the line. I've never heard of it. Yeah, me neither. Yeah, I haven't heard of it either. None of you? Yeah, I can't say I have. Oh, well, Nonary game? What the hell's that? The voice continued, implacable. The rules of the Nonary game can be found upon your persons. They are simple rules. Read them. Nonary game? Hey, there's something in my pocket. Check this out. Or am I just happy to see you? Silver reached into his pocket and pulled out a small slip of paper. The rest of them reached into their own pockets and pulled out similar slips of paper. Junpei followed suit and dug into the pocket of his pants. Felt the telltale crumple of paper, slightly damp from his earlier ordeal. Hey, I got one too. And it would seem Zero has seen fit to grace us each with a letter. Do you mind terribly reading it to us, young man? I cannot read. Request had been delivered to Junpei, who, after a short moment of surprise, did as he'd been asked. On this ship you will find a handful of doors emblazoned with numbers. We'll call them the numbered doors. The doors in front of you are a pair of the same. The key to opening these numbered doors are the numbered bracelets that each of you possess. Should you total the numbers on your numbered bracelets and find that the digital root of that number is equal to the number of that door, the door will open. Only those who have opened the door may pass through. There are, however, limits. Only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door. all those who enter must leave, and all who enter must contribute. It's like a group project. Bracelet, Junpei figured, had to mean the bulky thing on his wrist. He glanced around. It looked like everyone else had one as well, and had come to much the same conclusion. The purpose of the game is simple. Leave this ship alive. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. Junpei had reached the end of the letter. There was a long moment of silence, and then the speaker crackled to life once more. There is one last thing I must tell you. As you have no doubt surmised, this ship has begun to sink. On April 14th, 1912, the famous ocean liner Titanic crashed into an iceberg. After remaining afloat for 2 hours and 40 minutes, it sank beneath the waters of the North Atlantic. Fun! I will give you more time. 9 hours. That is the time you will be given to make your escape. The voice finished, and the speaker went silent. The sound of a bell tolling echoed through the hall. It came from the dance hall adjacent to the stairwell. It took those assembled on the stairs mere moments to trace the sound to an antique clock embedded in the wall. 7, 8, 9. The sounds of the 9th bell faded away. The 10th never came. There was no 10th bell. That meant the time was 9 o'clock. Most likely 9 o'clock in the evening. When Junpei had peered out the window of his cell, he'd seen nothing but blackness. It'd be nighttime. If that was the case, they would need to escape by 6 a.m. the following day. But I'm already sleepy! Oh, it is time. Let our game begin. I wish you all the best of luck. Bye-bye. The speaker went silent and did not speak again. Silver yelled at the speaker with language coarse enough to embarrass a sailor, but the rest of Junpei's companions were silent, deep in thought. Junpei, too, was consumed by his thoughts. There was a great deal he didn't understand. Who was Zero? What was the nonary game? Had he chosen to make them part of it? Was he a criminal who took delight in playing with his victims? Did he enjoy bagel bites? Or did he have some other purpose? And why had Junpei been chosen as part of this insane game? Why had any of them been chosen? But one question was foremost in his mind. It was the bagel bites question. Akane hadn't seen one another since elementary school. Had she appeared now? Coincidence? No, that seemed impossible. There had to be a reason. He didn't know what that might be, but there had to be a reason. Very well. Lion's voice seems oddly loud in the silence. Staying around here won't do us any good. Besides, but best we get moving, don't you think? Get moving? You're planning to open the numbered doors? Hey, wait! Don't tell me you're actually going to do what this Zero says. No, that's not what I mean. Lion shook his head, mildly annoyed. I'm saying, let's find another way. After all, we haven't really examined this place yet. Wait, what? Separate investigations finished, all 9 people returned to where they'd left one another. The result of all their work was nothing. They were completely sealed in. Their hard work had not gone completely to waste, however. They had learned a number of things as they'd scoured the parts of the ship they could reach. It seemed that they were confined to decks A through C. C deck was as far down as they would be able to go, however. The reason being that D deck was completely submerged. Strangely, however, the water had risen no higher than D deck. I do love a D deck. The flow seemed to have been stopped somehow, as evidenced by the surface of the water on D deck, which was as smooth as glass. The prince knelt down and gently drew his hand across it. Perhaps this Zero fellow has used some sort of remote control to seal a watertight door lower down. It said that our time limit was 9 hours. In other words, this water won't rise for 9 hours.
But you're saying we won't sink till then?
Well, that may be a little too optimistic. No point to wishful thinking. There were 3 metal doors on the sea deck. A single door stood off to the side, with 2 more on the wall facing the central staircase. None of them had numbers or verification devices. They were, however, locked like the other doors. No matter how much they pushed and shoved, the doors refused to move. The mountain and the lion threw themselves against them a few times, but to no avail. The door in the back had a keyhole. Just above it was a strange mark in the shape of a circle surrounding a dot. There were 2 other doors on the sea deck as well, but it was clear that they were elevators, as each had a button next to it with an upside-down triangle. They tried pushing the button. No response. Apparently there was no power running to the elevators. To the left of the elevator doors was a card reader. The card reader also had a strange mark on it. It looks like a lowercase h with a dash drawn across the upper stem of the H. Junpei stared at it for a while. This is the symbol of Saturn. It's an astrological symbol. Then the mark on the other door. I think that was the sun symbol. Yeah, I'm an astrology girly. It's seen the same symbols on A deck. There's a door on either side of the stairs. The one on the left had a keyhole with a similar symbol engraved on it. This is an Earth symbol. The horizontal line symbolizes the equator, and the vertical one represents the prime meridian. Junpei looked up at the ceiling. There was a great circle cut in it, perhaps for a skylight or a glass dome, but it had been filled with a gargantuan metal plate. Well, it looks like the Earth symbol. The metal looks very solid. Anything short of an explosive charge was unlikely to damage it. Several windows along both sides of the ship, or at least there had been. They too were covered with metal plates. In other words, dum, dum, dum. Your music? Oh, it's just really quiet. See if I can adjust that real quick. It's really quiet. Wonder why that is. Quieter than usual. We're trapped. All the exits go nowhere. In other words, Junpei was not happy. The girl with pink hair spoke up. Well, I'm sure they go somewhere. We just can't open them. Then the mountain spoke.
You don't know that. For all we know, they just open in the walls or take us in circles.
The prince did not agree. No, I'm sure they go somewhere. Otherwise, what point would there be? And we can open them. Well, 2 of them at least. You mean the numbered doors? All eyes turned towards the doors with numbers on them. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Hey, wait a minute. I think I said this earlier, but I don't think we should do that. The dancer moved in front of the doors as if to block them. We have to be crazy to open those doors. If we do that, we're doing exactly what Zero wants us to do. Suddenly everyone began to speak at once. I agree. I don't. That's a terrible idea. We should keep going. We should stay here. We don't have any other way to open any of these doors. We should just wait. Someone's bound to come find us. We don't have time for that. In 8.5 hours, the ship is going to sink. Clamor of voices made it next to impossible to determine who was saying what. Their arguments grew more and more intense until people were shouting and screaming at one another. Junpei had remained silent, but at least he could take no more. At last he could take no more. Hey! Shut up! Shut up! They fell silent and all eyes turned to Junpei. Felt each stare burning into him, but he refused to flinch. Before we try to decide where we're going to go, there's something else we ought to do. What's that? We need to exchange information. We don't know anything about each other. I want to know who you guys are. Who you are, where you came from, why you ended up here. Don't tell me you aren't curious, too. They were silent. No, not really. Yeah, no, I don't really care. Some of them looked the other way or bit their lip or crossed their arms and stared at the ceiling. But none of them spoke up. It was Akane. I agree. I think Jumpy is right. Jumpy? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about him. I just call him Jumpy. His name is... what is his name? Junpei. She pointed towards Junpei. We're childhood friends. We went to the same elementary school.
Wait, stop. Don't tell us stuff we didn't ask you about. Zero's probably watching us right now. What are you gonna do if he's listening in?
Would that be bad?
Hell yeah, it would. We don't know how much that bastard knows about us. Maybe he just picked a bunch of random people to kidnap. If that is the case, then it'd be dangerous for us to let him know too much. If Zero knows who we are, he could go after our families. Maybe he'd tell us he had them to get us to do stuff, you know?
But we still need to know what our names are. It's going to be hard to talk to each other if we don't have names.
Alright, then why don't we have code names?
And apparently it seemed like the obvious solution. Code names?
Yeah, we'll each pick something. Like, I'll be 7.
7? Why are you 7? Seemed a fair question. The mountain stuck out his left arm.
'Cause his bracelet number said 7.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, that's a good idea. He smirked. Alright, I'm gonna be Santa. Any of you chumps know Japanese? No? San means 3, so I'll be Santa. You know, like Santa Claus? Fits, don't you think?
And your bracelet number.
Yeah, it's got a 3 on it. Good job, Grandpa. Just like the mountain had done, Silver thrust out his left hand. Sure enough, the face of his bracelet read 3.
Very well then. I'll go next, shall I? My bracelet number is 1. Given that, I think Ace seems appropriate.
I'll be Lotus then. As I'm sure you all know, it has 8 petals. Which means, of course, that my bracelet number is... 3. 8. I would appreciate it if you would call me Snake. Liquid Snake. My bracelet number is 2. Since Ace has chosen cards, then I choose dice. Snake Eyes, clearly, which is particularly relevant given that I am blind. Blind?
Really?
He kept his eyes closed during their entire ordeal, which had suggested something strange, but to hear it said so casually... What is this trope of, like, blind people in anime having closed eyes? Like, you know blind people still have eyes, right? They still open their eyes. They don't just walk around with their eyes closed all day. I mean, maybe some, but most blind people I've met, they still walk around with their eyes open. To hear it said so casually, it was something of a surprise. Everyone seemed a little nervous at the prince's proclamation, but no one seemed to know how to react to it. There was one person, however, who didn't seem to be surprised in the least, the girl with pink hair. I'm gonna be Clover. You know, like a 4-leaf clover. Good luck, right? I'm probably gonna be first to die. Looking almost bored, she held out her left hand. The base of her bracelet showed the number 4. They'd come around to Junpei. He held out his bracelet. Alright, my number's 5, so my codename is gonna be... Why I have one? Not like there's any point to it now. Bro, you're the one that fucking... Well, I guess that's true. They already know my name. The answer cut him off at mid-sentence. I mean, we all know your name already. Maybe I wanted to have a code name. What's so wrong about that? You're Junpei. Oh. They all nodded. Connie stepped forward nervously. Then you should all call me by my name too. Because, I mean, it doesn't seem...
It doesn't seem fair to Jumpy.
You're thinking it's not cool for you to hide your name after you told us his? Kane fidgeted awkwardly. Junpei decided he had to do something. What's your bracelet number? It's 6. Damn, that thing is squeezed tight. They couldn't have rolled back her sleeve. She hesitated for a moment, then held out her left hand. As she claimed, the bracelet's face showed a 6. Junpei looked at it for a moment and thought, alright then, why don't we call you 6-7? Why don't we call you June? June? Yeah, you know, it's the 6th month of the year. So you're June. Jumpy. Nakane kneaded her hands and looked up at Junpei, uncertain. Smiled back at her reassuringly. Are you good with that? He thought about it for a few more minutes, then seemed to come to a decision and gave Junpei a small nod. No. I hate it. I hate it! Their names decided, Junpei ran over them quickly in his head. 1 was Ace. 2 was Snake. 3 was Santa. 4, whoa, her face. 4 was Clover. 5 was Junpei's number. Kane was 6, and Junpei had given her the codename of June. 7 was 7. And 8 was Lotus. I meant that 8 of them, including Junpei, had revealed their bracelet numbers. There was still one person left. Oh yeah, this guy. He was the man with glasses and hair like a bird's nest. He hadn't said anything since they met on the stairs. He didn't look like the sort of person who was inclined to conversation. His skin was pale, his breathing was heavy, mom's spaghetti, and he was soaked with nervous sweat. Behavior seemed very suspicious, or perhaps simply emotionally unstable. It was difficult to tell. Whatever the case, it seemed clear that he had only a fingertip's worth of a grip on his sanity. The girl with pink hair, Clover, walked up to him slowly. She put her hands on her hips and eyed him suspiciously. What number are you? He didn't answer. His bloodshot eyes twitched from person to person, and his breath came in hot pants. Hey, I'm talking to you. The man licked his dry lips with the shaking tongue and spoke with a voice like old paper. Isn't it obvious? There are 9 people here. And you know who numbers 1 through 8 are. I'm the only one left. So you're 9? Yeah. He extended a trembling arm. The bracelet did indeed say 9. Clover looked at it contemptuously. What's your code name? Code name? What do you want us to call you? We all made up names. You should too. I don't need one. Why not? Because I'm not gonna stay here with you. Took a shuddering breath and exhaled. Clover looked at him with something very like disgust. You got some sort of plan? I do. Yeah? What's that? You sure you want to know? Yeah? Alright. I'm gonna do the hokey pokey and turn myself around. That's what it's all about. Let me show you. I'm gonna do that. Whoa. I'm gonna do this. Hey. Oh shit. By the time they realized what he was doing, it was too late to stop him. The man's body moved like a snake's. In the blink of an eye, it slid around behind her and wrapped his arm around her waist. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Santa leapt forward towards Clover and the 9th man. He was halfway there when... Stay back! Suddenly the man's hand dove into his pocket. Uh-oh. Came back out with a knife. A pocket knife. Held it to Clover's pale, quivering neck. If you get any closer, I'll cut her open. Santa skidded to a halt. He snarled at the scrawny man with the knife and gritted his teeth.
Yes, that's right.
The man's smile was neither friendly nor reassuring. Sweat poured down his neck, soaking the collar of his shirt. Wonder if he's like is he like one of those conspiracy brain types? He thinks this is all like, maybe he thinks they're all, he's like, everybody else is in on it. Clover, are you alright? Prince, Snake's voice sounded oddly concerned. Yeah, I'm fine. Voice shook, making her words even less convincing. The hell are you trying to do?
I told you! This is my plan!
What are you gonna do? Whoa, which one is 7? I already forgot. 7's the...
What are you gonna do to her, you sick son of a bitch? Don't worry, I'm not gonna do anything to her. If she just does what I tell her to, I'll let her go.
He started to move backwards slowly, keeping his grip on Clover. Keeping their distance, Junpei and the others followed. Eventually, the man reached the wall. He gave a start as his back touched it, and glanced around quickly and spoke.
Verify. Huh? Left. Look on your left. You see the device on the wall? Place your hand on the scanner panel, the round part.
What if I don't? The man's nostrils flared as he looked like he was about to choke.
Are you an idiot? What do you think? I could slit your throat right now. I'll kill you if I have to. All I need is your bracelet. Just do it. Do it now.
Pressed the knife against Clover's neck hard. Slowly, she stretched her left hand out toward the device. Her back was to it. She had to feel around for a moment before she found the circular panel. It made a cold electronic noise, and on the display above her hand an asterisk appeared. So that's how it works, Junpei thought to himself. By placing one's palm on what the ninth man had called the scanner panel, the user's bracelet number would be entered into the device. Should you total the numbers on your numbered bracelets, and find that the digital root of the number is equal to the number of that door, the door will open. Junpei shifted his eyes to the door itself. The number on it was 5. The ninth man seemed to know a little more about the device's operation than he should. He might know about the game. How had he known exactly what to do?
Good, you're done. Next.
Bloodshot eyes crept from person to person until finally stopped on the lion, Ace.
You, right? You're the one with the number 1 bracelet, right?
Yes, I am. So?
Then you're next. Let's verify your number like this little brat did. What are you doing? Do it! Don't you care what happens to her?
Okay. Just calm down. Ace held up his hands, palms out. The ninth man jerked his chin toward the device. Slowly, cautiously, Ace moved his arm, I guess? Whoa. Okay.
Verify.
Ace nodded and placed his hand on the scanner panel. The device beeped again and a second asterisk appeared. Now the device had Clover and Ace's numbers. 4 and 1. 4 plus 1 equals 5. Same as the number written on the door. But it wouldn't open just yet. Only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door. The door needed at least one more person. Who would that be?
Get back!
Voice shook, but the knife he held to Clover's throat made his words a command. Ace took 2, then 3 steps back.
No, farther! More than that. Go all the way back.
Slowly, Ace did what he was told. The ninth man's lips curled into a cruel, twisted smile. That's when Junpei understood his plan. Clover's 4 and Ace's 1 added to the ninth man's 9. 4 plus 1 plus 9 equals 14. 1 plus 4 equals 5. In other words, Thank God you were all so cooperative. Now I can get out of this nightmare. Pressed his own hand against the scanner panel. Third asterisk appeared on the screen. He dropped his hand to the lever on the side of the device and pulled. Okay. The door opened with a heavy metallic groan. He let go of Clover. Wait! Junpei leapt towards the ninth man, but he wasn't fast enough. The man shoved Clover. Yeah! And hopped through the door. Okay, have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then, goodbye. Raised his hand and waved, a twisted smirk on his face. Then he was gone. Door shut with a dull clang of metal on metal. Clover, are you alright? Nick ran to Clover's side as she lay on the floor. Yeah, I'm fine. Climbed unsteadily to her feet, and once there, leaned heavily on Snake's shoulder for support. I feel like he's gonna die, dude. I feel like the ninth guy is probably gonna die, because didn't they say you have to have 3 to 5 people go through the door? Or is it just to activate it? Either way, I feel like he's probably gonna die, because everybody else is still here. Either that, or there's not gonna be enough people to go through the door. She climbed unsteadily to her feet, and once there, leaned heavily on Snake's shoulder for support. Junpei ran to the door. The others followed him. Several pairs of hands grabbed hold of the handles and pulled. He grunted and strained, but... Shit! It won't budge! That was when Lotus, the dancer, spoke. Her voice was quiet. Do you hear something? Like what? Like some sort of beeping? Junpei pressed his ear against the cold metal of the door. The others did the same. You're right, I can hear it too. What is it? And they heard something else. It was the ninth man. Shit! Why isn't it stopping? God damn it! You lied! Lied? This wasn't supposed to happen! This is wrong! This is wrong! The voice shook with fear. Safe on the outside, they stepped back from the door and looked at one another. What is happening in there? Open the door! Please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here! Get me out of here! Junpei grabbed hold of the device. Slammed his hand on the scanner panel. Nothing happened. He didn't register him. He looked at the display where the asterisk had shown up. It said engaged. Oh my god! Oh my god! There's no time left! Listen, I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here! It was him! He killed me! It was him! Got! Oh shit. Well, I can't say I feel particularly empathetic towards him, but also I'm not 100% sure that he's actually dead, you know? You know what they say about off-screen deaths. The explosion rocked the room. Not that kind of rock. Instinctively, they ducked. They then stood up slowly when they realized there was no danger. No one spoke. Silence filled the room. Excuse me. In that silence, the electronic tone that echoed across the room sounded as loud as a gunshot. All eyes turned toward it. It had come from the device mounted next to the door. The display changed from engaged to vacant.
Let's see if we can open it.
7. The mountain swallowed hard.
Oh.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. A red asterisk appeared on the LCD panel. The device had registered Junpei's bracelet number 5. His was not enough, however. At least 2 more people were needed. Junpei asked, which pair? So Junpei's 5, right? 5 plus 1 plus 6. Sorry, 5 plus 1 plus 8. It would be 14. 1 plus 4. Ace and Lotus. Unless all of these are right, I don't know. 5 plus 2 plus 7. I would also be 14. Which should be 5. Santa in June. 5 plus 3 plus 6 is 14, which is 15. Oh. So they're all correct. Am I just to decide? Okay, maybe I should save state here. Well, who do I like? Santa in June? I mean, they seem like one's my childhood friend and the other one is a cute boy, so why not them? Santa and June. You think you could give me a hint here? The pun was a little too on the nose, but the mood was still grim. Both Santa and June lifted their left hands silently. He verified and she followed suit. 5 plus 3 plus 6 equals 14. 1 plus 4 equals 5. They fulfilled the conditions. They were to pull the lever on the side. Are you guys ready? I'm gonna open it. Junpei grabbed the lever and looked back over his shoulder. They stiffened and nodded. Junpei nodded back and set his mouth in a grim line. Then he slowly lowered lever. Oh boy. I wonder if it determines something. I wonder if they would be like, we shouldn't do that one. I don't know. There's a metallic groan and the door slid open. A breath of air drifted out of it, carrying a stench that nearly made them gag. Junpei grimaced and put a hand over his mouth. Oh my god. Good god. Lotus and Ace shuddered. 7 grunted.
Whoa, that's pretty bad.
And Santa's voice shook. He blew up. Heard that Santa was right. The hallway on the other side of the door was splattered with chunks of torn flesh and dark red blood. Yeesh. Yeah. The shriek echoed across the room. It had come from June. Then her strength left her and she dropped. As Junpei tried to catch her, the door groaned shut. Okie dokie. She crumpled to the floor. June, you okay? Junpei dropped to his knees and put his arm around her shoulders. That was when he noticed. Her whole body was feverish. She was radiating intense heat. What the hell? Where'd this fever come from? June didn't answer. Her face looked like wax and her whole body began to shake. Alright, let's just rest for a minute, okay? You think you can walk? She nodded weakly. Junpei lifted June to her feet and guided her to a nearby chair. Here we go. As gently as he could, he set her down in it. How are you feeling? Are you alright? She nodded, and as she did, a single huge tear rolled down the side of her face. Why did this happen? Her voice cracked, broken by misery and grief and choked by sobs. Why did this happen? Junpei spun around. Do any of you know what the fuck is going on here? Who's Zero? What's this nonary game? Come on, anybody? Anything? What the hell is going on? What are we doing here? No one spoke. Ace, Santa, Snake, Clover, Seven, and Lotus. They simply stood there, 7 pairs of downcast eyes and 7 grim lines for mouths. June's body shook with silent sobs. He slowed as the minutes ticked by. And eventually they stopped. They tickled by. And suddenly, in the cold, heavy silence that had enveloped them like a thick fog, a bell began to ring. The clock in the central hall, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. And then on the 10th ring it stopped. The sound of the bell faded away into silence. "It's 10 o'clock then," they said what each of them had been thinking. "That means it's been an hour since Zero's little announcement." Seven's deep voice echoed across the room.
Fuck. I've had enough of this crap.
Zeta leapt to his feet, his fists clenched.
How long are we gonna pussyfoot around like this? We've only got 8 hours until this time limit Zero is going on about is up. Let's get going already. Go! Go!
Santa's outburst fell on deaf ears. No one seemed to agree with him. They stared back at him, their eyes blank, and their faces tired. Finally, Lotus spoke.
No, I refuse. I'm not going to end up like him.
Him? You mean the 9th man?
Of course. Who else?
In his mind's eye, Junpei saw the corpse again. The dark, reddish-black pool of blood. Scattered pieces of flesh. Organs strewn across the floor like the blossoming of a grotesque flower. The explosion that had torn through his body had been powerful. The 9th man's neck had been twisted at an odd angle. Junpei suspected the detonation had thrown him against the wall. Half of his face was crushed, the other half was covered in blood. Most of his abdomen had been emptied, either by the explosion or by gravity. It landed on his back, and stark white ribs jutted out of his chest like legs of some sort of macabre crab. Junpei felt something flip in his stomach.
I think he just screwed up.
Eyebrows went up, and Santa continued.
Probably set off some sort of trap, and that killed him. I'm not gonna screw up like that. I'm getting out of here alive.
Whatever Snake was laughing at, Santa did not find particularly humorous.
So goddamn funny.
My apologies. You were just so very confident. I couldn't help myself.
What the fuck?
You've mistaken the situation. Huh? The 9th man's death. It had nothing to do with a trap, or at least not the sort of trap you imagine it did. Then, he broke one of Zero's rules. That was why he died. Quite simple if you think about it. You still don't? Alright. How about you take a moment and think back to what Zero said? Specifically, what did he say about the number of people?
He said only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door.
Oh, okay, so that's right.
Right?
And after that, you've forgotten the relevant part. What did Zero say? Santa furrowed his brow in thought. Junpei thought back. Zero said, that everyone verified had to go. All those who enter must leave, and all who enter must contribute. Right? I think it said it was something like that. Whatever it was, it means that groups of less than 3 or more than 5 can't go through. That is correct. A gold star for you, Junpei. Snake inclined his head towards Junpei. The 9th man, however, broke that rule. He tried to pass through a numbered door by himself. That was why he was executed. And Zero's watching us from somewhere, making sure we don't break any rules. Oh, I'm not sure of that. Or not? Because this execution system is entirely automatic. You didn't notice? There's no need for him to monitor us. What do you mean? Snake looked at Seven with what can only be described as pity inside. Very well. I see it must be me who tells you. I've waited long enough, I suppose. I'd hoped Zero might spare me the trouble, but that seems increasingly unlikely. I didn't see them, of course, but perhaps Snake sensed the confused eyes upon him. When Ace spoke, he gave words to everyone else's thoughts. You know something? Well, I know a great many things, but yes. What is it you know? Well, I know how many planets there are in the solar system. I know I know that 67 is a prime number. And that's about it. Here. Snake removed a card from the pocket of his jacket. With a flourish, he presented it to Ace, who took a look at it and spoke. Come on now. What's the point of giving me this?
Give me that.
Santa snatched the card from Ace, but his expression of disgust quickly turned to one of confusion.
Huh? The hell is this?
Seven tugged it out of Santa's hands.
I see.
The card went from Seven to Lotus, from Lotus to June, and finally to Junpei. He looked at it and understood. This is Braille. Braille, the written language of the blind. Oh, I'm glad that this death game is inclusive. The card was covered with small embossed bumps. Junpei could recognize it, but he certainly couldn't read it. Sorry guys, I can't read this. Junpei handed the card back to Snake, who nodded at him with a small smirk. Okay, that was fun. What's so important about that card? I found it in my pocket. I can only assume it was a message from Zero. From Zero?
A message?
What is it?
What does it say?
Suddenly everyone was crowding around Snake, desperate to hear what the message said. Santa especially looked as if he were about to grab hold of Snake and shake the answers from him. Snake raised his hand. Calm down now. No need to panic. You don't need to force me, I'll read it. Junpei swallowed hard and waited for him to start. He was not the only one. Presently, Snake began to read, his voice calm. His fingers glided over the tiny bumps as he spoke. Bracelet number 2. Since you are not blessed with sight, I shall bless you and only you with information. I shall tell you of the function of the red, of the dead, and of the bracelet. And of the redemption. The red is the recognition device. It will verify your number. Besides every numbered door, you will find a red. The dead is the deactivation device. It does exactly what it says. Once you have passed through the numbered door, you must use the dead to stop the detonator in your bracelet. Perhaps you are wondering, what does this detonator detonate? Afraid this may be something of a surprise. I've placed a small bomb inside of you, and the people whom you are about to meet. You swallowed it while you are unconscious. I have no doubt that by the time you read this note, the bomb will have passed your stomach and found its way to your small intestine. In other words, you will be unable to regurgitate it. I suggest you do not try. Interesting. How do you swallow a bomb? As I mentioned before, the bracelet on your left hand contains a detonator. Think of it as a remote fuse or timer for the bomb in your body. There is only one condition which will cause it to detonate. That condition is that you enter a numbered door. Once you have done so, the timer will activate no matter who you may be. You will have 81 seconds. Which, okay, the root of that is 9. Okay. If after that time the detonator has not been deactivated, it will send a signal to the bomb in your body, instructing it to explode. So, okay, if 999, the root of 999, 9 plus 9 plus 9 is 27. 2 plus 7 is 9. Oh my god. Every person who verified their number at the red must also verify their numbers at the dead. Once all numbers have been verified by the dead, You need only pull the lever at its side, and the countdown will cease. Anyone who does not verify their number at the red will find themselves unable to verify their number at the dead. That is to say, if you should pass through a numbered door without first verifying your number at the red, in 81 seconds you will be dead. You must also keep in mind that the numbered doors will close automatically after 9 seconds have passed. So long as the door is open, the dead will not function. You would do well to remember this. Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from the ship. 2, your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically. There's no other way to remove your bracelet. If you attempt to force it off or disable the detonator, the bomb within you will immediately explode. Delightful. This is all the information which I can impart to you. How you choose to use it is for you to decide. If used wisely, you can eliminate those who might be a danger to you. For a time, you would be able to control your fate. I wish you the best of luck. Snake finished reading and carefully returned the card to his pocket. The message had been lengthy, but its meaning was clear. Only those who verified their numbers at the red could pass through the numbered doors. Teams could not increase or decrease their numbers. The Reds, Deads, and Bracelets enforced the rules. They were judge, jury, and executioner. In defiance of Zero's suggestions, both Santa and Seven put fingers down their throats and began to gag. The rest stiffened, some touched their stomachs, some simply stared at their bracelets. Junpei gingerly touched his stomach. There was a bomb inside his body. And you know how birth works? You're pregnant for 9 months. Oh my god. What is the, let's see. What is the McDonald's number 9 combo? Two cheeseburgers. Wow. His stomach felt oddly hollow and his legs were weak. Why had Zero designed such a ludicrous game? Junpei looked over at the others. Alright, I'm gonna ask one more time. Do any of you know anything about Zero? They were all silent, each person waiting to hear what the others would say. Finally, Santa spoke. Actually, I saw him. I saw Zero when I got grabbed. I didn't see his face, though. Son of a bitch was wearing some kind of gas mask. What the hell? Come on, guys, give me something. You know, like surprise or something. That it was Santa who looked surprised. That's definitely a face of surprise. There's a moment of silence, and then everybody spoke at once. Yeah, I saw him too. Me too. He was wearing a gas mask. He looked like Jamiroquai. As stories were sorted out, the truth became clear. All of their stories were the same. They'd been abducted at home at midnight. The person claiming to be Zero had worn a mask. There had been white smoke, and then each person had passed out. When they awoke, they had found themselves on D-Deck, a room with a 3-level bunk bed. A 7 story seemed to lack the details of the others. Oh, me? Yeah, well, mine was just like the rest of yours. That's all he had said. It occurred to Junpei at the time that it sounded somewhat strange, but he didn't press the issue. He hadn't done so because there was something that struck him as even stranger. That was the mystery of the relationship between Snake and Clover. For some reason, they had been abducted from the same room and woken up in the same room. Junpei looked at them thoughtfully. So what's the deal with the two of you, anyway? It was Clover that answered. Clearly, she felt she had nothing to hide.
We're siblings.
Siblings?
Yes? I think he's my older brother, obviously. That means I'm his little sister. That really so hard to understand?
Junpei was taken aback, or seemed just as surprised. She is correct, of course. He laid his hand on Clover's shoulder. Are you surprised? Well, yeah, but why? There are other people here with connections to one another. Those two, for instance. Snake pointed at Junpei and June.
Oh, you mean Jumpy and me?
Ah, yes. You did say you were childhood friends, didn't you?
You went to school together? Yeah.
June glanced at Junpei, uncomfortable with the sudden attention. Junpei felt somewhat nervous as well and tried to scratch his head as casually as possible.
Hey, you think maybe we can figure out who Zero is this way?
Yeah, you're right. You connect the dots between the victims, and that leads you to the perp. Textbook stuff.
Junpei, Jun, does any of this ring a bell?
Ring a bell.
Ring a bell?
They looked at one another, and like it was staged, they both tilted their neck at the same time. Well, perhaps you went to the school with the son of a multimillionaire?
A millionaire? Son?
Well, someone bought this boat and set up all this. Whoever Zero is, they must be incredibly rich.
Well, we can't be sure of that. To me, this seems as though it's the work of an organization, not an individual. Zero is most likely simply the representative of a larger group. Sort of organization.
Could be a number of things. An army, perhaps, or a research group. Perhaps this is all some sort of psychological experiment.
If it is, it's a pretty fucked up experiment. I mean, come on, a guy's dead.
The word dead hung in the air, heavy and ominous. The room went quiet again.
I don't know who the hell this Zero asshole is, but I know for sure he's gotta be pretty fucked up in the head to do all this. If this was all one guy, then he's got some serious issues.
Even with the specter of death hanging over them, their discussions continued for some time. In the end, however, they learned nothing. By the time they finished, 1.5 of their 9 hours were gone. All I had to show for it was impatience.
Man, look, we only got 7.5 hours left, right?
You really sure you want to just sit around? One was willing to argue this time. Very well then. There's only one way for us to proceed.
Sure not gonna be fun running around knowing we gotta jump when Zero says jump.
Well, it's stupid to just sit around here and do nothing.
Thanks to Snake's card, at least we have some idea of how this all works. Correct. And so long as we follow the rules, we will most likely be alright.
But
what?
Who's gonna go in which door?
June looked towards the numbered doors. Oh yeah, that's right. Can't have any more than 5 people in one door. All 8 of us can't go in the same door. It would seem we will have to split up.
Wait.
Lotus looked terrified. I'm telling you now, there's no way in hell that I'm going into door 5. Come now, don't be selfish. Tell me whatever the hell you want. I'm not going in there. If I'm going to have to walk through all that blood, then I'd rather stay here. We were doing so well. He shook his head sadly.
Sorry, but I ain't going in there either. Someone else can go into door 5.
Oh, Santa, not you two.
Hey man, I just bought these shoes. You think I'm getting some creepy dude's blood all over him, you got another think coming.
Well, priorities, Santa. That was the last straw. What the hell, man? Weren't you the one who kept saying we should get going?
Yeah, so? Doesn't mean I wanted to go into door 5.
Oh god. It's an awkward silence. Finally, Seven spoke.
Fine. I'll go into door 5. I can't go in there alone, though. Anyone else willing to come with me?
There's another long silence. This time Snake was the one to break it. I'll go. What? Don't worry, you'll be fine. We may part now, but I'm certain we'll meet again later. How do you know that? Because I do. That's not an answer. If you're going, I'm going too. I'm going into door 5. What am I going to do with you?
There's nothing you have to do.
Ace stepped forward.
If I join you, the problem is solved, correct? 7 is 7 and Snake is 2. If you add Clover's 4 and my 1, the digital root will be 5. 7 plus 2 plus 4 plus 1 equals 14. 1 plus 4 equals 5.
Oh, it works perfectly. 4 of us can go into door 5.
Wait, what about the other 4? What's their digital root gonna be?
Junpei did a quick mental calculation. Lotus, Santa, June, and Junpei remained. Their bracelet numbers were 8, 3, 6, and 5. 8, 3, 6, 5. What would their digital root be? 8 plus 3 is 11. Plus 6 is 17. Plus 5 is 22. 2 plus 2 is 4. So it'd be 4. That works. Repeat what he determined. It's 4. Add up our 4 bracelet numbers and the digital root is 4. Then we can go into door 4. Yeah, that worked out well. Junpei ran over the team assignments in his head one more time. 4 people would go into door 5. 7, Snake, Clover, and Ace. 4 people would go into door 4. Lotus, Santa, June, and Junpei. Junpei had to ask himself if the teams were what he really wanted. Beyond door 5 was what remained of the 9th man. He never wanted to see that thing again. Thing? But something in him said it would be unwise not to examine the corpse even a little closer. Of course, if he went through door 5, he wouldn't be going with Lotus and Santa. His bisexual crushes. True, it would be possible for him to bring June with him through door 5, but that would mean you'd have to see the horrific carnage that waited there. Junpei didn't want that. Junpei was torn. Should he stay silent and go through door 4? Or should he stop them all and insist on door 5? As he turned his options over and over, and in his mind, Ace spoke up.
Alright then. Seems we reached a conclusion. Shall we go?
We began to walk towards door 5. Clover and Snake followed, with 7 a short distance behind. Junpei. Which door do you want to go through?
Oh god, I don't know.
You're making me choose? Well, I feel like okay, obviously it would probably be more beneficial to the lore if he went through the door with the dead body behind it, which is 5. But then he would have to bring Girly Pop with him. Also, it would mean pissing off everybody after they already decided what doors to go through. On the other hand, you go through door 4, you don't see the dead body, but you get to hang out with Santa, which I'm kind of feeling him low key. He's kind of a cutie. So like, I feel like the right choice is 5, but the gay boy inside of me is saying to pick 4. So always bet on homosexuality. Decided that door 4 would be fine. We'd go through door 4 with Lotus, Santa, and June. Why had Junpei even considered doing otherwise? He would be there for June. Or Akane Kurashiki, right, that's why we made that decision. It seemed good. I felt it was the right choice to make. He made no shows of affection, but Junpei saw her as something more than just a friend from his childhood. Watched the other 4 walk towards their door. Ace, Snake, Clover, and 7. Junpei said nothing as they left. Before long, they had reached door 5. They talked to one another for a few seconds, saying things Junpei couldn't hear, then laid their hands one by one on the scanner panel of the red. Ace grabbed the lever. His face tight with determination, he turned over his shoulder to look at Junpei and his companions.
Goodbye.
Be careful.
Oh my god, there's a dead body! As Ace pulled the lever, the door swung open, the mouth of a great hungry beast. Beyond the door, Junpei knew, lay the sad remains of the 9th man. It did not surprise him that Ace, Clover, and Seven hesitated. The body was not a pleasant thing. You know, I am a little curious because the 9th man did say that he was lied to, which makes me feel like, you know, either one, he just misunderstood the instructions, or two, he was in on it, and then he was betrayed. A la another certain game that we've played in the past. Snake had no problems as his blindness made him immune to the horror. He stepped through the door, his feet making a wet splack in this pool of blood. You intend to kill me? I assume you haven't forgotten the door only remains open for 9 seconds, have you? Snake had not even bothered to turn around, but the other 3 steeled themselves and stepped through the door. Oh boy. Door 5 swung shut, closing with the heavy finality of metal upon metal. Junpei and his companions scrambled to the door. They pressed their ears to it in an attempt to hear what might be taking place on the other side. It's beeping. Just like before. Probably the sound of the detonator on the bracelet. You think they're okay? His face showed her concern more plainly than her words ever could. It's as though in response to her question, a voice rang from the other side of the door. It was Seven.
Hey, there it is. That's gotta be that dead thing. Come on, get over here. We gotta authenticate.
The beeping stopped. Sighs of relief were audible, even through the heavy door.
Phew. Looks like it stopped.
Junpei and his companions leaned away from the door and breathed a collective sigh of relief of their own. Hey guys, are you doing alright over there? They'd heard Seven's voice, but it wouldn't hurt to be sure.
Yep, we're fine.
Despite the recent danger, Clover's voice was as bubbly as ever.
Oh hey, I'm gonna tell you about this whole dead thing, okay? The dead is just like the red, but the color's different. You know how the red was red? Well, the dead is blue. Other than that, it's just like the red. Authenticating is the same too.
Awesome, thanks. That helps a lot.
Well, we should probably move on now. You be careful out there.
Roger that. Then we never saw them again. Junpei and the others left door 5 and headed towards door 4. They stood in front of the red and placed each of their hands upon it. 4 asterisks appeared on the screen. Junpei grabbed the lever and turned around. You guys ready?
Yeah. Sure. Let's go.
None of them looked particularly optimistic, but their faces were set. Junpei nodded to them and turned back towards the red. Alright, let's go! With strength and determination, he pulled the lever. Run! 4 of them leapt through the door together. The moment they had passed through it, each heard a cold electronic sound coming from their left wrist. In the center of each bracelet, a red skull appeared and began to flash. It's more pink, but sure. The detonator's countdown had begun! In the long moment that each of them spent staring at their wrists, the numbered door behind them closed, and the sound of metal on metal reverberating down the hallway. There's no way back now. They were committed. If they could not find the device to deactivate their detonators.
Hey, where the hell is the dead? How would I know? Don't give me that crap. Start looking. I already am.
Began to run, eyes looking frantically for the device that was the key to their salvation. The hallway they found themselves running down was a long one, easily 300 feet in length. On the right side of it stood a series of wooden doors, all nearly identical. They had taken time to think. They would likely have discerned that the doors led to cabins. Don't tell me the dead is in one of these rooms. Oh no. How many rooms do you think there are? Junpei was too frightened to count properly, but at his best guess there were 7 or 8 of them. Fuck! There wasn't time to count them to be sure. Junpei ran to the nearest door. Grabbed the knob and shook it hard. It wouldn't open. Didn't feel locked, more like someone had hammered an iron plate over the other side of the door. Junpei turned around to find another door and saw that his companions had already run to the doors of their own. They did not seem to be having any more success than he had. Their own words confirmed his fears.
Shit, this one's no good. Same here. It's not moving.
June was the last to speak up. As Junpei looked in her direction, his eye caught something he hadn't noticed before. A small red light flashed at him dimly from the end of the hallway. That's it! Over there! Even as he yelled, he ran. He grabbed Santa, Lotus, and June and pulled them toward the light. Santa called out to them as he ran.
Hey, how many more seconds do we have?
How would I know?
Our time limit is 81 seconds. I know that, goddammit. I'm asking you how many seconds we have left.
In all likelihood, Junpei figured nearly a minute had already passed since the door had closed behind them. That was true. Urgency. Is that not it right there? Urgency foremost in all of their minds, they arrived at the end of the hallway. The dead sat on the left wall, blinking almost tauntingly at them. Hurry! Junpei grabbed hold of the machine, his hands slick with sweat and shaking. He slammed his hand against the scanner panel. The other 3 quickly followed suit. The grunt, Santa yanked the lever downward. Phew, looks like it stopped. His hands beginning to steady, Junpei wiped away some of the sweat that had beaded on his forehead. As they caught their breath, the 4 companions began to look around. At the end of the hallway lay a heavy-looking set of double doors. Set into the walls of the hallway on either side of the larger door were 2 smaller ones. They all needed inspecting, but Junpei began with the largest of the 3, the double doors. How many times had he come across similar doors with similar results, he wondered. Or perhaps he corrected himself, more a lack of results. Whatever the reason, the door remained firm and unyielding and refused to allow Junpei or anyone else passage. Near the handle was a small keyhole. Above the keyhole was a small symbol engraved in the brass. Mail? Wasn't sure what to make of it, and stared at it for a moment in confusion. It's June that corrected him.
No, that's not the symbol for mail. It's probably the symbol for Mars. Well, technically they are the same symbol. But I saw a number of similar symbols near the main stairway. Symbols of the solar system.
The sun. Saturn. The Earth.
At least that's what I'm assuming.
This isn't the man symbol, it's a symbol for Mars?
I think so, yes.
While Junpei and June talked, Santa had disappeared. They turned to find him some distance down the hallway. He'd gone to check the other doors. Eventually, he reached the last of them and jogged back. It took him only a moment to catch his breath again.
Here's the deal. None of the other doors open.
That must mean... we only have 2 more doors. Let's examine the doors on either side of the larger double door. Each one had a metal plate attached to it. Junpei figured that they were probably room numbers. The door on the left read B92, and the door on the right proclaimed that it led to B93. But
Let's open them. Yeah. Junpei put his hand on the doorknob for the door that said room 92. Santa moved to the door to room 93. They made it through the numbered door alive. There's nothing more to be afraid of. Junpei and Santa looked at each other and nodded. 1, 2, 3. In unison, they pushed against their respective doors and promptly found themselves in a new room. It's usually how doors work. June followed Junpei as he threw open his door, turned around and saw that the door on the other side was open as well. Through the door was another person, his mouth agape. It was Santa. Hey, it opened. Yeah, it did. Junpei and Santa looked at each other. They had not expected the doors to yield so easily. Lotus's calm voice broke into their thoughts. Maybe this is all part of Zero's plan? Can't say I enjoy being treated like someone's puppet. She headed for room 93. Lotus continued. Well, now we have these 2 rooms. I'm sure there's something in there that will help us get out of here. Let's find it. Santa and I will search this room. Junpei and June search the other one. Alright. Okay. Okay, we got another... Whoa, alright. Jeez. Seek a way out. Room 92. Alright, here we go. We doing this. Oof. Alright, what we got? The base looks expensive. Wonder how much we could get for it. You're gonna steal it? Girl. Whoa. Wait a second. Isn't this, this totally looks like the painting. Wasn't there a painting in, Danganronpa Lapse that looks like this? No, I'm guessing that was a reference to this, huh? It's kind of a weird looking picture. You think it's an abstract painting or something? Looks kind of like a demon with an elephant-like nose. Sucking on a human being's brain. What? Where the hell did that come from? What's her brain made of? Can't say I'd mind finding out a little more about what goes on in there. Kind of weird looking picture. Some sort of weird black and white design. Looks like there's a room on the right side of the picture. Whoa. Trippy. That's the bathroom wall. There are square tiles all over it. What the fuck? I was screaming outside. A little blue platform protruding from the shower wall next to the knobs. Hold on, I'm gonna...
Okay. So my new roommate, from what I have gathered, seems to be someone who has some how to say this politely, some marital issues, perhaps. And is currently screaming on the phone at what I assume to be an ex lover of some sort. So that's what that was. I doubt that the mic picked it up, but it was quite loud. The just very, very loud screaming. So that's something. He is still screaming. Okay. Well, cool. There's a little blue platform protruding from the shower wall next to the knobs. It's for putting soap on. I used a shower once, so I know. Oh, great. That's I'm so glad, Junpei, that you've used a shower once.
That's the shower knob. Let's see if anything happens when we turn it. No water's coming out.
It's just a shower head. There's nothing special about it.
Jumpy, do you think there might be something on the shower curtain?
Well, maybe.
Want to try closing it?
Doesn't seem to be anything here. Yeah, you're right. Let's push it back. Wall's covered with square tiles. They've all got geometric shapes on them. Toilet. Let's check the toilet.
Nothing there. Tank's empty too. There isn't even water in it.
Collection of
Full and partially depleted rolls of toilet paper. Someone was well prepared. There's nothing too suspicious about it. Shower head. Feels dry too. Probably means no one has used it in a long time.
Yeah. Why don't we go back to the living room?
Okay. Let's go back.
I might want to come back to that later. I don't know.
Jumpy, where are you going?
I was thinking of going over to Lotus's room.
Think maybe you could look around here a little bit more before you go? There's a lot for me to do here all by myself. Jumpy, what are you doing? We don't have the time to be relaxing on a sofa.
It's a display case. There's nothing being displayed. How sad.
Looks like the drawers are empty too.
Oh, matches.
It's a box of matches. There are matches inside, obviously.
Thank you so much. Junpei looked down blankly at what he was holding, then up at June. Oh yeah, how's your fever? You feeling better now?
Yes, I'm feeling fine.
Junpei certainly looked fine. June certainly looks fine. Junpei, oh God, why do they have to make their names? Why'd the nickname have to be June? Junpei held his hand on her forehead for a few seconds. It seemed her fever really had gone down.
Are you worried about me?
No. Yeah, I guess I am. June blushed and giggled.
By the way, Jumpy,
Hmm?
how'd you end up here?
What do you mean? I told you earlier, didn't I? There's a man with a gas mask when you got home at night.
Man, we're going out. You inhaled some white smoke and passed out. Sounds like a Thursday at night for me. Hell yeah, when you woke up, you were on D-deck.
Yeah, that's it.
But is that really the truth? Are you lying?
What?
Jumpy, are you hiding something from me? You fucking hiding something from me. You're cheating on me.
We're not dating. No. Why would I?
Well, if you think about it, this is awfully suspicious. I mean, why would two childhood friends bump into each other in a place like this?
Hey, I could ask you the same thing. Are you hiding something?
Only these massive titties. What would I hide?
I don't know. Anything. I mean, you're hiding it. How would I know?
You mean like the number of men I've dated?
Junpei's heart stumbled over itself.
Do you want to know?
Had to admit, he was a little curious. Oh my god, bro.
Don't worry. It's only in the triple digits.
What? She smiled at him.
Only 18. Times 0. Plus 600. Yeah, I guess I just haven't met Mr. Right yet. Talk about a crazy first date experience, am I right?
June looked a little embarrassed and scratched the back of her head in a desperate attempt to seem nonchalant.
I'm the nonchalant queen.
Junpei coughed quietly in much the same way.
Anyway, I'm not hiding anything. Just like you, Jumpy. Except for that massive penis. It is pretty big, right?
I mean, it's decent.
Okay. When I woke up, I was on D-deck.
Well, you do have a point. I mean, why did Zero pick us? We haven't seen each other since elementary school. June nodded, and for a few moments she had the faraway look of someone in deep thought.
Look for what connects the victims. That will lead you to the culprit. Do you remember Seven saying something like that?
Yeah, I do. So?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think this must all have to do with a classmate of ours.
Got any ideas who it might be?
No, nothing. There was that guy in elementary school that I said like some mean things to one time, and then he said, one day I'm gonna put you in a killing game. But I can't be related.
Oh.
Well, if it had to do something with school, then it could be one of our teachers, or maybe the principal, or maybe the janitor, or maybe the PE coach, or maybe that one guy who is like the traffic guard, but he's not actually officially working. He just like shows up every morning. I always wondered what was the deal with him. He said his name was Lemon Friday. I was like, what the hell does that mean?
Or the janitor. Oh, the janitor or the lunch lady?
Yeah, the lunch lady. I forgot that one. No, I can barely remember any of them. Well, except for the lunch lady. She gave me extra fries.
Yeah, I know. Junpei went back to searching, feeling unpleasant and confused. Elementary school. Elementary school. Is there anything strange that had happened in elementary school? Those 6 years of elementary school? As he searched the room, he continued to rack his brain. It's a round wooden table. Whoa. Whoa, that's a big bottle of lube.
It's a bottle with water in it. This is a bedroom. They probably have it here because your throat's always dry. It always feels dry when you wake up. You know? My throat's dry, but I think that's because I'm a little nervous right now. Well, we did run a lot, so we're kind of sweaty. Very sweaty. Man, what if we just fucked right here on this bed? Whoa, whoa. Hey, Jumpy, did you want to take a shower together? Oh my god. Whoa. Just kidding. Let me see your big wiener dripping with water. Wow. Too late to take it back. But I've only ever taken one shower. My brain's already working out the picture. Now I'm pitching a tent. My throat was dry already. This sure isn't helping. This isn't a painting. It's a portrait. Is it a map? It looks like a map of the ship's interior. Oh, this is a great find. I think it'll be really useful. Let's take it with us. Okay. It's now possible to use the map screen. Map screen. The map screen can only be viewed during the story sessions. It is entirely different in function from the bird's eye view mode. Yes, we're convincing you this. While on the map screen, you can examine a map of the ship's floor plan, which you will acquire over the course of the story. Touch menu to open the menu. If you touch map while in the menu, you will be taken to the map screen. While there, you can screw around. You can screw around with your childhood best friend around the floor plan with the control pad or the stylus. Touching the green parts of the floor plan will allow you to see the bird's eye view for that room. Wow, this map sucks. Whoever designed this shit deserves to get fired. Yubei took one last look at the map, then folded it up and slid it back into his pocket. Jun looked up as he closed it. This ship is bigger than I thought. Yeah, it's probably about 900 feet long. Okay. 9 plus 0 plus 0 equals 0 equals 9. Must be one of those fancy cruise ships. Of course, it doesn't really look like a cruise ship. Everything in here is really retro. Even if it's some sort of style choice, there's just too much. Do you remember what Zero said? On April 14th, 1912, the famous ocean liner Titanic crashed into an iceberg. What is 1 plus 9 plus 1 plus 2? 13. What is 1 plus 3? 4. Boo. Oh wait, what about 1 plus 4? 5 plus 1 equals 6 plus 9 equals 15 plus 1 equals 16 plus 2 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9. Oh my god. It's so stupid. This is so fucking stupid. Oh my god. After remaining afloat for 2 hours and 40 minutes, what is 2 plus 4 plus 0? It's 6. It's 6. It sank beneath the waters of the North Atlantic. Do you think maybe this boat and the Titanic have something to do with each other? They're both boats. That's a good point. I doubt he would have mentioned it if there wasn't a reason. Well, we're two young, beautiful people in love. All we need now is Celine Dion. Hello, you two. I am Celine Dion. Oh my god, it's Celine Dion. Da-na-na, da-na-na, Junpei took a moment to look around the room. You think this boat is a replica of the actual Titanic? No, that thing is in the water, bro. A replica of the Titanic? Why'd you say it like that? A replica? Yeah. You know, like a copy of... I know what a replica is, fucking asshole. Who on earth would make something like that?
Fans? Crazy Titanic fans?
Who the fuck would even want to see the Titanic again? Imagine going into a submarine underwater to go see it in the bottom of the sea. That'd be a really stupid thing to do. No way. Do you even know how much money that would take?
No idea.
$9.
But all they've got to do is break even, you know, just like that one song. What am I supposed to do when the PP yellow and the brown poo poo? What is happening to me?
Break even.
Yeah,
I love that song.
they could use it as a cruise ship, climb aboard a piece of history, sail around the world in the resurrected Titanic. The tit on ice. Hell, with marketing like that, they'd probably have more customers than they know what to do with. Do you really think people would want to ride on a ship with such an ominous past? Yes, definitely.
It's the site of the worst accident in history. This game was made after 9/11. Over 1,500 people died. I wouldn't be surprised if you get cursed just for going.
A curse, huh?
Jumpy, do you believe in that sort of thing? You know, curses and stuff?
No, they're a load of crap. I do. I feel like we're cursed right now. Talking to you. Yeah, well, I guess so, to a certain extent. Everybody scratch his temple. What about you? Nah, I guess that's kind of a dumb question.
Yes, I do believe in curses. Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? In fact, I think it was a curse that sunk the Titanic.
No, it was an iceberg.
What? A curse sank the Titanic. The curse of the Egyptian mummy. Ah, do 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 do.
Junpei couldn't understand how June had maintained a straight face to say that.
Supposedly the Titanic carried a mummy of the priestess Amon Ra.
Is that true? I don't even. She just saying shit.
Which was stolen from a pyramid. How many sides does a pyramid have? I think like 4, 5 maybe. And they say that the mummy had a history of tuberculosis in the family. Everyone involved with it died mysterious deaths. No.
Come on, I'm sure you've heard of it, but
Come on, I'm sure you've heard of it before. Those who open the coffin will be forever cursed. Haven't you ever heard that one?
so you're saying that the Titanic sunk because of that curse?
That's right.
June's eyes had lit up with excitement like a child with a new toy.
That mummy, the priestess, supposedly she was special. Well, she was a priestess, so.
What do you mean?
Well, supposedly she's really pretty.
Pretty?
Yes, pretty.
But she was a mummy.
Yeah, was. Before the mummy part. That's right. She wasn't all shriveled up or rotten or anything. She looked just like she's alive.
Oh, I get it. It's that thing, I don't remember the name, where your body turns into some kind of wax?
Yeah, something like that.
If a dead body is put in the right sort of environment, the fat in it turns into something kind of like candle wax, right?
And yes, saponification. That's not what it was. I know that word because it's what I want to do with my body when I die.
Huh?
That's not it. She wasn't wax. She was skin.
Then what is it?
They say that she was frozen. Let it go. Let it go.
What? You gotta work on your singing voice. Frozen?
That's right. In a few years, there will be a movie with the same title that will sell a bajillion tickets and be the biggest animated film of all time. Disney will separate the Frozen franchise from the rest of the Disney princesses because of how successful the franchise is. They will then make a sequel and it's not as good, and then they're gonna make a third one that may be good. Who's to say? That's right. The whole body was frozen solid. You know how a human body is more than 60% water? 6 plus 0 equals 6, so that's not a 9. Well, all that water was frozen. The story says that from the time of the discovery, all the way through till when it got put on the tit and ice. And even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted. Well, a body doesn't melt after it decomposes, it just rots. Whatever. June and Junpei talked a little more and then went back to their investigation. But even as they did, his mind went back to what she told him, and he was like, oh my god, this woman is crazy. Ice that wouldn't melt, even in the desert. Did such a thing really exist outside of the Pokemon universe? Never melt ice. No, even if it did, it wouldn't really be ice anymore, would it? The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Like he'd eaten his ice cream too fast. But the ice cream was melting. Something tells me that her bringing that up makes it seem like that's gonna play a role in this game. Because they spent a lot of time talking about that. A bed for two. It looks like a crib. It's a light blue blanket with some designs on it. Someone's made the bed, or at least never unmade it. There's only bed sheets under the blanket, nothing exciting. Look, there's 2 pillows right next to each other. Yes, it's a double. You don't just call it a double if it has 2 pillows. That's not how that works. You could put 2 pillows on a twin bed. It looks like a twin bed. I have a double bed. That shit is not... doesn't look like that. Also, it looks like a crib. Huh? What's up? You're turning red. Oh man, is her fever back? Hey, are you alright? Hey, are you alright? Do you need to lay down for a minute? I'm fine. I think it's still a little early for that. Huh? Hey, seriously, are you really okay? Let's bone. The bed frame. Now I don't have to worry about falling off. I toss and turn when I sleep. She's blushing again. What the hell is she thinking about? All of a sudden, they sure are being really casual for having like 7 hours left. It's light. Even if it's heavy, that's light. Wow, you know what? I was wondering earlier, like, if this game is gonna be heavy the entire time. I'm kind of glad that the old Spike Chunsoft humor is coming around. A wooden cupboard. It's kind of weird how it looks like it says cupboard, but it's pronounced cupboard. Like the P just isn't even there. There are cups inside, surprising no one. Why do I talk like this? It's a dresser. There's nothing on top. This is the mirror for the dresser. Now she's playing with her hair. Does she even realize she's doing that? Hey, we don't have time for that. Oh yeah, but we have time for talking about mummified ice people. Come on, it's not like there's anyone here you need to impress. Yes, there is. There's Santa. Oh. Who? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Forget it, Jumpy. Why do my eyes look like this when I'm in this sprite? Oh, key. Dresser key. Ooh, nothing inside.
I got a key. Chair that goes with the dresser. There's nothing particularly interesting about it. It's a light. Thanks to it, we can see. The beauty of light. Wait, hold up. Wait, what was that? Never mind. Okay. Where does this key go to, I wonder? Oh my god. Touching the same area or touching it again after searching other areas might uncover new clues. What do we have right now? We have match. Match and dresser key. I don't think those go together. There are 2 pillows. Blanket. Light. Nothing left in the frame. Bottle with some water in it. I doubt it'll be helpful. Wooden cupboard. There's nothing useful in there. There's nothing in the display case. The drawers are empty too. It's a sofa. Maybe I shouldn't sit on it. June will get mad again. Okay, valuable vase. Empty though. It looks like there's a room to the right of the vase. Odd looking picture. What's up with the bathroom? We didn't find anything like out of the ordinary in the bathroom, it seems like. What the heck is that about? You're telling me there's nothing in this bathroom? Wait, hold up. What's above the bathroom door? Nothing. Well, something, but maybe we go back out here. Where are you going? Fuck. Where the fuck are you going? Don't leave me here. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Okay. I'll leave the rest to you. Sure, leave it to me. Alright, off to the other room. Oh, alright. A valuable vase. Empty, though. Seems to be a room on the left side of the vase. Oh. Tile with a black and white pattern on it. There's a square tile in this frame. It's glued in there quite well. I don't think you can take it out. Empty areas seem kind of suspicious. Yeah, there's definitely... I feel like this is like one of those like symmetrical room puzzles. This thing's a little shelf for putting soap on. That's so cute. Whoa, look. Junpei. There's a mushroom growing out of the wall. Oh, that's a shower head. That's the shower knob. I tried turning it, but no water comes out. There's no thing here. This is the bathroom wall. The whole wall is covered in these square tiles. Is there anything in the toilet? Guess not.
Time for me to take a shit. Tank's empty too.
Some toilet paper. It's 3-ply. We've got 2 rolls, I guess. Excuse me.
Hey, check this out. This is a pretty nice sofa.
I know. It's a shame I can't take it back with me. A candle with a candlestick. This might come in handy. Oh. Combine. I know. I use these matches to light the candle. Lit candle. Oh.
Well, this is a display case. Check it out. These plates and shit look really expensive. You want to take a look?
Come on, you stupid thing, open.
It's locked.
Yeah, it looks that way. Then we need to find the key that opens it. Could it perhaps be the key that I possess? Damn, guess this is the wrong key.
Well, that means there's gotta be another one somewhere around here. Otherwise, we aren't gonna be able to open this thing.
The face looks pretty expensive. There are a number of expensive looking plates in here. This tile, I think I've seen it somewhere.
Yeah, I know. That looks like the one we saw in the other room.
Number of expensive looking plates. The base looks pretty expensive. Some pieces of expensive looking ceramic and porcelain in here. There are a couple of pieces of art in here. Can't say they're very good or not. A couple of pieces of art. Can't say they're good. A couple of pieces of art. Can't say they're very good. It's a round wooden table. Junpei, I don't mean to pry, but you lit that candle so we could check that room over there, right? I mean, it is dark, you know. Yeah? So? Well, you need to take it with you then. Otherwise, there's not much point in lighting it. Okay, awesome. With the light from this candle, maybe we can take a look around over there. But it gets so hot when I hold it. Oh my god, dude. I want to put it down. Why don't you set it on top of the dresser? It's flat there. At least it won't fall over. Oh, yeah. Good idea.
Hey, got pretty bright. Hey. So, how old are you?
Now I can look around a little. The candle is burning fast. Its beauty melts my heart, but this isn't the time to be enjoying the soft glow of a candle, I suppose. We better make a detailed investigation of the room before it goes out. The dresser drawer, it's locked. Can I use the key for this? See if this... Yes. Yes, it worked. Uh-huh. Wait. This is the mirror for the dresser.
Damn straight. Nothing weird about it, though. It's a light, man. Can't you figure that out on your own? Or to tell if it's burned out or not. Of course, now that we have the candle, it doesn't really matter that much anymore.
It's a chair for the dresser. Picture of an old cruise ship. Is it the Titanic? Curtain. 2 pillows in a pile. Oh.
A pile of pillows. It's supposed to be some kind of joke.
Hey, calm down. Anything under the blanket? Nope, nothing suspicious here. Huh? Hey, what the hell? It's got dark all of a sudden. Maybe the candle got blown out? We should go see. Whoa. Candlestick covered in melted wax on top of the dresser. Hey, what's this? Top of the candlestick looks kind of weird. You're right, it's all bumpy. Candlestick key. Oh. Well, I was still looking around. Too dark to see anything inside. What the hell? I guess we've done everything we need to do in there then. Could it open with the candlestick key? See if this candlestick key will do anything. Yes, it opened.
Alright, pull that shit open.
There are a number of expensive looking oh wait, this one. We're still missing one though.
Hey, Junpei, you got a minute?
Said it had shown up out of nowhere. Out of nowhere? He's been in the room the whole time. Gave Junpei no small start.
Here, take this.
Santa pulled something out of his pocket. Looked like a bookmark. A 4-leaf clover in it. What is this?
I found it in between some of the cushions on the sofa. Pretty sure it ain't gonna be of help to us, but I figured we might as well hang on to it anyway.
Why don't you hold on to it? Santa gave him a wry smile.
You know what I hate the most in the world? I got 4 things. Just like this 4-leaf clover. Hope, faith, love, and luck.
Hope, faith, love, and luck?
Damn straight.
And you hate these things?
Yeah, you got a problem with that?
Not really, but it seems kind of stupid. Junpei tried to figure out how best to phrase what he wanted to say. What does a bookmark have to do with any of that? Anna scratched the back of his ear and looked awkward.
Well, see, each leaf on the 4-leaf clover has a meaning to it, okay? That meaning is pretty much those 4 words. It's like a flower language, even though it's not a flower. Well, I guess it's not a flower, is it? It's a leaf language, I guess. Yeah, you could call them leaf words.
Leaf words? Junpei looked at the bookmark. Hope, faith, love, and luck.
So yeah, I want you to take it, okay? Just touching it gives me the creeps. Ooh, take the damn thing, alright? I'm gonna shit myself.
Santa pretended to shiver with disgust and shoved the bookmark into Junpei's confused hands. Junpei, what do you want to do? I'll take it. Because I kind of like him. Decide to take it. I'll make him like love once I'm done with him. After all, why shouldn't he? Alright, sure, I'll take it. He shoved the thing into his pocket and gave Santa a last confused look.
Phew, man, I feel better now. That thing was a real pain, you know?
You really hate those 4 words that much?
Yeah, well, they can all betray you, you know? Hope, faith, love, even your destiny.
What happened to Santa? Junpei wondered. How did he become such a bitter person? For a moment they looked at each other. Deeply.
Well, that's not my only reason. That's not the only reason I hate the 4-leaf clover. I just can't bring myself to like the number 4.
What? Worried about the 4 horsemen?
Nah. Come on, man, that's just silly. Maybe back in the Dark Ages that kind of crap scared people, but this is the 21st century. I'm a 21st century guy.
Wasn't it, Mista in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, who was like, I hate the number 4 because it's so unlucky. Why do you hate 4 so much?
Because it's a half-assed number. Not the best or the worst. That's why.
What?
9 is a way better number. So what if it's last place, right?
Well, I guess if there's 9 places.
At least it's not some lame-ass middle number.
Santa's explanation made no sense. Junpei was even more confused than before.
You play?
Play? You mean like gambling?
Yeah, of course. What else would I mean? In Baccarat, the best possible hand totals 9. They call it Le Grand. But the lowest, most worthless cards, the zeros, they call monkey. Ooh, ah.
Just like the guy in charge of this game, huh? Zero's a monkey. Santa blinked, utterly stunned. Then he began to laugh.
Oh man, you're totally right. You're so hot. Let's kiss.
Does he have like a birthmark, or is that just a defect?
The guy who trapped us in here sure is one hell of a monkey.
That's when Lotus spoke up. You know, if you think about it, the nonary game is really a lot like Baccarat. Apparently, she'd been listening. Of course, it doesn't use any of that stupid digital root junk. You just drop the tens digit and that's it. Still, it does have the same idea of your final number needing to be a single digit.
Oh yeah, I guess you got a point.
And in both games, whoever has 9 wins. The person who makes 9 wins? Did you forget already? Don't you remember what Zero said? The exit is hidden, but it is there. Seek the exit. Seek the door that carries a 9. So if we want to get off this boat, we have to make a team whose numbers have the digital root of 9.
And only the people in that team are going to make it out alive.
Of course. That's why it's called the nonary game. What?
Huh?
You don't know? Nonary means something derived from 9, or base 9. It's derived from the Latin prefix of nona, which means 9. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. While we're at it, the prefix for 1 is uni. You know, like the unicorn, the horse with 1 horn. 2 is bi, like bisexual. Jesus, man. He's out there, like, smacking. Binary means composed of 2 parts. 3 is tri. I'm sure you've heard that one plenty. Like trio, triple, and triangle. You get the idea. After that, you have quart, quinty, sext, septum, and so on.
I know about sext.
Of course, the prefix for 8 is octo, like octopus, or octomom. It's called that because it has 8 legs. Get it? I see. The nona means 9. Would an octopus with 9 legs be called a nonopus? So how many of us are trapped on the ship?
That'd be 9. Well, not anymore. I guess it's 8 now.
What are the bracelet numbers we have? They go from 1 to 9. Our time limit? How many hours did we have? Zero said 9 hours. And finally, to get out of the ship, to find the door with a 9 that's hidden somewhere in the ship.
Making a team with a digital root of 9.
Lotus nodded again. And there you have it. The number 9 is everywhere in this game. It's got a real theme of 9s for this whole thing. No wonder it's called the nonary game. That's stupid! I hate that! Somewhere far away, Junpei heard the creak of stressed metal. It sounded almost like Zero laughing at them, or the sad, desperate scream of a pig headed to the slaughterhouse. Okay. We did get a curtain. I'm wondering if maybe I put the curtain on the wall. I guess not. Because there was a curtain on the other one. What do I have right now? Let's see. Play, curtain.
Hey Junpei, that title you got. You think maybe you're supposed to put it in one of those empty spaces? I mean, the pattern does look kind of the same, doesn't it?
He's right. I think so too. But if that's the case, you're going to need to collect all 3 tiles, right? Don't you think we should collect all of them before you start putting them in? Alright, well.
What's up? You're going back already?
I can't just leave June there by herself.
What, you think you're her knight or her protector or something? You're creeping me out.
Whatever, man. I'm going.
He'll leave me.
Good morning, Kenna. Okay. We're doing a little puzzle. Um, what's up with this curtain? I don't really understand that at all. Let's yeah, 'cause it's Lotus and Santa are in the room on the other side. I'm gonna go check up on them. I was up from 9 a.m. yesterday until you started streaming today. 9 a.m. Yeah, damn. What's got you up for so long? Is there anything? Oh my god, this bitch keeps like smacking. I don't know what the fuck is going on and out there. She keeps like smacking her hands together and screaming. Child hates me. What's up, Jason? Good to see you. I don't get this curtain situation. Praising the Lord shall live. No, she like scared the fuck out of me earlier because she just starts screaming as loudly as possible. I can see why her and Sally get along now. Both crazy for different reasons. Call the cops? I'm not doing all that. Um, Junpei, if you miss her so much, you don't have to keep coming back here. You should just throw hands. Definitely not gonna do that. Psh. No, that's not what this is. Just being like a bridge between the two rooms. Uh-huh. Just keep telling yourself that. Now get out of here and go help June. No, but I like Santa. Display case isn't like the one in the other room. The other room? You mean the one where Santa is? Yeah. There are a whole bunch of plates and stuff in the display case over there. But this one, nothing. Doesn't look like there's anything hidden here. I don't think we really need to worry about it. Round wooden table. A sofa. It's a bottle with some water in it. I doubt it'll be that useful. There's nothing left in the frame. It's a light. Thanks to it, we can see. Wooden cupboard. There's nothing useful in there. Should we take another look at this blanket? No, I think we've covered it pretty well. Get it? Looks like that one was lame enough to get her to guess the the blanket pun. It looks like that one was lame enough to get her to blush a little. God, I want to fuck you so bad. That fucking blanket pun made me so horny. There are two pills next to each other. A well-polished mirror. Maybe it's a well-polished mirror. There's a rhino pill and the other is for muscle pain. Huh?
I get it. Yes. Yes! What are you mumbling about? Did you figure something out?
Oh, nothing. Don't worry about it. What the fuck is the point of this? Maybe okay, so I gotta find this third tile, but I don't know where the fuck it is. I like the patterns. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Pretty cool patterns. Pretty cool patterns. Is it? What am I missing here? I know I need 3 of these little tile pieces. I only have 2 in my possession. So where's the third one? Maybe there's some, I mean, there's also this dark room. We had the light, and then it burnt out. So, what the heck? What the frick? Hmm. Stuff looks pretty expensive. What's the deal with this curtain? Because in the other room, there's a curtain right here, but there's no curtain here. Wait, hold up. Does it go here? It's a curtain rod running along the ceiling. Let's put that shower curtain on those hooks. Let's try spreading the curtains. Oh. Wow, that's obviously a glory hole. I mean, somebody's really dedicated. With a hole this big, you gotta wonder if maybe they wanted to get caught. I've seen a couple of videos like that. Those fucking like I remember like Pornhub before it got banned in our state. Um would like I guess I guess it didn't get banned, but Pornhub banned it from being they stopped they fucking put the kibosh on it. Um like they banned themselves, I guess. Um there was like it was there was always like the fucking like cheating girlfriend videos. All right, that's definitely a bot. Me Anna. Um and it was like the guy would like show up and be like, "Hello, my beautiful wife," and then she'd be like, "Hello, husband," and then like they pan over like behind the door, and she's getting like her back blown out by some other guy. That shit is insane, dude. The narrative story building is wild.
With a hole this big, you gotta wonder if they wanted to get caught. So you're saying maybe the one getting spot on was into that shit?
Maybe they were into like those home invasion fantasies.
Home invasion? Interesting. I see. You two are real idiots, you know that? You two should just start making out like in challengers. I'm Zendaya, obviously.
He's a cutie, yeah. What's up with this hole though? There's something to it? They're spraying the curtains. Oh. There's a hole in the curtain. Thank you for the hydrate, Kenna. Thank you for the stretch.
What?
There's a hole in the curtain. That's for certain. If I look at it from a ways back, I can see a single tile. Alright, from here I can see what tile it is. Looks like it's 5th from the top and 3rd from the right. Okay. 5th from the top and 3rd from the right. Am I supposed to go to the other... Do I need to go to the other room? 5th from the top and 3rd from the right? So... 5th, 3rd from... This one? Have a closer look, shall we? Nothing strange here. Nope, that thing's not budging. Well, then that means... The other bathroom. Here it is. Yes, this one's loose. I think I can get under this with my nails. And yes. Aha. Aha. We got the 3rd tile, baby. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's get out of here. Tile in the frame. So I guess I'm supposed to put tiles in the empty spaces. Alright, I'm gonna give it a shot. It was like a... this one's right. Easy. I'm a pro gamer. Yes! I did it! I did it! Oh. Ah! Picture complete. And there goes the frame. What's this?
What do you mean, what's this? Pretty obvious, isn't it? It's a hole in the wall. Another hole. Just like me. Like a hidden safe or something, you know? Anyway, let's take a look. I think there's something inside.
It's a male key. Junpei messed around a bit with the key. With the key he had, and looked blankly at the picture that slid down.
What's the deal with this?
What's the deal with this picture? Santa had only been mumbling to himself, but it drew Lotus's attention. She looked at the frame and paused. I think I've seen this picture before. Where? In a book. There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory. I saw this picture in his book. What's this interesting theory? Morphogenetic field, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
What the fuck are you talking about? Man, I can't deal with this. Just listening to you talk about it, it's giving me a headache. Women, am I right, Junpei? Let's get out of here and kiss a little bit.
Santa put his hands on his head as though he were in great pain. Oh! Lotus merely arched an eyebrow in his direction and continued. It's not a difficult concept to grasp. In essence, he states that the shapes of living organisms and their behavioral patterns are transmitted through a field not visible to the eye.
What part of that isn't difficult exactly?
Wow. Lotus did not look pleased. Alright, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism.
Telepathy? Yes, telepathy. Telepathy? Yes, telepathy. Telepathy? Yes, telepathy. Well, perhaps not exactly telepathy. So not telepathy? No, not exactly. It is close enough for a simple approximation. Santa suddenly burst into laughter. Are you serious? Telepathy? No, not exactly. Who do you think we are, kids from the 70s? The fuck does that have to do with telepathy? I can't believe someone would actually do serious research on something like that. Yes, I agree. Lotus's response was surprisingly curt. Just like the curtain with the hole in it. It's surprisingly curt! Junpei had expected at least some conflict. I read the book, but I can hardly say I understood it. I'm in no position to defend or condemn anything it said. It was, except for its views on homosexuality. It was probably just someone latching onto a statistical outlier from some study and turning it into a ridiculous theory. There's no scientific merit to any of it, I'm sure. But even so, the fact that I'm bringing it up means that it probably has something to do with this game. Anyway, I saw a picture like that one in his book. Lotus indicated the picture they'd all been looking at. After a moment, she walked up to the strange picture, examined it, and then spoke. Hey, what do you think this picture looks like? Santa answered first. What do you mean? Isn't it just like abstract or something like that? Just black and white scribbles. There's no meaning there. That's it. What about you, Junpei? Does it look like anything to you? Guess it looks like... What the fuck is a Funyorimpa? What the fuck is a Funyorimpa? Oh, you know. Funyorimpa. A famous nonsense... Okay, so... It's a Funyorimpa. Funyorimpa? See, I mean, this totally looks like one. Here and here. Junpei indicated parts of the picture that looked exactly like the other parts. 3 seconds of silence, Lotus looked at Junpei. What the hell is a Funyorimpa? What do you mean, what the hell is a Funyorimpa? You mean you don't know? How the hell would I know? How could you not know? That's practically blasphemous. Say you're sorry. Say it. Apologize to Funyorimpa. What the fuck is this game? Goodness, you are such a rude woman. Another 3 seconds of awkward silence went by. Lotus opened her mouth as she shook. Junpei, are you just screwing around? Forget it. I'm just gonna tell you. What game is this? It's called 999. This is a dog. See, like this. Where is there a dog? Y'all see a dog? I don't fucking see it. You see a dog? I don't see it. I thought it was like a... It looks like a girl with with long hair, like kneeling down and praying to a sword. What? It looked as though she had a point. Oh. Oh. Well, now I see it. Thanks for... thanks for that. It was a dog. Yup. Definitely a dog. Santa also nodded in agreement. So?
We know what it's a picture of, but I don't see how it helps us. Lotus nodded and began to speak. A TV show from Great Britain did an experiment once. They took two similar pictures. Both of them were difficult to identify initially, but once you figured out the answer, you couldn't see it as anything else. I don't know. The first picture was a woman wearing a hat. The other one, well, to make it easier, let's just say it was this picture of a dog. So, their experiment. First, they sent the pictures to other parts of the world where British radio and television didn't reach. To Ireland, the US, Africa, Europe, etc. All continents. Then in each country, the continent of Ireland, then in each country, they gathered a number of test subjects. All in all, there were roughly 1,000 people. Those 1,000 people were shown the two pictures and asked, what does this picture look like to you? The results in and of themselves were not terribly interesting. 9.2% of the people say they saw the lady in the lady picture. 3.9% saw the dog in the dog picture. What is... I assume this is gonna have something to do with this game at some point, because they're just like, I feel like they're just flexing like random bits of knowledge here and there. Then 2 days later, they broadcast a news show. During the 30-minute show, they broadcast the dog picture and its solution. The audience was estimated to be 200,000 people. After the broadcast, it could be assumed that the number of people who knew the solution to the dog picture now totaled over 200,000 people. After another 2 days had passed, they gathered a number of research subjects from areas where British TV and radio did not exist. This time, they were only able to find a sample of roughly 850 people. Actually, none of them were people who had participated in the first test. They were, however, given the same test and the same two pictures. The results were shocking. 10% of the people saw the lady in the lady picture. The previous test had yielded a 9.2% success rate. The change was not statistically significant. The dog picture, however, produced a very different result. The percentage of people able to successfully find the dog grew from 3.9% to 6.8%, a very significant increase. So, do you understand? Do you realize the significance of this experiment? There's no way the second group could have seen the picture. They lived far away from Britain and couldn't have seen the picture. But even so, it was only the success rate for the dog picture that went up. Why? How did that happen? Oh my god! What does it mean? Lotus looked back and forth from Junpei to Santa and back again. Normally calm and collected, she looked now as though she were very nearly possessed. There was something manic about her manner. Santa took an involuntary step backward. Junpei didn't budge and stared straight back into Lotus's eyes. Does this have something to do with that field or whatever it was you were talking about earlier? Field not visible to the eye? If more people know the answer, that information will pass through the field. Psych! Her manner suddenly shifted, and Lotus smiled broadly at Junpei and Santa. She waved her hand dismissively, doing her best to laugh the whole confrontation off. Oh, I was just kidding. You really shouldn't take me seriously. Well, I mean, the things I just told you about are true. Okay. They really did happen, but the results of that experiment really aren't anything to go by. They could have easily falsified them. In the end, I'm sure they were just in it for the ratings. They are a TV station after all. Alas, it seemed that Santa had gained control of his composure. Right. Man, I gotta admit, you had me there for a moment. I really thought you were serious. Of course not. Like I told you before, I'm sure it's all just pseudoscience. Okay, right. Santa and Lotus laughed and gave one another jovial claps on the shoulder. Junpei, however, didn't feel so much like laughing. Something felt wrong, unclear. Alright, enough nonsense. We've got the key. Let's get out of here. Word. Lettuce and Santa walked away from the picture. Junpei stayed, staring at the picture of the dog. Field not visible to the naked eye. Morphogenetic field. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Alright, well now we got a key.
Alright, let's go to the hallway. I'll go get June. You guys head to the door.
Okay. Roger that. Yes, it unlocked.
Good job, Junpei. Good, now I can get going. Come on, what are you guys standing around for? Let's get out of here. Come on, Jumpy, let's go.
Alright, let's go.
That's what I just fucking said.
You found it. They stepped through the door. I feel like that one was a little bit easier than the first one.
I deserve a snack.
Just a lot of weird analogies and anecdotes. I am going to go pee real quick.
Help me build a go-to-market deck for a new product line covering materials, financial projections, and marketing.
I don't know how Little Caesars brought the pizza deal back. 2 large pizzas for $4.99 each. My finely attuned brain just can't calculate how they did.
Deal too big. Cannot compute. Yeah, it is a big deal.
Get 2 large pizzas for $4.99 each.
Pizza. much fun about driving on the mountain?
What you think, doofus? You drive as fast as you can, challenging the...
Remind me to fucking read deodorant next time I get it, cause fucking dude, I'm so tired of this fucking aluminum free shit. Like, oh my god, it doesn't fucking work. Every time I get deodorant, it's like, it's aluminum free. It's like, okay, but this shit sucks. It doesn't work. I put it on, and then three hours later, my fucking pits start stinking. Much the chagrin of some. And perhaps not others, but pisses me off, bro. Pisses me off. And I'm somebody who I don't like smelling bad. They step through the door to find themselves in a wide hallway. Dinky draw Sarah. No. Junpei, June, Lotus, and Santa stop for a moment and looked at their surroundings. A short distance away, a metal grate extended across the width of the hallway. It took hold and shook, but refused to move. Nearby was a pair of elevators. It took only a few button presses to determine that the elevators would not respond to their efforts. They could only assume the elevators were not powered. There's only one door left. Okay, I don't know how deep are we into this game? Because I thought that there were, like, chapters. I'm just trying to get my footing here. Let's see. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, we are still very early in. There is only one door left. I don't want to say how many there are because I feel like that could be spoily. I don't know. There's only one door left. How long? Let's say we are about... How long? Well, I if I were to guess, based on... Let me see. We've been going for 4 hours. So... Seems like... Hold on, I'm doing the math. About 30 hours. There's only one door left. Well, looks like we don't have any choice. Yeah. Sure does. Well, I mean, to be fair, that's pretty typical for these like visual novel type of games. Well then, let's open it. Junpei grabbed hold of the knob and quietly pushed the door open. But I'm kind of enjoying this, so you know. He entered slowly, trying to take in as much of his surroundings as he could. The others followed shortly. So it's a kitchen. Senna did not look pleased. He hates kitchens. What were you expecting? Isn't it obvious? The exit. I was hoping this would be the way out of here. You really think it'd be that easy? Yeah, I know. Still. As they talked, Lotus headed deeper into the room. Until at last she stood in front of a door. If we can get through this door, we should come out on the other side of that grate we saw earlier. But don't we need a key for that? Sorry, I guess that wasn't very constructive. Neither Junpei nor Lotus looked terribly happy. Junpei dug the ship map from his pocket and spread it out in front of him. As he did... Hey! What's that? Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess I forgot to tell you. Found this a little while ago. It's a map of the B deck. Before Junpei could finish, Lotus snatched the map away from him. She ran her finger across it, muttering to herself. I knew it. See? Luck. Junpei did as he was told. Santa and June moved over to look at the map as well. See? We came in here. If we go out there, then we'll be on the other side of the grate. Her finger Lotus traced a path on the map. She was right. Satisfied that she had been correct, Lotus folded the map and handed it back to Junpei. He took it and slid the valuable piece of paper back into his pocket. There's a card reader on the right side of the door. And that means the key card is somewhere in here, right? That seems the most likely. Alright, we know what we need to do then. Let's get moving. First off, I say we split up and look for clues. Okay. Seek a way out. Alright, here we go. Puzzle number 3. Alright, so we got the bird's eye view of the kitchen. We're not fucking with the graded room at all. A voucher. It says you can buy one slushy, get one free at Sonic. Appetizer 9, meat dish 10, soup A, seafood dish F. Oh, you know there's something with that. Whoa, it's fucking music. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, what is this? What is this banger? Yo, there's something about something about Spike Chunsoft. They really do have like the best music. I don't know what it is. I like their music department never misses from any of the games that I've played by them, which is not a lot, admittedly, but Danganronpa, like very iconic soundtrack. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, very iconic soundtrack. From what I've heard from this, also good. A voucher. It says, okay, yeah. This feels very particular. Those 9 plates look pretty expensive. Of course, there's 9 of them. They're plates for appetizers. Remember, appetizers usually come on square plates. Okay. Well, excuse me, princess. Aha, classic reference. 1, 2, 3. There's 10 of them. Flip these over, they look like hats. The middle is super deep for a plate. They're soup plates. Don't put those on your head. They're made that way so that soup doesn't feel. Also, sorry for curbing your Sonic appetite. They're made that way so that the soup doesn't spill. If we ever get out of here, you should treat yourself to a nice dinner out. Fucking loser. Makes you think a poor college student has the money to do something like that. I think there are 15 of these plates, assuming they're for seafood. How the hell can you tell that? They look like just any other plate from the 99-cent store. If you ever take a lady out to dinner, you're going to embarrass yourself. I feel sorry for June. What? Why the hell are you bringing up June? The lady doth protest too much, methinks. You are not terribly subtle. Partition. Driver, pull up my petition, please. Nothing special about it. There's a bunch of little wavy ridges on this plate. Those plates are for serving meat. You really are ignorant, aren't you? Looking stupid. Come on, it's not like I need to know this crap. Jeez. That's the exit. There's a big old iron plate over the door. I don't think we can open it. The light hanging from the ceiling. A countertop. Got a rolling pin and a colander. Nothing useful, in other words. Old kept countertop doesn't seem to be anything useful in it, though. Hey Santa, could you open that door, please? What the hell? There's no way I could open that thing. Guess you're getting to that age where your eyes start to go, huh? You better watch your mouth, boy, or someone won't live long enough to see that door opened. It's got the two of them on edge. We gotta get out of here and fast. It's a tank with a pipe coming out of it. Nothing really that special about it. Oh. The display area above the buttons. Looks like you can enter numbers into this thing. Is it an oven timer? It's probably for entering a passcode. After all, the oven door is locked. My guess is that it'll open if we put in the correct code. An iron oven. Looks pretty heavy duty. Duty. It's probably industrial quality. I bet you could cook anything with this. Anyway, let's have a look inside. Damn, I knew it. What I've got here is a pot and frying pan. Oh, and a pressure cooker. Well, I guess we could use some of those as weapons. What kind of idiot are you? You're gonna run around holding that thing while you're looking for the dead? Man, it was just a joke. Why so serious? We live in a society. Sink. Still got water in it. A couple of plates in there, but I don't think they're gonna help us much. A whetstone. Oh, you can grind. Baby, grind on me. Grind some like cutlery on it. Oh, a countertop. There's a rolling pin and a oh yeah. Okay. A trash can. There's nothing inside of it. Well, better than being full of rotten food, I suppose. Damn it, there's nothing in here. Hey Santa, digging through the trash really suits you. What the hell did you say? Listen, lady, I did you a favor. I knew you just piss and moan, so I did it for you. Oh my. I don't recall asking you to do anything. Time to throttle you. Excuse me. Does it feel colder in here? Oops. Wow. This pot looks like it's made out of silver. I bet drinking tea from this pot would be really yummy. Spending a day off with June drinking tea. Could such a day ever happen for me? Oh my god, bro. This man is fucking gooning out the wazoo. I swear to god. Junpei and Santa are never gonna happen, I fear. No, I feel like she's gonna die though, low-key. She's gonna die and it's gonna be like, no! Huh? Oh, nothing. We don't really need hot water, so we should be moving on. I don't know. That's usually what happens in these games. The love interest dies in order to fuel the protagonist's resolve. I have to fight for June.
It's a note. Got a bunch of stuff written on it, but it doesn't look like a code or anything like that.
Look at Santa in the end. Maybe. Oh, hello. Shelf has a white cloth on it. And now it doesn't.
So much stuff in here. A whole lot of cans. Campbell's soup. Campbell's macaroni and cheese. Campbell's beefaroni. There's a lot of Campbell's here.
It's probably a pantry. This cheese? Oh my god, cheese! Hey! It's cheese! There's something behind the cheese.
You're right. There's more cheese.
No, it's something else.
Why don't we move some of the cheese? Let's go to town. I'm hungry.
Alright guys, time to move it. June and I need to look behind you. Oh, he's talking to the cheese.
Why are you talking to the cheese? Oh my god.
There's a little green bottle back there. Bottle of oil. Bottle of oil. Can we combine it with the whetstone? Okay, well I thought I'd give it a shot. There are a number of cheeses lined up on the shelf.
This is Gouda cheese.
How do you know?
The most famous Dutch cheese. If you don't cut open the casing, it usually won't go bad. So you can store it at room temperature for quite a while.
So we can eat this?
Most likely.
I'm not hungry at all. I guess it's hard to get hungry in a situation like this.
Well, I'm hungry.
Oh my god, you just ate all 11 of those cheeses.
I was really hungry.
There's cheese on the shelf. Sweet. There's cheese on this 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 shelf. Sweet. There's cheese on the shelf. Sweet. There's cheese on the...
Jumpy, you're searching with such tenacity. I don't think you have to search down there.
I just want to be sure.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Stop searching the cheese.
She just smacks him.
Stop it! It's too much cheese. You're gonna get a stomachache.
Wooden box on the second row, though. Okay. There's milk in here.
Milk in an iron barrel. Judging from the rust, it's probably really old. Which leads me to think maybe it's not good to eat the cheese that I said was good to eat. Maybe we shouldn't open it up. I should be good.
I don't think it'd be a pretty sight.
Everyone knows storing milk in a metal barrel means that it's healthy to drink anytime. Come on, Junpei, drink the milk. Drink it. Drink the milk, Junpei. I said drink it.
Alright, it's going. What? Alright, it's going. Do you think this was all part of Zero's plan?
Probably. Kinda hard to believe that there's a chef on board somewhere.
What this drawer is.
You see the metal grate on the top of the grill? They make it like that so that the fat and juices can drip off the meat while it cooks. Why do I know everything?
The grill, there's some coals down there. They're bright red. What do you call this type of music? Is it trance?
There's a door we came in through. It's not locked, so we could go back out, but what's the point, right? All that's out there is an iron gate and a dead-end hallway. Yep. Might as well be locked for all the good going back out there do. Okay, well, the only thing that there's a voucher. Voucher doesn't match the number of plates on the table. It says appetizer 9, meat dish 10, soup A, seafood dish F on the voucher. And the plates on the table are 9 appetizer, 16 meat, 10 soup, 15 seafood. Okay, so then we gotta add them together. 9, 7, because for those who don't know, this game has made a very distinctive decision to bring up root numbers, which are made by adding if a number has more than 2 digits or has more than 1 digit, if it has 2 or more digits, you have to add each digit together. For example, 16 would be 1 plus 6, which is 7. So the root number of 16 is 7. Root number of 10 is 1. Root number of 15 is 6. So 9, 7, 1, 6. They're using hexadecimal here. Hexadecimal is... It's a number system that goes 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F, 10, 11. You're familiar with base 10, right? That's the normal system of numbers. 6, 7... The base 10 equivalents for hexadecimal numbers would go like this. A equals 10, B equals 11, C equals 12, D equals 13, E 14, F 15, and 10 equals 16. No, it doesn't. 10 equals 10. 10 becomes 16 in base 10. Now it sounds strange, but you can think of it as just 6 letters added onto the normal number system after 9. Okay. I think I get it. Do you? Because I don't. It's probably what you're supposed to use to enter the password. If we put the right number, it'll open the oven door. Junpei, why don't you try entering the numbers we found on the voucher earlier? That said appetizer 9, meat dish 10, soup A, seafood dish F. So would it be... A is 11, right? Seafood dish is F. So that would be... That's 16? Yes. Convert the 10, A, and F to base 10. Well, it's worth a shot. No dice. Looks like there's too many numbers. Or in the vouchers and the actual passcode. Okay. I don't even get to try to do it. Frying pan and 2 kinds of pots. Oh, lights. It's nice to have something finally go our way. Frying pan and colander. What do we have right now? We got the bottle of oil and the whetstone. There's some bottles of seasoning in here. Oh, the box. Whoa! Gulp. A rusty knife. I don't think we'll be able to use it while it's like this. But I know a way we can. The knife seemed important, Junpei thought, but it wasn't going to be much use the way it was. It's futile. Everything's futile. We should all just die. Futile? You know, a waste, useless, pointless, just like this knife. I should just stab it right through me. Oh, any particular reason you wanted to bring that up? Oh, no reason, really. I was just thinking about futility. It wasn't making much sense. Well, that's nothing new. Junpei tried rephrasing his question. How are you thinking about futility? Futility sounds like fertility, and I'm very fertile, Junpei. I'm very fertile.
Flashy answered.
Well, it has something to do with the Titanic.
The Titanic?
The Titanic. Yep. Have you ever heard the story that the sinking of the Titanic was predicted?
No. I haven't. What is it?
In 1892, Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
No, that's not true. In 18... Okay, 1... Here we go. 1 plus 8 is 9. 9 plus 9 is 18. 18 plus 2 is 20. 20 plus 1 is 21. 21 plus 4 is 25. 22 plus 5 is 27. No, it is not. It's 7. 2 plus 5 is 27. 2 plus 5 is 7. Okay, no, so that's not enough. There's no 9 there. Pack it up, folks.
14 years before the Titanic sunk, a novel was published. A Tale of Two Titties. It was called Futility. It was written by an American novelist named Morgan Robertson. The story about a big cruise ship colliding with an iceberg and sinking.
I mean, okay.
Of course, if that was the only similarity, there wouldn't be any reason to mention it. Have you ever watched The Simpsons? The Simpsons predicts a lot of things. It wasn't, though. The name of the ship, its nationality, of course, was Mexican. It was a Mexican ship. It was a Mexican ship, Junpei. That was its nationality.
Calm down.
Course, departure time, size, displacement, maximum speed, number of passengers and crew, the color, the shape, the mouthfeel, the number of lifeboats. If Tilda Swinton was on board, she wasn't. Even the location of the accident itself and the cause and the location of the damage, everything matches the Titanic almost exactly. It was almost as if he'd seen the whole thing happen. But this book was written 14 years before the Titanic sank. He's a time traveler. But that's not all. Call now and we'll double your offer. It wasn't just futility that predicted the sinking of the Titanic. There were 2 other similar stories written by a man named William Thomas Stead. Steed? I don't fucking know. Both of them before the accident. One in 1886 and one in 1892. Stead wrote 2 stories that had striking similarities to the Titanic disaster. In one, 2 ships collided and many of the passengers died because there weren't enough lifeboats. In the other, a ship collided with an iceberg and sank.
I don't know. I mean, I'll give you that. It seems a little weird, but why are you bringing this up? I'm pretty sure it wasn't too uncommon for ships to hit icebergs back in the day, or even other ships.
Right, I knew you'd say that. I knew you were one of them. One of those sheeple.
Huh?
But what if Stead had some sort of special powers? He could read minds. He knew about the space lasers.
What are you talking about?
To be more specific, what if he had the ability to do automatic writing?
What? Automatic writing?
Writing automatically.
Wait, are you talking about that thing where someone says they're possessed by a spirit? And they write a bunch of stuff without knowing what they're writing? What?
Yes.
What do you mean, yes? That stuff's a load of bull. What do you mean, yes? That sounds like something I would say. What do you mean, yes? That stuff's a load of bull.
But Jumpy, you said you believe in curses.
Wow, that's totally different.
Okay, so let's say, hypothetically speaking, that automatic writing isn't a total load.
These guys still couldn't have predicted the sinking of the Titanic. And this Stead dude wrote his thing. Nobody had died on the Titanic yet. If automatic writing is about being possessed by spirits of dead people, who the hell possessed him so he could write that stuff? That's not it, you fucking asshole. What's not it? That. Stead wasn't possessed by a spirit. He was doing the possessing. What are you smoking? William Thomas Stead was a passenger on the Titanic. It must have been. This is the truth behind January 6th. He just wrote down what he saw with his own eyes, 20 years before it happened. Decided it was probably best to say nothing. What June was saying was insane and utterly absurd. If he tried to take what she was saying seriously, he'd go mad. Junpei smiled uncomfortably. Yeah, not really into this chick anymore, are you? Well, why don't we talk about this some other time, okay? Huh? Her voice trailed off, and she glanced at the floor, troubled. Junpei tapped June gently on the shoulder and awkwardly reached around her to pick up the knife from the box. Let's keep this away from you. Maybe I'll use the whetstone to sharpen the knife. The blade of the knife is getting sharper by the second. Should be able to cut something pretty good with this. Find the bottle of oil. Burp. Alright, what can I cut here? Cut the cheese. What should I don't know what I should be cutting. Your price is way too high, you need to cut it. Did you see that action movie that came out last week? Nah, I heard it was critically panned. I don't know, it's pretty enjoyable with a little pot. Okay. I don't know what am I supposed to use the knife on? Was there something cuttable? A grill ready to grill. It's a card reader. Since the light's red, I figure it's probably still locked. The key card for it's gotta be around here somewhere. Just gotta find it. I wonder what's going on with the other 4 people. I wonder if they're alive. Something tells me one of them might die. Wow, what a nice dish rack. I'd love to have that in my kitchen. Why don't you take it back with you? Are you offering to carry it for me? Why don't you ask 7? You're kidding. You don't honestly think I'd let a beast like that into my home, do you?
Or lights, buddy. Nothing weird about that.
Okay, man. A bunch of instructions for using the cooking utensils. Nothing really suspicious about that. Silver pot.
This table looks really old-fashioned.
Well, that means this is an old boat. Damn, they really have dialogue about everything. 9 plates for appetizers. 9 is even in hexadecimal and decimal. 10 soup plates. 10 is in A. 10 in A. 15. 16 meat plates. This is nuts! Hexadecimal. I wonder if it's some kind of hint. Yeah, maybe. Junpei, do you remember what I told you about hexadecimal code earlier? Yeah, of course I do. Alright then, here's a little quiz for you. What would 9 plus F be in base 10? Well, F is 15, so it's 15, not 16. So it'd be 9 plus 15, which would be 24, right? That's right. Good job, you're a fast learner. So many number codes. What about this bottle of oil? We did get this, and I feel like I neglected it a little bit. Maybe this table is for preparing food? There are plates everywhere. Grill ready to grill. Hey, is that a boiler over there?
Who knows?
Pipe goes into the ceiling. Maybe we could climb on that pipe and get out of here.
Idiot. How the hell are you supposed to get into a pipe that size?
Well, at least he kinda got my joke. Kinda made me happy. Him and his pipes, dude. Tank with a pipe coming out of it. There's nothing special about it. It's kind of far away. I can't really tell, but is that a ladle?
I don't really think a ladle is going to be very useful.
An ordinary ladle. No reason to hang on to it. Let it go, man. Oh man. I don't know.
I don't know. What the hell am I supposed to do?
Can I get it with the knife? Uh, I don't understand. Not here, but it doesn't look like it's very important. Okay, bro. Hush, shush, 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 shush. Any ideas? I don't know, like, the thing about this game is it really wants you to look at like every specific nook and cranny, which is why I'm clicking on like everything. But I've got a knife and I've got oil. I guess you managed to sharpen the knife, Junpei? Are you gonna stab with that? No one! You could probably cut something soft with that. Bottle's old, but we might be able to use the oil inside for something. Maybe you could put it out on the old hag's face. Might help moisturize a little. Get rid of some of those wrinkles. How about we put it on your face and then light it on fire? My first thought was putting the oil in the greasy. Just to make stuff slippery. I don't know. Something soft? What's something? I mean, the cheese, but it won't let me cut it. Can't cut the cheese. Something inside. Partition that splits the room on the right side of the wall.
One of those swinging doors. You see them a lot in between kitchens and dining areas in restaurants. Without this door, you need to run all the way around the partition to get to the other side.
That'd really be a pain in the ass, huh? Well, I guess it's not really important, but still. I'm gonna go through there. Oh, okay. See, alright. This bolt is rusted in place. It won't budge. Of course. Maybe if I put some oil on it. Hey, a little bit of oil and come on. You little son of a bitch. Whoa. Ah, yes, got you, you little bastard.
You did it, Jumpy. You're so smart. Oh my god. I can take you right now.
Bolt is off. It's all oily and gross, though. Ew. Whoa. As Junpei walked into the room, a blast of cold air washed over him. Almost instinctively, he folded his arms tight across his chest, doing what he could to conserve body heat. Gotta wrap up the goods. Ugh, it's cold in here. What is this place? Girl, it's a freezer. Are you blind? The freezer. And his teeth had already begun to chatter. Hardly surprising. The freezer was far too cold for someone dressed as he was. Lotus, however, was in an even worse situation. Oh, no way. That's way too cold for me. Well, girl, yeah, I mean, you know, wear what you want, but don't be surprised when you walk into a freezer and you know. I'll freeze solid in seconds. Alright, but I'm afraid I'll have to pass on this one. I'm going to leave the rest to you. And with that, she ran out of the room. As Lotus left, June came in. Oh, hell no!
Whoa, it's really cold in here. Oh my god, my hands are so tiny.
Light puffs of steam hovered in front of their faces as they talked. June had already started to shiver. Hey, you don't need to be in here. Even though you're probably the most appropriately dressed for being in here. Excuse me. Light puffs of steam hovered in front of their faces as they talked. June had already started to shiver. You had a fever just a little bit ago. You should stay outside. We got this.
No, I'm fine.
Fever's gone now. But it's gone. Junpei had scarcely opened his mouth. Oh. And the thunderous sound of metal upon metal rang from behind them. In unison, they spun around to find that the door they had only recently come through was closed. Yeah. Junpei rushed to the door. Desperately, he grabbed hold of the doorknob. Ow. It was cold, beyond cold. Merely touching it was painful. The doorknob had been frozen solid. They quickly deduced that the pipe next to the door had ruptured. Water released by the rupture had hit the door and frozen instantly. Santa shoved Junpei aside and pounded against the door.
Hey, Lotus! You're out there, right? Open the door!
She wasted no time in responding.
What do you want?
What do you want? What's going on?
The door won't open. Try opening it from that side. Please.
Oh, fine. If you say so. Hold on. Soon they could hear Lotus on the other side of the door. And the grunting ceased and they could hear light panting as if from exertion.
It's no use. It won't budge.
We've got more people in there. You figure it out.
God damn it.
Santa was shaking like a newborn deer. June was hugging herself and shivering violently. Even Junpei, with the heaviest clothes of any of them, was clearly feeling the cold. With every breath they took, they could feel the cold working its way deeper and deeper into their bodies. Anyway, let's find a way out. If we don't get moving, we're gonna be permanent residents. 2 heads are better than none. I'm sure we'll figure something out. Yeah, you're right. Let's just take a good look around this room, okay? Right. They pushed in close to one another and began a search. Oh. Dry ice. We can make ice cream! Maybe not now. Junpei picked up the dry ice with his sleeves so as to avoid burning himself. Dry ice is just frozen carbon dioxide, right? Yeah, it is. Wonder how warm it has to get for it to turn back into gas again. Hell if I know. How's that gonna help us anyway? Oh well, I figure we might be able to use it to get out of here. We're about to move on when June spoke up. Carbon dioxide's sublimation point is negative 109 degrees. Any warmer than that, and it'll turn into gas. Any lower, and it becomes solid. Junpei looked at her, dumbfounded. How do you know that? Hehe. Despite my looks, I'm the clean... bleh. The queen of random knowledge. Bad to mess up when you're showing off, I'll say. Oh, so you're so cold your mouth's going numb? You have... What? Doing that on purpose, aren't you? June giggled and did her best to hide her guilt. At least she was still feeling good enough to joke around, Junpei told himself. Come on, guys, don't you think that's kind of weird? Wonder why it doesn't turn into a liquid first. Dana was now shivering at an astounding rate. His curiosity seemed unaffected. Junpei, however, was not in a mood to discuss science. He wanted out of the freezer now. It did strike Junpei as rather odd. It did seem rather odd to Junpei, and he couldn't help but think about it. June answered. But it can turn into a liquid. Carbon dioxide turns to a liquid if you put it under high enough pressure. But at 1 atmosphere normal air pressure, it won't turn into a liquid, right? That's right. Instead of melting, it'll do what's called sublimating, and change immediately from a solid state to a gaseous one. See, that is weird. Water's a liquid between 32 degrees and 212 degrees. So why isn't that the case for carbon dioxide? June replied with an answer that stunned both of them. There's a kind of ice that doesn't turn into liquid when it goes above 32 degrees. Huh? I heard about it. Its melting point is 96 degrees. What's 9 plus 6? 15. 1 plus 5 is 6. Okay. Ice with a melting point of 96 degrees? You mean there's water that freezes at 96 degrees? Yeah. Well, you could also look at it as ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees. Water that freezes at 96 degrees? Water that freezes at 96 degrees? Ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees? Ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees? Junpei was cold as hell. But this was too interesting to ignore. He did his best to warm up by rubbing his arms and stamping his feet, but put the question to June. So what's this ice with a melting point of 96 degrees called? It's called Ice 9. Ice 9? Does this have to do with the ice with the mummy that they were talking about earlier? Originally, Ice 9 was made up of a substance invented by a science fiction author, but recently scientists have discovered that such a substance actually exists. Wait, hold up. Something ain't right. So is this thing called Ice 9? Or is it water? Like I said, if the ice is over 96 degrees, it'll be liquid. If it's under that, it'll solidify. So you could think of it as a polymorph of H2O. Here, think of it like diamonds and graphite. They're both made of carbon, right?
but depending on the structure of the crystallization, the hardness and structure are completely different.
So you're saying normal water and this Ice 9 are like that?
Yep,
It wasn't finished.
I'm not finished. Have you heard the story about the crystallization of glycerin? For 150 years after the discovery of glycerin, people cooled it, warmed it, and did all sorts of things to it. Fucked it. But whatever they did, it never crystallized. However, one day in 1920,
Some glycerin that was en route to England by ship was discovered to have crystallized during the trip. Naturally, scientists worldwide wanted to research this new crystallized form of glycerin. They began asking for samples of the seed. The seed is, of course, a sample of the original crystallized substance. With the seed crystal, further crystallization of glycerin would be a simple matter. However, something very strange happened. Picture of molecules. Not only did the glycerin encouraged by seed crystals begin to crystallize, nearby samples did as well. It didn't end there. After that day, all glycerin in the world began to crystallize naturally when cooled to less than 64 degrees. And what is 6 plus 4? 10. And what is 1 plus 0? 1. But once the crystallization had begun,
it's almost like, how do I put it? It's almost like all the glycerin in the world was communicating. Like mushrooms. Communicating in some way that we can't sense. They were talking shit.
Junpei was honestly impressed. It was in fact a pretty interesting story. Wow, that's pretty interesting. But what does it have to do with Ice 9? I was surprised it was Santa not June who answered.
What she's saying is that it's a lot like Ice 9. What happened, I mean.
A lot like? That would be bad. Water everywhere started freezing at 96 degrees. Man, it'd be the end of the world. Junpei felt that Santa might not be treating the idea of the end of the world with the proper concern. At any rate, we're not gonna have to worry about the end of the world unless we can get out of here pretty damn quick. Either way, we're gonna die. He was right. Junpei shivered.
Alright guys, I think that's enough of that. I didn't think we'd get quite this far off topic. I mean, I know I'm kinda at fault here, but be screwing around anymore. Seriously. Might go by the name of Santa right now, but I didn't grow up in Iceland. I freaking hate the cold. Let's get cracking, alright? We gotta find a way out of here.
Santa stomped off, clearly where would he go? Clearly doing his best to pretend the cold wasn't affecting him. Selfish, isn't he? Thought Junpei to himself. Still, Santa was right, and it was high time they got back to their search. The story of Ice 9 had him interested, but there'd be time to think about that once they got out of the freezer. Junpei looked at June, nodded, and resumed his search of the room. All that just from looking at dry ice.
There's some frozen meat up there. Looks like pork.
Huh? What's this? Looks like a tag or something? Chunk of pork. Things frozen in here.
Doesn't look like there's anything else interesting.
Sturdy rope.
So much stuff in here. Why don't we take some of it out, Jumpy?
Water bottle. Is there anything else here that looks useful? Shelves are covered with frozen food. Nothing special about that.
This thing is covering something.
It's frozen solid. Can't flip it over. thin pipe.
There's water dripping from this pipe.
It's like when the pipe burst, the water hit the doorknob and froze it in place. This water actually seems almost warm. Oh good, can't hit hard enough to break it.
Maybe it just needs a bit more of a shock, you know? More of a shock. More of a shock.
Look, it's too hard, I can't break it.
It's too much mist to see what's going on over at the other end.
Alright, we got some items, so... What's up with this little tab sticking out? Can I cut this? No. Chunk of pork, water bottle, knife, dry ice, water bottle. Cut the rope. I love that game. Damn it. Water bottle, dry ice, chunk of pork, dry ice. We gotta combine something. Sturdy rope, dry ice, chunk of pork, water bottle, chunk of pork.
Jumpy, is there a slip of paper in that meat?
There's something written on here, but I can't read it like this. If you try and pull it out, it'll probably rip.
Need to defrost that. Don't think we're gonna be doing that in this room.
Water bottle.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's a rope.
Well, we could use it to attach something to something else, I suppose. Rope. Bottle. Rope. Ice. Rope. Knife. Rope. Meat.
Dry ice? Can't you make that stuff cause an explosion if you seal it in something that's airtight?
Explode?
Yeah, didn't you do that in school? You should never underestimate the power of expanding gas.
Hey guys, take a look at this. Ta-da! The knife.
I guess the cold finally got to him. Jumpy, you're scaring me. Fucking weirdo.
You can like attach the rope.
Hey Junpei, didn't you find some dry ice earlier?
Yeah?
There's warm water coming out of that pipe. Warm water and dry ice. What do you think would happen if we put that stuff in a sealed container together?
Oh, I see. There's warm water flowing from the pipe. Oh, can I put the dry ice? Can I put the dry? Did I already try this? Dry ice in the bottle? No.
Or if I put in dry ice into the water bottle.
The dry ice is too big.
We gotta figure out a way to make it smaller then, don't you, genius?
Oh, sorry. Dry ice and the knife. I'm gonna crush the dry ice if I want to get into the bottle.
Crush it how?
Oh, frozen chicken. I thought I clicked on everything here. Guess not. Okay, well now I have 2 meats. Frozen chicken.
It's really hard. It's frozen stiff.
Hey June, can you say that again?
Eh?
Say it again.
It's really hard.
Again.
It's really hard.
Thanks.
Something wrong, Junpei? Your face is bright red.
What a fucking pervert, bro. Oh my god, this man's such a freak. Bro. Nothing, I'm fine.
It's that hard, you can probably use it as a hammer.
Wait, maybe we can use it to break something. Alright, the dry ice is all in pieces now. Guess we don't need this frozen chicken anymore. Alright, so then can we combine the dry ice with the bottle now? Gonna put these pieces of dry ice into the water bottle. Water bottle with dry ice in it. Warm water flowing from the pipe.
Not yet, Junpei. Not gonna get the result we want unless you can hook up that bottle. The doorknob somehow. Gotta explode right next to the ice on the doorknob. Figure out a way to attach the bottle to the doorknob.
Sturdy rope. Let's just tie a rope on here. Warm water dripped from the ruptured pipe near the door. Junpei pulled out the water bottle filled with ice, let a good amount of water fall in, and then quickly sealed it up tight. The makeshift bomb complete, he tied it to the doorknob as quickly as he could manage in the cold. Alright, that's set. So, what do we do now?
Just need to give it a little, tap. Bottle's already about to pop. We just throw a rock or something at it, it'll go off all on its own.
Small rock? Small rock. If I look down at the floor. Scattered across it were pieces of dry ice left over from the large chunk he'd crushed earlier. Alright, this ought to do the trick. Pulled his sleeve down over his hand to keep it from getting burned and grabbed the chunk of dry ice. It's a pretty good size, about as big as a pool ball. He figured it would be just about the right size. Alright guys, stand back. Actually, we should probably hide somewhere. Well, Santa and June looked at him with new concern.
Where exactly do you expect us to hide, genius? There isn't really anything anywhere big enough.
Yeah, there is. Look, right here. Hide in there. We pulled open the door to the small cellar. Come on, get inside, quick. Santa and June nodded and jumped down into the hole. Junpei quickly followed. In his hand, he could feel the chill of the frozen carbon dioxide even through his sleeve. He tightened his grip, took aim, and prepared to throw. Alright, here it goes. 3, 4, 5.
You're counting the wrong way.
Oops. 3 plus 4 plus 5 is... Hold on, it's 12. 1 plus 2 is 3. That is a really sad excuse for a joke, man. Sorry, dude. Alright, for real this time. Guys ready?
Yes. Whenever you're ready.
Just throw the damn thing. Alright, here I go. 3, 2, 1. Junpei threw the chunk of dry ice as hard as he could. Same motion, he ducked down into the cellar with Santa and June just as... Junpei leapt up out of the cellar and ran to the door.
Jumpy, the ice in the door, is it gone?
Yeah, it's gone.
Blast must have shattered it.
Yes, alright, let's see if it opens. Junpei grabbed the knob and pushed with all his might. The door gave way easily, and all three of them tumbled out of the freezer at once.
Hooray! We're out.
June, relieved, collapsed onto the floor.
Move.
And a shove past Junpei and ran straight to the grill, which he immediately grabbed.
Ow.
Damn it. Hot, 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 hot. Proceeded to kick the grill in a futile but amusing fit of rage. Where was Lotus? Uh-oh. Took Junpei only a moment to find her. She was sitting on the counter, idly scratching her chest. Oh, okay. Welcome back. Starting to get tired of waiting for you guys. With a great yawn, Lotus lowered herself off the counter. Junpei clenched his teeth and walked towards her. What were you doing? What do you mean, what was I doing? I was waiting. We were gonna die. Oh yeah? But you didn't, so everything worked out alright, didn't it? What the hell? Just kidding. Might not look like it, but I was really worried. Don't give me that crap. I'm telling the truth. I mean, if you died, then I'd be in trouble too. If you died, then I'd be stuck here, and I'd die too. See? I did all I could. Sitting around. I even looked around to see if there was anything I could use to pry open the door. But I couldn't find anything. So all I could do is wait. I mean, what else did you want me to do? Call the cops? It's true that there wasn't much she could have done, but something about her tone. Junpei gritted his teeth. There's one thing I have to ask you. What's that? Looked up this category on a whim and did not expect to see it being streamed. For luck, I suppose. What's up, Overraven? You didn't close the door, did you? What? You think I closed the door on you? Oh. Maybe. Why would I do something like that? It closed on its own. I told you before, if you die, then I die too. She's right, and Junpei knew it. Without them, she'd be in very serious trouble. Yeah, it's one of my absolute favorite game series. Yeah, it's really interesting so far. My first time. Baby's first time. It seemed that an accident was the only explanation for the door's closure. Lotus had really wanted to kill them. All she would have had to do was bar the door from the outside. Baby's first time! And she hadn't. Well, she hadn't done anything. Play this for the first time again? Well, hopefully you can live vicariously. The most she was guilty of was laziness or negligence, not attempted murder. Damn, you know, I wasn't even thinking about it like that, but now that they're like bringing it up, I'm like, was she? Did she? Junpei swallowed his anger and did his best to apologize. I'm sorry, Mommy. Well, I'm sorry I doubted you. Hmm? Oh, yes, well, that's alright. As long as you understand. Lois looked away and twirled her hair between her fingertips. His vengeance against the grill complete, Santa swaggered back towards Junpei and Lotus. Hey, no more screwing around, you two. The number, for some reason, and not the word. I don't know why that's just so weird to me to see. Break time's over. Especially for you, lady. You've just been sitting on that fat ass of yours. Damn. While we were freezing to death. How rude. I was plenty busy. I was like, oh god, are they gonna get out? I don't know. Yeah, how about you put all that energy into something besides bitching? Let's go! Jesus. Okay. So I still got the meat. So I guess, can I put that on the grill? Guess I'll put this meat on the grill. Hey, what are you doing? What are you going to do if the paper burns? Come on, it'll be fine. I mean, it's not like it's gonna burn right away. Oh, it burned. Gotta keep an eye on it, and the paper will be fine. They can argue all they want. I'm gonna keep an eye on this pork. And 7 hours later, it was ready. Oh no, the ship's sinking! Cool, looks like it's about time. I try taking the paper out. Jumpy, be careful. You'd have heard a care, but I know that I'm... Ouch! See? Fucking idiot. Told you. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and take the paper out. Not coming out. Thing's frozen stiff. I can't get it out. Are we going to have to cut the meat? Yeah, it looks that way. I wonder how we're going to do that. Alright, now that I've sharpened the knife, yes, cut the pork. Awesome, Junpei. Wow, that was... I suddenly really want to kiss you right now. Now we can cut out the paper. C plus 10 plus F. That's gotta be the hex codes, right? The C is... What is that? 12? Plus 10 plus F, that's 15. Pork note. From John Pork. What is it? John Porkman? This is probably what you're supposed to use to enter the password. Maybe if we put the right number, it'll open the oven door. Junpei, maybe the note you found earlier. Yeah, I know. Do you know how to enter those numbers? I think E is for enter and C is for clearing. So basically when I'm ready to submit my answer, I press E. If I screw up, I just press C, right? Lotus nodded. Alright, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. I already forgot. Weird. Hey, you're just punching in random numbers, aren't you? No! I didn't punch any numbers. Maybe you just entered like it said in the hint. Ah, shut up. Just shut up. Always had my gullet. C plus 10 plus F. C plus 10 plus F. So 12 plus 10 plus 16. Well, how many digits are there? That's the question. Five? What? Hold. Oops. Okay. Well, okay, so it was... Oh, do I need to do roots for each of the three numbers they gave me, maybe? So what was it? It was 12, 10, 15? Was it? So 3, 1, 6. Is that right? 3, 1, 6? I guess not. God, I'm such an idiot. Hold on, take me back to the note. No, not that note. No. Okay. Oh, 10 equals 16. 10 equals 16. I forgot about that little part. Right. So it was C 10F, right? So then it would be 3, 7, 6. Yeah, I know. 3, 7, 6. What? What the flip?
Remember the paper we found in the porch said C plus 10 plus F. There aren't any letters on the input device, though. What does that mean?
C plus 10 plus F is a hexadecimal number. We can if we convert it to base 10. Oh. Okay, so okay. God, this game makes you feel stupid sometimes. 12, 16, 15. 12, 16, 15, right? Does reach inside your brain and stir it like soup at times. Fitting analogy. Since we're in the kitchen. Yeah. No. C plus 10 plus F. Twelve, 16, 12, 12, 16, 15. Maybe we gotta add all of them together until it gets down to 3 digits. Well, no, that it wouldn't get up to 3 digits. That's not. The numbers are too small. Because I was thinking with the root numbers, because they keep hammering this root number stuff down. 12, 16. You could put a 0 in front of the 2 digits. A 0. Oh, okay. If that's the case, 12 plus. I remember this puzzle well. Yeah, I'm racking my brain here. Well, that leads me to either two different possibilities. We add the 3 numbers, the whole numbers together, or we add every single digit together. So if I do the whole numbers, 12 plus 12 plus 16 plus 15 be 30 plus 12, 42, which is the answer to everything. 42. All right, let me try 0, 42. Nope. All right, and then the other idea I have is just adding all the digits together. So 12, 1 plus 2 equals 3, plus 1 equals 4, plus 6 equals 10, plus 1 equals 11, plus 5 equals 6. Wait, 16, sorry. 16. So 0, 1, 6. It'd be 43 if you added them together. Oh, did I miss one? I must have done a math part. There you go. Thank you. Because I would have went crazy if I didn't. If it's like when the teacher gives you like half points when they're like, I want to see your work. I'll give you half points if I see that you made a miscalculation. Sounds like metal is falling. Well, I guess that went well. Yeah, that's disappointing. That's one little. Oh, well, that's the key card, isn't it? The door opened. Good job, Jumpy. Saturn key card. Oh. Oh. All right, let's swipe that sucker in there. Oh yeah, baby. Yes, I think it's unlocked now. Tattoo from this game, actually. Oh, is it something that will be spoilery? I wanna ask what it is, but I don't know if I'll know what it is yet. I think it's unlocked now. You did it, Jumpy. Oh my god, you're so smart. I don't know if you've encountered the thing for it. It's not a spoiler. Oh, gotcha. Let's get out of here. The fucking cartoon, the circular leg, whatever. I don't even know what that's called. Yes, let's go. Remember the it sounded like a guy just doing it. I remember the sequence of runes, but it's literally so important. It's the fun. Oh, the Funyurimpa. Yeah, I just Funyurimpa. There's a. Oh, the picture, the Funyurimpa. They stepped out of the kitchen and into the hallway that looked rather familiar. Metal grate stretched from wall to wall. Beyond it were 2 elevators. 2 elevators? I don't know why. I don't know why I said that. Who? My tattoo artist was so confused. Oh, that's awesome. They had entered the kitchen from one door and came out the other. That meant their map of the ship's interior was accurate. Well, yeah, no shit. I mean, you probably didn't need to go into the other room to know that. You could have just looked through the gate and then look into the kitchen and deduce. Oh, it's finally clicking. They laid the map out in front of them and began to discuss their next step. Did you find out about this game out of curiosity? I've been on the search. I played Danganronpa and then was looking for a lot of like fan-made games as well as Ace Attorney. And I was like, I want more of these. I'm addicted to them. And so I was looking up and a lot of people were like 999 is really good. So here I am. There were 4 possible routes. A, B, C, D. This is one of the 2 Danganronpa clones I know of. Yeah, well, I know it's from the same guys. Similar structure, yeah, like a death game. 4 possible routes. I also played Your Turn to Die recently. That was really good. A, B, C, and D. First A and B. A and B. What? Sorry, I feel like I zoned out. What the hell are they talking about? Yeah, that one was really good. Albeit I got a little spooked out at sometimes. it's it's not that it's not like it's got a couple of jump scares in it, but it's not that bad in terms of like jump scares. There were probably like 3 times where I was like, "Oh shit." That scared me a little bit. But yeah, it's really good. I hope that you know this game has 2 sequels? I did, yeah. I saw that I told myself I was gonna play this one legitimately on my Nintendo DS. And then if I like it, then I might get the remake with the second one. I haven't decided yet. I mean, I'm liking it so far, so we'll see. Um, First A and B. A and B both seem to connect to an L-shaped room. However, the 2 doors that lead to the room were both locked and could not be opened. Next was route C. This goes all the way to the main staircase. That means it's door 5, one of the numbered doors. Do you think we would meet up with the other 4 after this hallway? Girl, that's assuming that there still are 4 of them. Let's be totally real. This girl is too optimistic. You already saw one guy fucking explode. And it's been a minute, so no, I don't think we will. Why not? Look, there by the stairs. See how the gate is open? When we went into the kitchen, it was closed. But it's open now. What do you think that means? The gate is open? They opened it. Most likely. Then if we take route C, we're going backwards. That would be pointless. Then that means... All 4 looked at the map. They all looked at the staircase. Its lazy curve leading down deeper into the ship. Route D then. Let's go! My favorite. My favorite route. Alright. D it is. Yep, Route D. Then we're set. They jogged down the stairs until they reached the C deck. Hey, wait a minute. This isn't the D deck. Wow. Just to be sure, they kept going to check the deck beneath. Yeah, just like I thought. Deck D is totally underwater. That deck is so wet. Just like the bottom of the central staircase. The water gazed back at them, its smooth surface like a great mirror. Hey guys! Hey water! As ominous as it was, Junpei took at least some comfort from the fact that the level hadn't gone up much since the last time he'd seen it. Well, didn't they say that it was controlled? It was a controlled substance, just like my Concerta. You reached any ending yet? Nope. Not a one. I turned back to C deck. Didn't take them long to find the 2 elevators in front of the stairs. You got a fun time ahead of you? Oh, I'm sure. I did read a little bit. I mean, I don't know much about this game, but I did read that there's like a few endings. I'm going into this pretty blind. think. They looked identical to the elevators on the top floor, with one exception. These elevators had a card reader on the wall between them. The card reader was a strange... Is that Venus? Hey, look, it's Lotus's... Hey, look, it's Lotus's symbol. Huh? See, it's the woman's symbol with a thorn on it. Oh my god. Leave my queen alone. Been so long, I'm not even sure which ending you're heading towards. Damn, am I already en route? Well, I was thinking there was like there was when we were at like the doors, there was like a choice to go with these guys or the other guys. And I was like, fuck no, because I like Santa. He's a cutie. They're so evil to Lotus for no reason. You know, I mean, she's kind of an asshole, but she can do no wrong in my eyes. We love to see a girl boss stay winning. That seems like... Ouch, 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 ouch. Lotus had taken hold of Junpei's hair. She began to shake him violently, and he thought he heard a low growl coming from her throat. Such violence! Junpei began to wonder if she was not the devil itself. To support women's wrongs, with an uncomfortable smile, June spoke up. This is a Mercury symbol. Not like stupid Drosera saying it was a Venus symbol, idiot. The thorn symbolizes the wings on Hermes' staff. Herpes, whatever. Herpes? We can't get this thing to work. These elevators aren't going anywhere. In other words, we need a key card with the Mercury symbol on it. Probably. They gave up on the elevator and returned to the stairs. A hallway stretched out to the left. A great many doors lined both sides of the hallway. Who's your favorite so far? I like Santa. He's a cutie. I like him. I like the blind prince boy too, but he's not currently with us, so they weren't sure how many, but certainly enough to be discouraging. Damn it. Try and search all these. The sun's gonna go down before we've done half of them. That is in fact a major cutie, yeah. I got a soft spot for the white-haired boys. Although he does look like he got attacked by some birthday streamers. Ace is no longer with us. Well, no, I mean they're all. The only person who's died so far is the ninth guy, the guy who was like with a knife. So I don't know, but the other four are like in their own. Seem to be doing their own thing right now. So technically, they're no longer with us in the sense that they're not presently here. I can still remember his beautiful face. It's been like 2 hours. I think the sun is already set. Girl, the sun set when you woke up. It was like 9 p.m. What do you mean? I have a feeling this ship is the only thing that's going to be going down anytime soon. That's even worse. We can come back to this hallway later. I don't think Ace is the blind one. Snakes. Yeah, you're right. Ace was like the gilf, I think. Let's check the hallway on the other side, shall we? Yeah, he is. Frustration and fear building, they walked back to the stairs. To their right was a small hallway. Another? Quickly, they headed into it. It was approximately the same size as the alcove in front of the stairs. The hallway led towards the stern. The Howard stern? Hey, guys. It's famous radio host Howard Stern. All right, and at its end was a set of double doors. Let's open it. Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. He gave it a small tug and felt it move. I feel it move whenever I see Santa. Okay. It was unlocked. Thrilled to have found an unlocked door, he threw it open. Whoa. Wow, they put a lot of that budget into that door opening animation. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw. Oh. The janky-ass animations for the doors. Simply stood, unable to speak. Others simply stared open-mouthed. After a few long moments, Santa managed to speak.
What the hell is this?
Massive room stretched out in front of them. More a cavern than a room. Alright, let's not mince words. We're fucking dying here. Fucking... It's a step ladder. Like, okay, Ace Attorney. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on the four companions. Who said we were companions? Sorry. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds. Welcome to Ashley Furniture Home Store. They were simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattresses.
Is this a hospital?
So yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Or a ward. He had at last been able to put a name to the harsh scent that pervaded the room.
Stinky!
The room swam with the harsh biting smell of antiseptic. In the center of the room were shelves stacked with medicine, and a number of medical devices, the function of which Junpei did not know. More importantly, however, on the back wall of the room were 4 doors. 3 of them were emblazoned with large single-digit numbers, made with thick red paint. The door on the left was labeled 3. The second door from the left had no number, but we're not going to show you that one for some reason. But the third had been given a 7. And the rightmost door had an extremely oppressive 8. There could be no doubt they were numbered doors. The numbers on the doors signified there was no doubt in Junpei's mind. These were numbered doors. It did strike Junpei as strange, however, that the door between 3 and 7 should be blank. What, he wondered, could it mean? Let's take a look at the doors. Yes, that sounds like a good plan. Junpei headed towards the doors, weaving his way between the beds. Excuse me. Excuse me. Just gonna slide right by you. He started with door 3 on the left and moved to the right until he reached door 8. They're not opening!
It's no use. These fucking doors won't open.
Well, of course. If it was that easy to open these doors, what would be the point of the nonary game? Activate the red, or the numbered doors won't. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Look, the display on the red. There's nothing on it. Huh? Don't you remember the red at the central staircase? No one was inside, it said vacant. Oh yeah, you're right. But this one... there's nothing on it.
There's nothing on it. Sorry, I sounded like you, Junpei.
Right? Wonder if it's broken. Only one way to find out. It didn't respond. All 4 took turns placing their hands over the red, but refused to respond. They pulled at the lever and still it did nothing. As they soon discovered, it wasn't only the red for door 8 that was behaving strangely. The red on door 7 also refused to respond. Door 3 was similarly silent. None of them would respond. What did it mean? Huh, I knew it. They're broken. Zero sure sucks at maintenance. No, that's impossible. You really think Zero, who prepared all of this, would make such a stupid, simple mistake? Maybe, but that doesn't explain why this thing ain't working. It was at that moment that they heard a voice from behind them. I believe the bottom of the device has been removed. Spun around to see. It's Snake! I still can't tell. Does he have facial hair, or is that just like... Or because like some of the sprites of him, he's got like he looks clean shaven, but then in this one he looks like he's got a little bit of a something going on here. Snake. But it was more than just Snake. Ace, Clover, and Seven quickly filed into the room as well. Everybody's alive! While they were glad to see one another, it wasn't terribly surprising that they had. It had been the other party who'd opened the gate in front of the kitchen, and it wasn't unreasonable that they'd bump into one another eventually. The rest of Snake's team, however, did look rather surprised. I think his chin was drawn weird, and that's about it. Okay. How? How did you end up here? Why are they all, like... These are new sprites. What's going on? Why are they all looking, like, from above? How did you end up here? After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. Talked about the rooms they've been through, how they ended up in the same place. Of course, none of it was very useful information, but that hardly mattered. They were happy to simply see one another again. Although the level of cheer varied greatly from person to person, each one of them was wearing some manner of smile, almost as if they'd already forgotten about the death of the ninth man. Man, who cares about him? Fuck him! No, thought Junpei, perhaps that wasn't it. Perhaps thoughts of his death were what drove them to smile at one another. Not in a morbid or hateful way, no. The ninth man had died, but they were still alive, and that was something to be happy about. A sort of simple, uncomplicated joy, Junpei thought, the joy of being alive. Still alive. Staying alive. He felt sorry for the ninth man. Well, whatever. More than anything, Junpei was just happy to be alive. Thank God I'm alive. I have nothing to worry about now. There you have it, or half the story. Oh, okay, I don't get to know it. His part finished, Ace fell silent. For a moment, Junpei was silent in thought, then he spoke. Okay, let me see if I've got all this straight. When you guys got here, the basis for the Reds were already gone. You looked all over the room, but you couldn't find anything? So you figured there might be something in the hallway with all the doors? So you went and had a look?
Yeah.
While you were looking around, you heard voices? Uh-huh. So you followed the voices and came back here? Indeed. And that was how we found you. Junpei examined the 3 Reds again, just in case. On the bottom of each was a long, thin gap. Looked like a slot for something. Probably something electronic. Well, this isn't good. The red isn't active. We can't keep going. Well, what about that hallway over there? Isn't there something else we can... Isn't there somewhere else we can go? Anywhere? I don't know why I struggled with that line in particular. No, there isn't. There are plenty more hospital rooms, but nothing else. Hospital rooms? Then what's behind all those doors? Yes. What do you mean, yes? Hold on one sec. I'm not cheating. I'm texting someone. I feel like I have to always say that with these games. Fucking, what's his name? What fucking pirate software when he's like, I got it, guys, I just figured it out, and meanwhile he's like on his phone like looking up the answer, which there's nothing wrong if like, I'm not judging anybody who plays these games and needs a walkthrough. I have certainly had to bring out a walkthrough for games like this before, but yes, there are a number of individual rooms in addition to this large one.
There was a door at the end of the hallway, but it was locked.
There was an astrological symbol engraved near the keyhole, however. I was able to get a good, feel of it. I believe it was the symbol of Jupiter. Boys go to Jupiter to get more stupider. Not again.
Those goddamn things are everywhere.
I wonder what they all mean. For a moment, everyone was silent, deep in thought. We're asking what these things mean. What's the deal with this room? I mean, I thought this was a cruise ship, but I can't imagine a cruise ship would have a hospital like this. All people, it was Seven who answered, and with calm confidence. Well, I figure it's probably a hospital ship. Chances are it's the gigantic? The gigantic? Junpei looked confused. So did everyone else. What is this gigantic? Seven knit his brow for a moment, then began to explain. The gigantic explained what she had he explained that she had been a sister ship to the Titanic, built in the early 20th century. Is this real? Is the gigantic a real ship? Titanic had two sister ships, were identical to one another in nearly every aspect. The gigantic was said to be one of them. You never checked if it was real? She was initially intended to be a passenger liner like the Titanic, but soon after the ship was launched, the First World began. She was pressed into duty by the British Navy as a hospital ship. Sometime later, the Gigantic was damaged by a German mine in the Aegean Sea. She managed to run aground after the incident and consequently was not sunk. What then happened to the Gigantic after her fateful encounter in the Aegean Sea? One theory ran that a man named Lord Gourdane purchased her. Lord Gourdane, it seemed, had been one of the few... Wait, so there's... You're saying nobody actually knows for sure what happened to this damn ship? Lord Gourdane, it seemed, had been one of the few survivors of the Titanic tragedy. That trauma had turned him into an obsessive collector of all things related to the Titanic. Oh, that's healthy. As his obsession deepened, he began to desire the Titanic itself. That, of course, was impossible. The Titanic lay at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The Gigantic, however, had not suffered such a dire fate, and as she was identical to her sister ship, she caught Lord Gourdane's eye. He looked at her at a bar across the room and was like, I like your style. So you're saying this Lord Gourdane bought this ship? Yeah. At least I think I am. It's impossible. No way we're in some boat that's almost 100 years old. Maybe we're in the third boat. Pipe down, just pay attention. Yes, it is real. The Titanic had two sister ships, and one of them was originally named the Gigantic. What was the third one? Stephanie. The Titanic, the Gigantic, and Stephanie. I didn't know that, though. That's interesting. Oh, the Olympic. I see. Okay. Well, thank you. We learned something today. They later renamed the Gigantic to the Britannic. Oh, okay. What? That's it? Well, have you got any proof? Proof? Proof that this ship is really the Gigantic.
Well, the ship's got stuff like the Titanic and the hospital ship. So I just figured,
Oh, for goodness, don't tell me that's your only reason. It's so because of the Titanic sinking? Oh. The she had image rehabilitation. We want to take your branding in a different direction. Get away from the whole Titanic thing.
no, I got more.
Like,
Well, I mean,
Devin looked around desperately, doing anything to avoid meeting Lotus's piercing glare. He scratched his head for a moment, then gave up. Finally, he opened his mouth.
I don't know.
She had a PR stunt. Lotus sighed and shook her head. I don't know why I said it like that. She sighed and shook her head. I guess your memory isn't back, is it?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Hey, wait a minute. Memory isn't back. Junpei was, he felt legitimately shocked by what seemed to be new and very important information. Everyone else, however, seemed unimpressed. Well, yeah, because you're the only one that doesn't know it. In fact, they all looked at Junpei as though he had said something very strange. He decided to revise his attitude for the next question. Wait, was I the only one that didn't know? Everyone nodded. Why?
Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't tell you, huh? I told the rest of them before we ran into you on the stairs. I told them I couldn't remember a damn thing from before I woke up.
What? I thought they said that. I thought they all agreed except for. I thought they all agreed that, like, what happened before the abduction. And almost as if to save Junpei from further embarrassment. A bell began to ring from far away. It sounded as though it was the clock at the main stairway. Junpei counted each chime carefully. 10, 11, 12. So 6 more hours. It's midnight. We still got 6 hours left, right?
We don't have any time to screw around. Let's get going. We gotta find the mission parts for the Reds.
What do you mean, fine? How on earth do you propose we do that?
We've looked everywhere in this room. I only leaves one place to look. I guess that's not really right.
Huh? Wait. Don't tell me you mean we need to search all of the other rooms.
Don't freak out. We already searched 4 of them.
4 rooms?
You have to split up the rest between the 8 of us.
If each person does 6 rooms, that'll be 48 rooms, right? So there are 48 rooms left? Her earlier experiences had apparently not encouraged Lotus to trust Seven. Seven scratched his head awkwardly.
I don't know.
After a little more discussion, they split up and headed towards the rooms to begin searching them. Junpei was chosen to search the rooms on the starboard side, moving from fore to aft. They also determined when they would return to report their findings, next time the clock sounded the time. When it did, they would meet back in the large central room full of beds. If during their search any one of them were to locate the missing components, they were to yell for the others. If this strategy failed, they returned to discuss their options later. The details decided, they left to begin searching. Out into the hallway they went, each to the rooms they'd been assigned. However, from far away, Junpei heard the bell ring. It did so only once. It was 1 a.m. Uh-oh. He jogged through the entrance of the large hospital room to find 6 of the others are uh-oh. 6. Ace, Santa, Clover, June, Seven, and Lotus. No Snake? They had gathered in front of the door number 8. Or perhaps, to be accurate, they had gathered in front of the red next to the door number 8. Had one of them found the missing piece? What happened, guys? It's June who answered him.
Jumpy, look.
He's pointing at the red. Pushed through the others until he stood in front of it. Immediately, he knew what she had meant. Display on the front of the red read vacant. Junpei sighed. Guys, who was it? How were we supposed to yell if we found it?
Well,
Junpei wondered why she was hesitating. Just looked as confused as June. They kept their mouths shut. Did Snake just, go on ahead? He was like, fuck it, bro. I'm out of here. Fuck my sister. Fuck everybody. What the hell? What is up with you guys? They all knew something he didn't, and Junpei wasn't about to leave things that way. Finally, Lotus frowned and spoke. Well, that's the thing. We don't know. You don't know? I got back. It was already like this. There was no one else here. Means I was the first one back, but the missing parts were already back in the red. Junpei looked at the bottom of the red again just to make sure. The slot that had been open on the bottom was now covered with metal. Clearly, whatever had been missing had been returned. What about the other 2? They're the same. Junpei quickly examined the other 2 boxes. Satisfied that they were all also repaired, but still very confused, he returned to the others. Alright, I just want to be sure here. Nobody has any idea what the hell happened here, right? Ace and June nodded silently. Seven raised his hands as to say, not me, and Santa just shrugged. Only Clover lowered her head and did nothing. Huh? Wait a minute. That was when he noticed. Where's Snake? Junpei swept his eyes across the room a second time, but Snake was nowhere to be seen. Does that mean that he found them? I have no idea. There's nothing to suggest it, but nothing to suggest he didn't either. I don't suppose we'll know until we can ask him in person. Or if we can.
Well, whatever he did or didn't do, he's pretty damn late. What the hell is he up to?
Maybe he's lost.
Yeah, well, that seems likely. Dude can't see. I don't know how he gets around in the first place. Clover raised her head.
No, that's impossible.
Suddenly she was shouting.
Yeah, my brother's blind, but he's got really great hearing. He can get around as well as anyone can see. So he couldn't get lost. That's impossible.
Clover had started to shake and the knuckles of her hands had gone white. She spun around, but before she did, Junpei noticed tears welling up in her eyes.
I'm gonna go look for him.
The words were barely out of her mouth when she began to run. Hey, hold on, Clover, wait! Junpei cried out to her, but he was too slow. He kept going. Before anyone else could react, she was gone. Damn it. What should we do now? Well, the red is working now.
No, we're not leaving 2 people behind. Maybe 1. But definitely not 2. We should go look for them.
Oh man, this ain't good.
Oh yes, what an excellent idea. We just wasted a bunch of time looking for some piece of electronic junk. Now let's waste some more time by looking for a couple of idiots.
Damn, Santa.
Then remain here if you feel you must, but there's no time. We've only 5 hours left.
Junpei and the others nodded to one another and took off at a run. In front of the stairs that led to B deck, they decided to split up. They quickly assigned search areas and went their separate ways. Soon only 2 of them were left. Those 2 were Junpei and June, who had been a few steps behind the others.
Alright, we should go too.
Alright, we should go too.
Yeah, let's go. But where should we start?
Let's see. The casino. Let's go gambling. Yes, yes, yes. How about the casino on B deck?
Okay, sounds good.
They took off up the stairs at a run. Before they knew it, there they were. They were there, sorry. So was Lotus, who's leaning against the wall examining her nails. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She glanced up at him unimpressed. Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Snake. I'm just not seeing it. Really? Well, maybe you need to look harder. Junpei didn't think that was the problem. Oh, by the way, I've got a proposal for you two. Care to hear it? Alright, sure. What is it? Well, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get right to it. Why don't we team up? Team up? Yeah, what? You need me to explain it to you? I'm saying, why don't we go through a numbered door?
Even if we wanted to, that's impossible.
Why?
Jumpy's bracelet number is 5 minus 6 and yours is 8. Our digital root would be 1.
5 plus 6 plus 8 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1.
There's no number 1 door in the large hospital room. The only doors there are 3, 7, and 8.
We add another person.
Huh?
Who? What? Isn't that easy? 7. She's right. If they added 7, 5 plus 6 plus 8 plus 7 equals 26. 2 plus 6 equals 8. Then the 4 of them could go through the number 8 door. But... Whoa, hold on a second. What about the other 4? Why don't you add them all up? Simple enough. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1.
The digital root for those 4 would be 1.
That's right. And you know the number 1 door isn't in the big hospital room, right? Of course I know that. Of
No, are you saying we'd leave them behind?
course not. What kind of a woman do you think I am? Once we get off the ship, we would come back and rescue them, couldn't we? Then we wouldn't really be leaving them behind.
Don't try to lie to us. I don't think you'd do anything of the sort.
Really? Why do you think that?
You remember, don't you? We have less than 5 hours left. Even if we manage to escape, there's no way we could come back to rescue them in less than 5 hours.
Well, you never know until you try. Oh, no. You're not thinking this through. Even if we brought 7 with us, we wouldn't be able to get off the ship. 4 of us couldn't open door 9. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Yeah, that's right. The digital root for all 4 of us would be 8, so we'd have to add Ace to make 9.
Right. Unless we bring Ace too, we'd be stuck. Lotus scratched the back of her ear. Oh, Well, that's unfortunate. She didn't sound particularly bothered by what Junpei said, nor did she seem particularly surprised.
Well, let's try to find another way, okay? A way to get out of here with all 8 of us.
That's impossible. You being serious? You do know that only 5 people at most can go through one of the numbered doors, right? Oh yeah, that's a good point. The number 9 isn't going to be an exception to that rule. Regardless, at least 3 people will get left behind. Well, think of it this way. Maybe 3 people will die before we get to that door. You're right, that is true. The moment he said it, Junpei felt a chill run down his spine. It was true. How Lotus could remain cavalier about so terrifying a prospect was beyond him. When they found the number 9, they would have to choose which 3 of them would die. Lotus's forehead furrowed. Do you think I could have a moment alone? There are some things I need to think about. I'm gonna think about which one of you guys I'm gonna kill. Junpei and June turned and began walking away from Lotus. Talking to her had left them feeling ill. Junpei's heart felt heavy and his steps sluggish. Palm sweaty, mom spaghetti. But he told himself pessimism would get them nowhere. So he forced himself to smile. Turned to June. Let's just focus on finding Snake for now, okay? Yes, you're right. She's like a sad little cat. You think about those other things later. Junpei nodded. Alright, where should we go next? Let's do a little save state. It's been a minute. First class cabin. First class. Living the life. Let's go take a look at the first class cabin. Overraven, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the crew. Let's go take a look at the first class cabin. It's really close. They turn around and took off. Oh, there it is. it is really close. And took off down the hallway to their left. Fun little noise that made, I know. Outside of the first class cabin, they found Clover. She was standing in front of the wall. She was staring at a meaningless point on the wall, her eyes blank. What should Junpei do? Talk to her. You alright?
Are you fucking kidding me? My fucking brother is probably dead.
He did his best to sound friendly, but Clover didn't respond. Look, I know you're really worried, but think of no. I don't know why it slowed down like that for a second. Emulator issues. He could think of no words to say that didn't sound hollow and fake. Junpei hesitated. Laura was consumed by worry and fear that Junpei feared it would crush her. You know, no, that is valid. That is valid. Having like a little like anxiety about trying to comfort people. I'm not very good at it. Well, it depends. It depends. If I like it depends on how well I know somebody, right? If it's somebody that I don't know very well and they're like if it was a situation like this, I'd be like, they're there. You know, it's like I don't know you. Like I don't know what makes you feel better. I got your nose. What's the worst thing you could just say to somebody who's like down in the dumps? People are dying of starvation, you know. Cheer up. There's wars. Clover was so consumed by worry and fear that Junpei feared it would crush her. Actions didn't surprise him. She had suddenly lost her brother, who she seems to have been very close to. Hello. Her voice was thin and barely audible. Hello. Huh? Hello.
I said leave me alone.
Suddenly she was screaming.
You're so annoying. Just go away and leave me alone. Just looking at you guys is pissing me off. Go away, okay? Just go somewhere else. Stop bothering me.
Junpei was taken aback. Such anger and hate. His eyes had gone wide with surprise as well.
Well, I never. Why are you still here? Can you hear me? Fine. Get it. You're not gonna leave. Then I'll just...
Alright. Let's go, June.
Yeah.
They turned and left Clover, and as they did, Junpei glanced back over his shoulder to see Clover wiping tears from her face.
There's ears coming down my face.
Clover had driven home the misery of their situation, but Junpei told himself that getting depressed would get him nowhere but depressed. Getting depressed would get him nowhere but... Okay, sure. For Clover's sake, they had to find Snake. Oh, that rhymes. And fast. He did his best to push away the misery and depression and forced a smile. So, where do you think we should go next? I mean, this game is so sophisticated. Why don't we go back to C deck and take a look at the hallway with all the rooms? Nick's ears fall down my face just thinking about it. Okay, let's get going then. Oh wait, let's get going then. Oops. Together they ran down the stairs. Ahead of them, farther down the hallway, they spotted Ace. Hey, Snake! Where are you? Answer me if you're there. Junpei paused. What do you want to do? Come to Ace. With June in tow, Junpei jogged up to Ace. Hearing their footsteps, he turned to greet them. Hello there. Snake is... Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Snake is... Well, that's obvious, isn't it? He's a human. I assume you haven't found him yet, either. Junpei nodded. I really wonder where he could have gone. Wherever he's disappeared to, we must find him as quickly as we can, for Clover's sake. And also because he's a cutie. And if something happens to Santa, he's Drosera's second favorite boy toy. Right. Why does she look like that? June's face looked kind of enraptured. By the way, do you think Clover and Snake are really siblings? I don't fucking know. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? The question seems somehow odd to Junpei. Why? Why would you say that? That's kind of a random ass question to ask somebody. It's like you meet siblings and you go to somebody and you're like, you think they're really siblings? Why? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? They don't look alike at all. I know the answer to that one. Yes, now that you mention it, they don't. Thought about how weird it was, he asked, actually. Yeah. I mean, I guess I understand it, like, his mindset, but, like, such a random ass question. Like, hey, tell me more about yourself. How'd you get in this situation? Well, I guess they'd already kind of talked about that. I feel like I'd be asking a bunch of questions about everybody, though, like, to them. Is missing and his sister's depressed. It's so not the time, yeah. What do you think Snake's favorite vegetable is? Yes, now that you mention it, they don't. My sister and I look nothing alike. It's like, if somebody asked me that, I'd be like, yeah, we're related. What the fuck? Now that you mention it, what? Why is he so dumbfounded that, like, people are acting like he's weird for asking these questions? Like, he's genuinely shocked. Like, that's crazy. Still, there are a great many siblings who do not look like each other. It certainly isn't rare. It certainly isn't rare? Junpei wasn't sure why or even if he was seeing what he thought he was, but he could have sworn that Ace's face tightened as he spoke. And that wasn't the only thing that tightened. At any rate, we really must find Snake as soon as possible. The clock is ticking. We really can't afford to waste any time. Very well, let's get back to the search, shall we? And leave this area to me. Alright. I'm so bashful. Let's go, Jumpy.
before I cheat on you with this hot older man.
At June's urging, they left. Found themselves back at the stairs, but Junpei's mind was in turmoil. So much to think about, but no, would have to be put aside for now. The fact that they brought it up, though, leads me to think that they're not actually related. Or maybe it's a secret third option. As Ace had said, finding Snake was their top priority. Junpei did his best to clear his mind. Alright, where should we go next? Back to the large hospital room. Why don't we go back to the big hospital room?
Okay, let's go then.
They turned and headed back towards the large hospital room. Right at the large hospital room, Junpei and June noticed Santa standing next to the number 3 door. Junpei paused. What should Junpei do? Talk to him! I love you! Junpei and June walked up to Santa. Whoa, chill out, man. What are you doing?
What, you can't tell? I'm checking out the red. Looks pretty red, huh? Why, is there something bothering you? Kinda looks like a butt. What, it's not bothering you? Huh? It's the guts of this red. Why wouldn't you wonder who the hell put it back in here? Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm curious too, but who do you think did it?
And his eyes narrowed as he looked at June. She shook her head.
I don't know. Well, what about you, Junpei? Who do you think fixed this thing for us?
Fixed it like as in put the 3 there? Someone other than the 8 of them, I guess. Maybe there's someone else on the ship with us?
You mean someone hiding here?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's just an idea.
You're saying this mystery person fixed the reds?
Yeah?
Why?
That's, I don't know. Santa shoved his hands into his pockets and cracked his knuckles. The same time, or?
Seems unlikely.
Why?
I don't know, just a feeling. Hard to believe Zero would bring in a secret 10th player. He really likes the number 9.
Well, I wouldn't say that they're a player per se. Maybe just like a helper. I don't know.
I mean, the name of the game is the Nonary game, for Christ's sake. Alright, man. You know what Nonary means, right? Means 9. Stupid.
That's not what I meant. And more like someone who's been living here for a long time. Someone who, like, stayed here.
Seriously? That's even more ridiculous. Why do you think Zero would leave them alone?
Junpei furrowed his brow. He's very sure of himself that, like, he knows all the shit there is to know. So in other words, one of us is the person who fixed the red. Santa grinned.
Bingo, you sexy beast. We have a winner.
That's true, then the person who did it doesn't want the rest of us to know. They fixed the red.
Yeah.
But why?
No idea. Maybe if they come clean on that, it means we'd find out something else. Something bad.
Something bad?
Something bad. You know. Whatever it is, it's gotta be worth hiding. Of course, it could have something to do with Snake's disappearance.
Think maybe they did something to Snake?
Not out of the question. I mean, look at him. He's a beautiful man. With soft, pillowy lips.
Junpei stared at Santa. There's something about him that made Junpei wary. First, he'd assumed the other man wasn't terribly clever, but Junpei was beginning to think he would need to re-evaluate that assessment. When Santa spoke again, his voice was quiet.
Look, If you trust anybody in this game, you're gonna lose. You gotta be careful. The person you trust the most could turn out to be the one who stabs you in the back. With that depressing suggestion, he turned and quietly walked away. Oh man, he's trying to get me to distrust my girly pop. Cause he wants me. That's what it is. He wants me bad, bro. He wants me bad. He's trying to home wreck. That's what's going on. I'm clearly hallucinating here. Junpei and June looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. Where would they go next? Casino? Take a look around the casino. There's no one there. They had no choice. Junpei and June turned around and headed to a different location. Go back downstairs and check out the hall with all the doors. No sign of anyone. A snake, of course, was nowhere to be found. Look somewhere else. One was there. Alright, I guess we'll go back to the hospital room. Hospital. Finish searching. They looked everywhere they could think of, but Snake was nowhere to be found. What number was he? Was he 2? Was he 2? Snake guys. So there's no way that he could have gotten through the doors. Right? There's no way, because he's only 2, and there's gotta be... Well, yeah, I don't even know. Do the doors even open if you have... I don't think the doors even can open if you don't have at least 3 people, right? So... But I don't know, like, where the heck could he be? Lotus looked around at 6 frustrated faces and spoke. Can't keep looking for Snake. Wherever he is, it's not here. You need to get moving. Junpei couldn't disagree with what she was saying. Snake seemed to have completely disappeared. There's no point to wasting any more time. The others seemed to be having similar thoughts, but they stayed silent. Finally, Seven spoke. We don't got a choice. Lotus is right. We're not gonna find Snake. There's your problem, though. If there's any less than 3 the same happens to you that happens to the 9th man. Right. Well, I just assume that the doors just don't open, because you would need at least 3. But I know that if you went through without those 3 to 5 people, then you would definitely get exploded. We gotta figure out who's gonna go through which door. Yes, I have a proposal. She walked back and forth across the floor, her heels clicking against the wood. Finally, she stopped. Why don't we decide on one person to sacrifice? Oh. Sacrifice? Well, perhaps that's a bit of a harsh word, but yes. You've all figured it out by now, haven't you? We can't all make it through those doors. We split into 2 teams of 4 and 3 people respectively, then 3 people will be left behind. We split into 2 teams of 5 and 2 people respectively, then 2 people will be left behind. But if we split into 2 groups of 3 and leave 1 person out, then only 1 person will be left behind. Leaving behind 3 people with 2 teams of 4 and 3? Not sure. Junpei wasn't quite sure that was true. Wait a minute. 2 people get left behind if we split into 5 and 2.
And one person is left behind if we split. If we split into 3, 3, and 1. I got that part. You can't go through the numbered doors with any less than 3 people. Split into 4 and 3, then why do 3 people have to be left behind? Let's run the numbers. Say we go through door 7 with 1, 4, 5, 6. Who's left over? It'd be 3, 7, and 8. What's the digital root for that? 3 plus 7 plus 8 plus 8 equals 18, so add 1 and 8, 9. Exactly. But door 9 isn't here, right? That means 3, 7, 8 won't be going anywhere. That was just an example, of course. There are a lot of different combinations, but the result will always be the same. It doesn't matter which 4 it is. The 3 that are left over can't go through any of the doors. Go ahead and calculate it if you have the time. We'll see. Anyway, that's how it is. Now, if we can get back to my proposal, we only have to sacrifice one person if we split into 3, 3, and 1. Seven spoke. His voice was strained.
And you're saying we gotta decide who's gotta stay behind?
Yes, we do. Given our circumstances, it's logically and morally the best solution. If the other 6 are to survive, then one person has to sacrifice themselves.
No, that's too cruel.
What's so cruel about it?
To just sacrifice someone like that.
Then what's your plan? Maybe we should sacrifice 2 people instead of just 1?
That's not what I meant. We shouldn't sacrifice anyone.
Told you, that's impossible. Wake up. Whoa, calm down, you two. Tenna stepped between Lotus and June. Look, what Lotus is trying to say is that you should aim to bring the greatest amount of happiness to the greatest amount of people, right? Exactly. That's how democracy works. And for that reason, I think the only fair way to decide who will be sacrificed is through a vote. What do you think?
No, that's terrible.
I'm not asking you. Shut up. How about you, Santa?
Me? Well, I agree, I guess.
Alright, that's 1 vote for. Counting mine, that's 2. 7.
I can't say I agree with you, but we don't exactly have a choice. We'll do something. We're all gonna die.
Glad to see you get it. If I can get 1 more vote, then it's decided. What about you, Clover? Uh-oh. Clover had moved away from the group and was sitting on one of the beds. Her whole body dropped. Junpei didn't know if she had even heard Lotus's proposal. Lotus walked over to Clover and gently laid a hand on her shoulder. Your brother has to be behind one of the numbered doors. We searched everywhere, but we didn't find him. Doesn't that mean he has to have gone through one of them somehow? But why would he do that? Why would he leave his own sister? I guess he doesn't fucking care about her. I don't know. I'm gonna have a little snacky snack. This is like I feel like this is the first impasse that we've had. Where it's like, oh man, I get what they're saying. I'm not really in the. I don't have the mind to really think about it too much, so I'm just gonna blindly believe what she's saying because the game seems to be pretty sure that that's that's the case. Oh. Clover slowly lifted her face. Let's go look for him together, okay? If we sacrifice one person, then we can go look for him. You agree with me, right? Clover nodded once. The motion carries. Lotus spun around and walked towards Junpei. Let's start with a vote to...
That won't be necessary.
Ace had barely spoken for Lotus's entire speech, and everyone jumped a little. 6 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. He didn't seem to notice or even care. I will stay. That should solve our problem, yes? Huh? Huh?
Ace, what are you saying? No, you can't do that. That won't solve anything.
June's voice shook, and she looked around desperately for someone to agree with her. He simply looked at her. June, I'm afraid you may have misunderstood me. I said I would stay, but I never said I would sacrifice myself.
Huh?
I trust you and each and every one of you. Believe you'll come back for me. Whoa, there's optimistic and there's just nuts. Those doors only go one way. You go in, you don't come out. We go through them. You won't be able to return, correct? Yeah. True, but that will not be the case once you've escaped from the ship. What? Please, I beg you, once you've escaped, come back and rescue me. Ideally within the time limit Zero has given us. No, that's ridiculous, because, you know, the exploding, anytime after that. There's no way we could get back in time. Finally, Junpei could hold his tongue no longer. We only got 5 hours left. I don't even know where the hell we are. We're in Shreveport, Louisiana. Oh. Okay. How on earth are we gonna find someone to come and rescue you? Then perhaps you would prefer to stay instead of me? Perhaps you would be willing to leave June behind? Ace's voice was dignified and without a hint of cruelty or malice. I mean, I hate to say it, but he does seem like the oldest guy here, so... You know... his best years are all but behind him. Junpei had no rebuttal. You see, there's no other choice. And I see we've come to our conclusion. Go on. Don't worry yourselves about me. Go, quickly. Junpei stood frozen by indecision, unable to move. June bit her lip so hard that Junpei feared she would break the skin. Santa stood against a wall, calm and aloof. Seven tore his beanie from his head and turned it over anxiously in his hands. Only Clover stared at Ace with an expression Junpei was unable to decipher. Lotus's attitude, however, was different from the others. Good. Let's accept his kind offer, then. She smiled, her eyes bright. Ace answered with a smile of his own. Good. I think this is the best for me. Perhaps I'll be able to take a nap. Perhaps it's my age, but I get so tired so easily these days. As he spoke, Ace lowered himself down to the floor next to one of those beds. Somewhere deep in the ship, Junpei suddenly heard the screeching of metal on metal. Almost as if the ship were screaming. Really hold until their time limit was up? Already D-Deck was flooded. Sudden silence, the only sound was the sad metal wail of the ship. Unsurprisingly, it was Lotus who spoke first. Mo, what are you waiting for? We're wasting time. Why don't we hurry it up? As if a spell had been broken, the others all began to talk at once. You're right. We should get going. That's all we can do right now. 7. Seriously, honestly, I was getting kind of sick of listening to you guys talk. You too, Santa? I have to find my brother. Wait, all of you. Let's just calm down and think about this. There has to be a way to get everyone out. There has to be. Right, Jumpy? Say something. Yeah, let's think. Gotta be another way. His words sounded hollow and fake. Fine. Forget about it. I'll figure it out on my own. Spun around and ran toward Ace. Slumped down next to the bed when June grabbed his arm and pulled. Come on, Ace. Please stand up. Can't give up yet. Just have to sit down together and think about this. We'll figure out a way that we can all get out of here. Then it happened. What? Ace fell forward, slumped over onto the wooden floor, his body folded in half like a box box her out cold.
Ace!
June cried out and dropped to her knees beside him. She put her arm around his neck and did her best to lift him up.
What happened, Ace? Say something.
She shook him frantically. His eyes fluttered open. I'm alright. Just got a little sleepy. His voice was weak and slightly slurred.
How are you? Fine.
This held out his left arm and slowly opened his hand. It was a syringe and a small vial. The vial was empty. Only had recently been emptied. A few drops clung to the sides. There was a label taped to the side of the container. It read Soporil Beta. Soporil Beta? Junpei had no idea what it meant or what kind of medicine it might be.
Did you use this?
Oh, damn, bro.
He committed sewer slide?
Yes, it's just anesthetic. I'll be fine. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Anesthetic?
Found it earlier. We were searching the hospital rooms. Thought it might be useful later. I didn't think I'd be using it on myself.
Why did you do this?
Didn't I tell you? I'd like to take a nap. I really am very tired. Junpei knew that wasn't why he'd done it. Ace had injected himself with an anesthetic to forestall Junpei and June's attempts to bring him along. Couldn't move, there was nothing they could do. He injected himself so that he would be forced to leave him behind. Damn, dude. Unk is alright, bro. Mad respect.
Ace.
There's something you want to say? Just like to sleep a little. Could you keep it down?
No. Don't, Ace. Don't fall asleep.
Feel warm. So comfortable. I think I'll have a nice... Ace's eyelids drooped further and further, almost as though he were dying.
Ace!
He shook his shoulder again and again. This time he didn't respond. The gentle rising and falling of his chest told them he was alive. Junpei was relieved to see he was in fact still breathing. He lifted Ace up off the floor and laid him on the bed he'd been leaning against. When Junpei turned around, Lotus gave him a look of pity.
Well, we really don't have a choice now. Can't let his sacrifice go to waste, right?
He wasn't feeling any remorse. Junpei was sure of that. Still, he held no grounds upon which to oppose her. Felt wrong, but he had to agree. Then suddenly Santa spoke.
Yeah, but we're not done choosing yet, are we?
Huh?
What do you mean?
Well, we haven't decided who's going in what door.
Ah, yes, that's true.
Well, enough of this screwing around. Let's decide.
You first, Lotus.
Which door do you want?
I want door number 8.
It's the same number as my bracelet number.
Got it.
You're 8.
You're next, 7. Which one do you want?
I'll take 7. I can't get along with that old lady.
What? What did you just say?
Face distorted by rage, Lotus took a step towards 7. Threw up his hands and made a face like a child caught with his hand on the cookie jar.
You're going to get it next time.
Shot him a glare that would have melted steel, then turned and stalked off.
Alright, who's next?
Santa's gaze moved across the 3 people left. Finally, they stopped on Junpei.
Junpei, which door do you want?
At last. Junpei's mind was already made up. Oh man, I don't know. Fuck. This feels important. Well, want to go in whatever room Santa goes into. That's my baby boy. I'm trying to do the math right now. Like, which one would Santa have to go into? He's 3, right? I'm 5. I want to say 3. My gut is saying 3. I want to go through door number 3. No. Can't. Huh? Why? Impossible. We split ourselves into 3 and 3, then we... Oh, okay. Give up on going through door 3. Why? Bracelet numbers for the 6 of us are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 2 combinations that can go through door 3 with 3 people. 3, 4, 5. Or 6, 7, 8. That's it. Of course, 2 teams can't go through the same door. Let's see. Means 1 team would get left behind. That's right. Doesn't happen if we go through door 7 or 8. No, they're fine. Got 3 options. And I began to explain. Plan A, go through door 7 with 3, 5, 8. And go through door 8 with 4, 6, 7. Plan B, go through door 7 and 4, 5, with 4, 5, 7. Go through door 8 with 3, 6, 8. Plan C, go through door 7 with 3, 6, 7. Go through door 8 with 4, 5, 8. So the only way No, I can't do it. I can't go with Santa. Because she already chose 8. Miss Girl. Yeah, I can't do it. 3 and 5. Damn. Santa. Okay. Well, then I don't really give a fuck, honestly. I don't fucking care which door I go through. That's my attitude. If I can't go with Santa, then what the fuck is the point? Those are the only 3 options. That's it. At least if we want to get all 6 of us out of here. That's when Junpei realized. Plan A divides into 2 teams, 3, 5, 8, and 4, 6, 7. Think you can still choose Plan A? Oh, I can? Alright. Plan B divides into 2 teams, 4, 5, 7, and 3, 6, 8. Plan C divides into 2 teams, 3, 6, 7, and 4, 5, 8. There's one thing they all had in common. Every single combination, 5 and 6 were never on the same team. In other words, if all 6 people were to move forward, Junpei and June would be separated. No! I don't give a fuck. Man, who gives a fuck? I wanna boink Santa. Don't take that out of context. Okay. June and Junpei had been friends when they were kids. He trusted her more than anyone else on the ship. He chose 7 or 8. He'd be taken away from her. Is that something he was prepared to do? Yes. Anyway, that's the deal. So I think it's so think it over. Got 2 choices, 7 or 8. Can't choose 3. Okay, fine. Choose 3, you're gonna be leaving 3 people behind to die. So what are you gonna do? 7 or 8, time to choose. Junpei thought hard. Thinking it over, his conclusion was... Take the risk and choose door 3? Oh, that's crazy. Okay, fine. Go with door 7.
Okay, so 7.
Yeah.
Then that means June's gotta go through 8.
Huh?
Why?
His face was blank and confused. Santa muttered to himself and turned to Junpei. What's up, Drogas? Junpei. That's what I was saying. Why couldn't they make 2 different names? Why they gotta be the same damn name? The same, like, syllable. They didn't think that through?
Junpei, you figured it out, right? You explained it to her? She's so stupid.
Junpei chose his words carefully. Door not go through with me and you. When Junpei finally finished, June looked as though she was about to cry. Girl, I don't know. No, I think she's fucking a traitor, dude. I low key, they're making her out to be this like innocent little squimbo. There's no way, bro. I feel like she's fucking. She's evil. She's evil. There's no way. She's evil. Every villain is lemons.
You're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time?
Girl, it's like 4 hours. Come on. Junpei felt just as June did. Wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. Oh my god. They remind me of the fucking straight people in middle school who would like be inseparable. Like those fucking cats, those little kittens in that one video where they would try to pull them apart and they'd be like, it's like, you'll be alright. It's a couple hours. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they may, whatever. But if he knew they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile. Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we'll never get to see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. It's just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors. Remember, so much swallowing. We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that. And you know what they say about 7 and 8? 7, 8, 9.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Yeah. Probably.
Probably?
She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected. I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere. Jesus, let's just get this moving.
Why? What makes you think so?
They don't connect. Neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Deer has been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door. He's got enough acrylic red paint to paint another 20 doors. June said nothing. Tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and with that, what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder. Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise. June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod.
Yes. Promise?
I mean, that's beyond me, girl. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment.
Leave it. Get over it, you stupid breeders. You guys are done, right?
Stretchin continued.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 8. Oh. And Clover can take 7. Any problems with that, Clover? Clover looked away and was silent for a moment. Never. More of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care. Alright, we're ready to go then. Let's move. At Santa's command, the group split and head for their respective doors. Clover, 7, and Junpei walked towards door 7. Santa, Lotus, and June headed for door 8. God damn it, dude. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. 7 took a deep breath. You guys ready? Yeah. Yes. Okay, let's go. Lucky 7. Door had opened. A narrow hallway stretched out before them. 7 and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, the bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his right, toward door 8. June stood there. Oh my god. Girl. What the fuck? Come on, bro. Get over it, bro. You guys were separated for like what? Like between the end of elementary school and the beginning of college? Like, is it really that serious? Is like, come on, bro. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds. And someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. Get over it. Heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. Bracelet gave a cold electronic beep. Only 81 seconds left. No time to waste, guys. Let's get moving. Evan led the way down the hallway. Junpei and Clover followed him as fast as they could. What seemed like far more than 81 seconds, they reached the end of the hall. To the left of a wooden door, they found the dead. There's no time to rest or catch their breath. All 3 slammed their hands in quick succession over the scanner panel on the dead. Still trying to catch his breath, 7 leaned heavily against the wall. It stopped. Stopped. Smile seemed forced and a little crooked. It's the second time we've gone through one of these numbered doors, but you never really get used to it. Oh, excuse me. He stood up straight, no longer out of breath, and wiped some of the sweat from his head and neck. Clover smirked at him. I would have thought a guy your size would have had bigger balls than that. What? What the hell did you just say? Say it again, I dare you. You have no. You wanna die? I'd like to see you try. You fucking brat. Alright, let's go. Hey, calm down, guys. This isn't the time for, this. Not gonna do us any good. Gosh. Junpei sighed. Sometimes he wondered if the doors and the puzzles were really the greatest challenge they faced. Wait here a moment, alright? I'm gonna go see if there's any other doors. They didn't respond, but Junpei wasn't in the mood for a conversation anyway. First, he examined the inner part of the numbered door. It was, of course, shut tight.
On the left was a single short hallway that terminated almost immediately at a thick iron wall. In return, at last he gave up and returned to Seven, who was tapping lightly on the wooden door.
This door's the only option we've got, right?
Yeah, looks like it. Metal plaque bolted above the door. Read operating room. If it was to be believed, the room on the other side of the door was an operating room. Right? That checks out? Something about it made Junpei feel nervous.
Well, there's no point to be standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us.
Seven grabbed the brass knob, slowly opened the door. The creak of the hinge sounded like the groan of an old woman. Chills snaked its way down Junpei's spine. Quickly he gathered what courage he could and took the first step into the room. Seven followed, and Clover right behind him. Part of the room just past the door was obscured by a screen. Clover's curiosity got the better of her. She darted past Junpei to peer around the screen. Her scream nearly blew out Junpei. Hey, this isn't the room I think it is? Uh-oh. Scream nearly blew out Junpei's eardrums. He and Seven ran toward Clover to see what had frightened her. They rounded the screen, and the cause of her outburst was immediately clear.
Whoa. What the hell is this?
Is this a corpse? Something that looked kind of like a human lying across some sort of bed. No, not a bed. An operating table. Table sat on a rusty steel lift, and a cluster of bright operating lights shone down on it from the ceiling. Thankfully, I don't think it is. Oh, boy. Slowly they approached. Oh, hello. As they got closer to the body, it became clear that it wasn't a body at all.
What the hell?
What the hell? That's just a huge doll or something.
Doll?
Clover did not look terribly comforted. Slowly she approached the operating table and looked as intently as possible, as far away as possible, at the thing.
Phew.
Junpei could see her relax.
You're right. It's only a doll. Man, it really scared me.
He heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. Seven smirked.
Well, I guess it would have been weird if you actually had any balls.
Shut it! Don't you start with me, fatty.
Damn.
What's this? You want a piece of me, short stuff?
Yeah, bring it on, you whale.
Hey guys, not again, okay? Seriously, knock it off. Junpei sighed and shook his head. Anyway, it looks like he's got something the two of you could stand to have a little more of. I'm talking about a heart.
Huh? Oh, this? You mean on his chest?
Yeah. Set a little higher than normal for a human body, but from the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt that it was a heart.
Why would there be a heart in a doll?
I don't think it's a doll.
Think maybe it's like a medical mannequin or something?
Or maybe it's got more personal uses.
Ew. His grin was more than a little perverted. Clover glared at him. Anyway, how about we take a look around this place? Let's go.
Okay.
Sure thing.
Oh, here we go.
The operating room. These dolls are really kind of creepy, you know?
Hey, it says something here.
John?
I think that's this doll's name.
Maybe? John Doe?
This thing is creepy.
Wonder why it's on the bed.
Medical mannequin is lying on the bed. Apparently his name is John.
Hey, I wonder what this thing is. It says kg on the display.
You think maybe it's a scale?
Operating table. Think old operating tables look like this?
I have no idea. Whoa. Hey, Diva.
Another medical mannequin?
From the looks of it, this one's a chick.
She has a name too.
Lucy. Poor thing. Looks like Miss Lucy only has a head and a left arm.
Maybe we're supposed to gather all of her parts?
Some kind of device attached to the bed. It says kg on the panel. Scale? Whoa. Kosher forceps.
Kosher.
Well, I guess that's good. Mazel tov. I don't know. A bunch of surgical tools. What's this thing? It's got these short iron legs.
Maybe it's a heater?
Nothing inside it. Fake chest. I would know nothing about that. These titties are all natural.
Are you supposed to heat something like that gauze to kill the bacteria? There's a boiling thingy over there.
There's nothing on the lid or in the drawers. A lot of different kinds of medication. It's hard to tell them apart.
Drawer is empty.
Yeah, nothing there. A bunch of bottles on the shelves. They all look like medicine. Got labels, but they're all big. Medical words. They're all big medical words that I don't understand. It's locked.
We can probably find the key if we just look some more. Let's look somewhere else.
Ugh. An internal organ, specifically a lung. Medical mannequin with his guts showing.
Ew. Gross.
Hey, Junpei, there's a slit in this thing's chest. Okay. Yeah, sure is. Or something. Okay, I thought he was gonna make another weird joke again. What do you suppose you could do with the slit in the chest? They call it the chussy. Okay. There's something in there. Maybe we can get it out. Damn it. Stinking thing won't budge. It's stuck.
I guess you can't use force on this thing, then. You need something small that can fit into that little hole. Looking at you, Junpei.
See this thing's internal organs. If we had something that could fit into those cracks, maybe we could take out some of the internal organs. White cloth. The kosher things? That's what I was thinking, but I wanted to make a full glance around. Can we use the fake chest and put it here? Bed doesn't look too comfortable. Okay. What is this? Looks like it's locked. So we're gonna need a key for this one.
Junpei, where are you going?
That's the door we came through.
The thing out there is the numbered door.
Pretty sure I don't need to tell you that the numbered door is a one-way deal. So, you're saying there's no point in going back there, huh? And they're nodding. Awesome. Alright, let's go try the forceps. I prefer biceps. Ah, a fake organ. Delicious.
John is just lying there. When did you expect him to get up and do a little dance? Looks like a cooked chicken breast. Mmm. Tasty. Perhaps a meal is in order. I just love John is just lying there. Get up, John. Could I perhaps put the fake organ in the fake chest? Tonight we dine on mannequin. Okay, that's a dud. Maybe we can stick the fake organ into the heater, and then we can have delicious fake meat. There's nothing in it. Thing for boiling tools to sterilize them. There's nothing in the drawer. Nothing on the lower shelf. Okay, so we got two doors that need keys.
A lot of surgery stuff.
There's some scalpels. Scalpels? Is that how you spell it? A few pairs of forceps, a couple of syringes. All of it's too rusty to use, though.
Hey, there's a scalpel here that looks new.
Oh, sure enough. I wouldn't use that if I were a doctor. Looks a bit rusty. Whoa! It's going crazy! Could I cut open the fake organ? Little dice it up and put it in some biscotti? Let's try cutting this organ with a scalpel. Oh, okay. Man. I wish my organs had keys in them. No, I don't. I don't know why I said that. Could it be this room? Cool, it's unlocked. Okay, what about the other? Can I use this key on the other door too? It's a chemical closet. Awesome, it's unlocked. Ooh, oh, okay.
Junpei, there's a bottle of iron powder on the shelf.
How do you know it's iron?
The label says FE. Fire emblem.
FE stands for iron, right?
Hey, Junpei, you think there are any slugs on this ship?
What?
Well, if there are, I was thinking we could put salt on them.
Oh my god. What's she pointing at? The label states knackle. Salt, huh?
You think Seven will shrivel up if we put it on him?
Hey, you say something?
Something stinks.
Coming from this bottle? It says NH3. New Hampshire 3. I can't believe there's a trilogy. Well, that of course stinks. It's ammonia. Oh, good stuff. Let's go for a drink. What are you talking about? Talking about that bottle. It says C2H50H, right? Cool to have 5 octopus husbands. It's ethanol. That's right. It's also known as ethyl alcohol. It's pretty much what booze is made of. So, you're gonna drink it? Nah, I won't. Might say that's what it is on the label, but there could be anything in there. How about the more important topic that you're trying to escape from a sinking ship? and perhaps inhibiting your abilities, your motor functions would not be the best use of your time right now. This dude gives off drinks vanilla extract when not enough to buy beer vibes. Yeah, for real. Oh, look at that, another code. Blue liquid. How would you know this? Red liquid. We can combine it and make purple liquid. What's up, Hudson? What'd you hear? You kiss guys? My lawyer has asked me not to comment. There's a note on top of the table. Iron 1, salt 2, water 3. Or does that say? It looks like it says Nader. Nader from Car. Hey, what's up, y'all? I'm Nader from the hit movie Cars. Get her done. Thank you for the stretch, Hudson. Ugh. Iron 1, salt 2, Nader 3. I think that's supposed to say water, but it looks like an N. Or Hater 3. Excuse me. I wonder if you're gonna do an ultra sus stretch like some VTubers. You gotta pay for that. I don't give that out for free. I already said you want a whimper audio, it's gonna be $1 million. Take it or leave it. Carbon dioxide question mark, ammonia question mark, ethanol question mark. I'm sure you do. That's why I'm saying it'll cost you $1 million. It's music. Okay. What do you think this is a hint for? Maybe it's got something to do with this box? That did not work. Did it not? Yeah, I need to check out the blurbs, dude, because the blurb's been fucking up, dude. I don't know what happened. I wonder, oh, you know what? I think blurb is I think it's a subscription. I wonder if my subscription like stopped working or something. Cause a bitch do be poor. Maybe that's what's going on. It's like $3, which is, you know, I can do that, but sometimes I don't have the money. Sometimes I'm broke, bro. So maybe you try to take it. Maybe that's what happened. I'll have to check because I've been thinking about. Sucks you gotta pay. I know, for real. You know, cost money to keep this channel running. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of because I'm not hearing that shit. I'm not hearing that shit. Yeah, I might have to disable sound effects for a little bit. We'll see. I'll have to look into that after stream. Alright, so there's iron 1, salt 2, water 3, carbon dioxide, ammonia, ethanol. Oh, look at the first line. Maybe question mark represents a number? Yeah, I got that, thanks. Hey, Junpei! See you, Hudson. There's dihydrogen monoxide on the shelf. Why don't you just say water? What's this? Looks like a can with a spray nozzle. It says CO2. It's a can filled with carbon dioxide? Bottle of ethanol. Bottle of ammonia. Oops. Bottle of NaCl. Iron powder. Rectangular table. I wonder, did people mix medicine on this thing? Breaking Bad? Say my name.
It's his preparation room.
I think you hang your coat here. There's a bunch of hooks. Let's see if... piece of paper. What's this? Is this some kind of medical record? Preparation H room. Oh, shoot. Not the Preparation H room. New material has been added to the file screen. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. The medical record. Whoa. John and Lucy. What am I looking at exactly? It's a lot of numbers. Are these how much each of them weigh? Like each of the parts weigh? I feel like this is gonna come into play. Because my theory is that we gotta like make the scales equal the same weight. So I don't know. Medical record found in the preparation room. It has records for the two mannequins. There's a male mannequin named John and a female named Lucy. The records show each mannequin's total weight and the weight of their individual parts. Okay, this is just about digital routes. Controls during escape. Control during story section. Item screen controls. File screen controls. Map screen controls. Calculator controls. Yeah, I know this. Sometimes new hints will unlock if you fail enough times. Yeah, I know that. I've noticed that. Cabinet with a drawer in it.
Ah.
What the hell are you doing? Don't you want to get out of here?
But I'm tired.
Whoa. Turn that shit off. Oh shit. Beaker with red liquid. Whoa, I'm doing shit.
Hey, it turned red.
Forget about that. Didn't you hear that just now? Red light is on. Okay. Can I put red liquid, blue liquid? Let's put the blue liquid next. I'll put the red liquid back in the bottle. What? Hey, the blue light turned on.
I heard a noise. It sounded like something unlocking.
Can I mix the red and the blue liquid? Oh, empty bottle. Give me back my liquid. I want my liquid back. Let's make some grape juice. Red, blue. Alright, well how the fuck am I supposed to make purple then? There's a purple light. But what is it? Oh. Oh, okay. I was wondering what it does. It's locked. Won't even budge.
You think this is the exit?
Fuck if I know. What's this? A light switch? Doesn't seem to be working. Alright. Put the red liquid. Turn the light on. Wait, no. Red light is on. Well, can I go out? What am I Oh. Oh, I guess they already unlocked. Fake right leg. Ooh. Oh. For the feet enjoyers. The blue. Oh, we got 2 legs. Locker with a purple plate on it. It's locked. Can I make purple now? Okay. Oh! A sink. The doctors and nurses probably washed their hands here before an operation. Nothing suspicious here. Sink does look suspicious. Cabinet with a drawer in it. So now we got a leg. We got 2 legs. Do I have to... Maybe I have to wait till I have all the other parts. Well, so we're missing... John is just lying there. We're missing one of the arms and a pelvis, I believe.
And a beaker.
Okay. Well, I found it first. Oh, there we go. I guess they wanted us to do the red and blue first. I get it. You combined the red liquid and the blue liquid to make a purple one.
Good job, Junpei. The purple light came on and I heard it unlock. I'm sure it's unlocked. The locker with the purple plate has gotta be unlocked.
Alright, let's see what happened. The way she said that makes me seem that it's not... I feel like it's not unlocked. But now we have purple liquid. Ah! Looks like a big nose. Fake stomach. Well, great. I didn't even think about a stomach. Oh, right. There was like the other room, right? Okay, so there's gonna be some secret with this, right? Because there was like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or whatever. 1, 2, 3. Carbon dioxide, ammonia, ethanol. Wonder what numbers go after carbon dioxide, ammonia, and ethanol. H2O. Okay, so maybe hold on. Let me see. Let me get like a little note app open and see. I feel like I gotta write this shit down. Alright. Iron 1. Salt 2. Water. My W key's broken. Water 3. Carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide. Question mark. Ammonia. Question mark. Ethanol. Question mark. Okay. Iron is Fe. It's a molecule with only one atom. Am I gonna have to know science shit for this? It has one atom. Sodium and chloride. Salt's made of one sodium atom and one chloride atom. Wait, okay, so that makes sense, because it's 2. And it's nitrogen and H is hydrogen. So in other words, ammonia is made of 1 nitrogen atom and 3... What was this one? Fuck. Ammonia, so that would be 4. Basically, ethanol is made of 2 carbon atoms, 6 hydrogen atoms, and 1 oxygen atom, so that's 9. H must be hot, and 0 probably stands for orphans. So H2O must be made out of 2 hot orphans. What the fuck are you talking about, man? 7. Is your head okay? CO2. C is for carbon and O is oxygen. So carbon dioxide is made of 1 carbon atom and 2 oxygen atoms. So 3. This thing won't open. Is it locked? Probably need to put in a passcode. Jeez, they even got a keypad on there. How much more obvious can it get? Only enter 3 numbers. E is for enter and C is clear. Once you input the number, press E. If you mess up, press C. Let's give it a shot. I don't know what the fuck it is. $349? It's carbon. Because those are the other three numbers. Bam. Alright. Easy enough. Fake right arm. Fake heart. Don't need you anymore.
You think we should go back?
Yeah, I think that's probably best. Clover nodded and left. Junpei was about to follow her when he realized that Seven wasn't following suit. Hey, Seven, what's up? Oh, well. He looked up at Junpei distractedly, and then back down at the brown bottle he had cupped in his large hands. What's that? Response, Seven tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. He caught it and twisted it around to read the label. Ethylenediamine tartrate? EDT. That's tartaric ethylenediamine. What kind of medicine is that? It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent. Why would they have something like that here? Probably to clean stuff up. Clean what up? Fuck if I know. Still. Looks like it's cleaned my brain up. Junpei looked up from the bottle. Remember something? Seven nodded slowly and spoke. Well, I remember a story about EDT. Easter Daylight Time happened about 50 years ago. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making it to sell as industrial strength cleaner like I told you before. But a year after the factory started up, something strange started happening with the crystals they were building.
The crystals?
Water molecules started. What are you talking about? Started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals called a hydrate.
A starship?
Once the crystal turns into a sorry, I was morphing into the wizard. Once the crystal turns into a hydrate, though, don't fight it. Accept it. Accept the crystal. You can do it. It turns into a hydrate, though. It's useless as a cleaner. The factory just had to dump the crystals. As a hydrate, they were useless. They're kind of pretty, though. But it
100% crystal, just the way I like it.
But it didn't end there. What the hell are you talking about? After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere. Even ones nowhere near that first American factory. They've been making crystals the same way with the same materials and the same equipment and environment. But now all of a sudden every single crystal they form turned into a hydrate. What the hell is going on with these crystals? In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere know-how had been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they never gotten a hydrate. But after it happened at the first factory, it just spread. It was like, man, how do you say it? Like the molecules were communicating with one another? Yeah, that's it. Transmitting information in a way humans couldn't perceive. It's phenomena spread throughout the world, right? They looked up at Seven with half a smirk. Just imagine him fucking, like, doing the fucking, Roblox smirk at him. Seven stared at him, dumbfounded. Yeah, that's it, exactly. But how did you know? I heard another story kind of like that one. When? In the freezer. What? The freezer? What the hell are you talking about? Junpei told Seven the story he heard from June in the freezer in the kitchen. You're telling me Wendy's burgers are always fresh, never frozen? That's right. This stream is sponsored by Wendy's. How one day glycerin began to crystallize. The story of ice that wouldn't melt at room temperature. When Junpei was done, Seven looked thoughtful and absent-mindedly rubbed the scar on his chin. Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature, huh? That's stupid. Almost as stupid as the apple on my beanie. That sounds familiar? Yeah, hold up. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there. Seven squinted. His eyes stared off into space, as if he were trying desperately to focus on something far away. Do you know about Ice 9? Ice 9. Ice 9, Ice 9, oh my god, Ice 9. No, I can't say I do. Ice, ice, ice. Suddenly, Seven's eyes shot open. What? Bursts of light emitted from his eyes and tore through the ceiling. Ice, ice, baby. That's it. That's that song. There's 2 versions of that song. That's it. I remember now. That woman, she's on this boat. Oh boy. That woman? Alice.
No, she's in Wonderland.
Who's Alice? Come on, the woman who won't melt at room temperature. Whoa, man. Chill out. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. It became clear to Seven that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about. Don't you know the hexagons? They're speaking to me. They speak in tongues. They speak in tongues, Junpei. What are you talking about? He ran his hand across his face and took a deep breath. You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right? Yeah. More than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history. Worst maritime accident in history. What about it? Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies? I think that was the RMS Carpathia, right? Sure, here. Fuck if I know. It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic. No. That was the ship that picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS Mackay Bennett. Is that an M? It's too scrunched together. Okay, it is. The Mackay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. Set out from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold. Would have to be for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid. And they were like, is there anybody out there? I know, because I watched the movie. You ever seen the Titanic? I love Celine Dion. This isn't a very nice story. So what happened next? Well, they say the Mackay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around in the water, things the drowned had carried with them, and stuff dislodged as the ship sank. One of the things they found was a coffin. Coffin? Yeah, a wooden one. Craftsman who made it must have been pretty skilled. Wasn't just a wooden coffin, it was all wood. There were no nails or reinforcements. Vampire. There were no gaps in the wood nowhere. It was airtight. The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it, and they opened it up. Welcome back, Con. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open. It was so well made. I mean, admiring the craftsmanship of that thing. I sure would love to be in a coffin like that one day, but I might not fit on it on account of the fact that I'm quite wide. Inside, they found a woman, or I guess you should say they found the dead body of a woman. Damn, look at that figure. Her hair was thick and black, and her skin was deep brown and didn't show no signs of age or decomposition. They say that she looked gorgeous like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she looked like she was sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike she looked like she might wake up any minute. She didn't, though. She was dead. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Eventually, the McKay Bennett finished the search and returned to Halifax. Because it ain't no Halifax, girl. The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. And what are three? Oh my god. Here we go. 3 plus 0 plus 6 equals 9. However, it was warm enough that they began to melt. They say that the stink was horrible. But there was one body that didn't thaw. The girl in the coffin. The girl in the coffin! That's right. Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually. But weeks passed and nothing happened. Then a month had passed, another, and it was summer, and rumors about the girl started to spread, and people came to visit. I can't. Oh my God! What? Of course, those rumors didn't last long. Why? And neither did that text diagram. Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there, the next day she wasn't. She was off in Wonderland. They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. And after a while, no one remembered her. Except for me. You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it. Wait, you just said that she was on this boat. Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship. And why the hell would you say something like that? Because I know. The hexagons are speaking to me. They're speaking to me, Junpei. Chill out with the hexagon stuff. Just what is it you know? What happened to Alice after she was stolen? Junpei gulped. It was me who stole her. Alright, tell me, what happened to Alice? Seven nodded slowly and took on the look of a man recalling something long buried. Well, around that time, the word was that there was a thriving black market in New York. Now, Ma'am Donnie would have never allowed this to happen. I mean, I'm sure there still is, but this was special. All millionaires from all over the world. I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was Lord Dashiell Gourdin. You've heard that name before, right? Sir Gourdin. Isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic, the Titanic's sister ship? Yeah, that's him. Although I guess he hadn't done that yet. What do you mean? Gourdin bought Alice in 1912. Maybe don't phrase it like that. 4 years later, in 1916, he bought the Gigantic. And he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic. So are we to imply that we are currently on the Gigantic? Well, nobody knows where. He died in 1931. Because he got punched in the face. Apparently he died without ever telling anybody where Alice was hidden. Ever. Whoever what? I know, because the hexagons told me so. Well, he did have one close friend who asked him, "Where is Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic." What the hell is that? Some kind of riddle? Your guess is as good as mine, brother. Seven threw his hands up in defeat. So that's it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship. Or Junpei could... What? Sorry, how did we get to this tangent? Every time they, drop these little lore bits, I'm like... What? Because he remembered something, right? Alright, I'll bite. We're on the Titanic. Or not the Titanic, the Gigantic. Which is a real ship. Or at least was, I don't know. Before Junpei could dispute Seven's rather bizarre claim, they heard Clover's voice from the door. She did not sound pleased.
Hey, what are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here.
Okay, we're coming. Seven looked at Junpei. Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. Might be useful someday. Don't forget it. With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room. Junpei was left behind to ponder what he'd just heard. Tried to remember what June had told him earlier.
That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. They say that she was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, and even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
Was that Egyptian priestess Alice? Had the water in her body become Ice 9? No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist. Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Seven to the operating room where Clover was waiting. What the fuck? But how does this affect us? How does this affect LeBron's legacy? You know what I mean? Like, all this shit they keep talking about fucking... Oh, you know, this priestess on this damn boat. I mean, I guess it's gonna come all together. I mean, the facts seems to point that we're on one of the sister boats to the Titanic. Which, that's new. We didn't really know that before. But like, I don't know. This is all a bunch of hoggledy poggledy. Anyway, we got a fake heart. Trying to put all this shit together. Oh, okay. Okay, so we've collected the 6 parts of the medical mannequin. So the ones we've got must be for Lucy, right?
Yeah.
Seems like it. Well, I say we give Lucy her parts back. Any objections?
Nope.
Agreed. Alright, let's get started. Combine! Wow. Lucy, it's you.
Hey, nothing happened.
That's odd. Maybe it's the wrong weight?
Wait?
Yeah, well, you know how there's a scale on the side of the bed? Maybe we need to get the scale to a specific number. How are we gonna do that? I think we're supposed to swap her body parts with John's.
Oh.
Let's give it a shot. Operating instructions. The screen below displays 2 medical mannequins. No, it doesn't. It displays 1. You switch their body parts by touching the part you want to switch out. Okay. And then the part you want to switch in. Oh, it's a little jarring. So what? Do we need to make them equal? That's close. Damn. Poopy. Hey Junpei, I just heard something. Came from John's operating table. Better check it out.
He's alive!
Hey John. Hey Junpei, look at the scale. Huh? The lid on the scale. It's a key. Hey, it opened. Oh, I get it. Must have opened because we matched John's weight to what's on the chart. The Jupiter key.
Boys go to Jupiter to get more stupider.
Was it this? I think it was this one. Hey, hold on. Hey, hold on. Junpei stopped, about to put the key in the doorknob. What's up? What's up? Where's Clover? Huh? Uh-oh. Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen. God damn it, where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a moment. Go get her. Sure thing. Junpei left Seven at the door and headed back to the operating room. Found her standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin. Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here. She didn't respond. If she hadn't been standing up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead. What are you doing? You want to come back here and say goodbye to John? It wasn't the best joke, but it was something. Attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still and said nothing. Clover, you hear me? Perhaps it was something he'd said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly her mouth opened and she whispered in a dry, dead voice. My brother might be dead. Huh? That's why we couldn't find him. He's dead. I'm going to be next. Suddenly the operating room felt very, very cold. What are you talking about? What's wrong with you? I gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. Silence grew heavier. Junpei, what do you want to do? Let's give her the four-leaf clover. Yeah. Oh yeah. He didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he'd been given earlier. He reached into his pocket and dug it out. Four-leaf clover. Santa had given it to him in the second classroom. He held it out to Clover. Did you know that each leaf on the four-leaf clover means something? Hope, faith, love, and luck. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm. Placed the four-leaf clover into her hand. Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith, to have love. And the other thing. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck. Your brother, he's not dead. He's alive, somewhere. I'm sure of it. Well, he's definitely somewhere. You've just gotta believe in that. Clover stared at the four-leaf clover in her hand. You could see tears start to form at the corners of her eyes. Thank you. Her voice was tiny and broken. As she spoke, she started to cry. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. She wiped away the tears with the baggy arms of her jacket, but more quickly took their place. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Tears made small wet circles on the floor.
Thank you.
She said it again, and she looked up at Junpei and seemed to choke down the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb, gave her the best smile he could manage. Now, come on. Seven's waiting for us at the exit. Still, she didn't move.
Wait, before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you.
What's that?
What do you think when you hear the word experiment?
For a moment, his mind froze. Then he came back to his senses, realized the word meant nothing to him, aside from the dictionary definition. What?
Oh, I guess it was just a coincidence then. I mean, that you knew about the four-leaf clover.
Was she a Cloverfield experiment? Look, I'm sorry, I don't want to be a jerk, but you are making less than no sense right now.
Oh, no. It's nothing. Just forget about it.
Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What is this experiment you were talking about? Clover looked away. Four-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment and then finally spoke.
You promise you won't tell anyone?
Cross my heart.
Really?
Really.
I can trust you, right?
Of course you can. Can I trust you? Clover slipped the four-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying. She looked up at Junpei.
Okay then, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago.
Wait. On this ship?
Yeah, this ship.
It's entirely lost. He had 1,000 questions. But it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished.
It's an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Something about communicating through these fields that you can't see.
Fields that you can't see? Heard something like this before. Clover nodded.
Like, think about this.
Pointed at the operating table. Top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin, whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin. Who did that? This is John.
This is John, right? But is he really John?
No, he's a mannequin. All Junpei could think was she has finally completely lost it. Isn't this like Lock Socks?
The ship of Theseus?
Junpei grew even more confused. He'd never heard of either of those things, although they sounded smart.
You don't know? You haven't heard of those paradoxes?
Junpei shook his head. Clover laughed.
Okay, well, pay attention then. This is how Lock Socks works. Let's say I've got a pair of socks, or just one apparently. They're my favorite socks. One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei?
I'd probably kill myself.
Okay.
Throw it away. Well, I'd pitch it, I guess.
But it's your favorite pair of socks.
Come on, who loves their socks that much?
Doesn't matter. Suppose you do love them that much.
Well, I guess then I'd patch it.
But what if another hole opens?
I'd add another patch, I suppose.
What if another hole opened after that?
Another patch, I guess?
Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches, until eventually the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point, can you really say that they're the same socks you started with?
I guess not. That's tough. Junpei crossed his arms. Well, this is why I would just, I'd buy another pair. Fuck it, bro.
So that's the Lock Socks thing? Yeah. The ship of Theseus is a lot like it. The ship of Theseus, if you keep fixing the damaged parts of a ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. Can you really say that ship's the ship of Theseus that you started with? And what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and build another one somewhere else? Then which ship is the real ship of Theseus? One you repaired or the one you built with all the original parts?
It's an interesting question. Why is this experiment, right? So I'm guessing she's gonna say like they wanted to see if they could keep like replacing parts of human beings. Is that what she's implying? They're really just like throwing a lot of little like lore bits out, and I'm definitely intrigued. I'm sure that this is all gonna web together, like, you know, towards the end of the game, and I'm gonna be like, whoa! But right now, they're just throwing a lot of info at me. It's an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued.
Hey, do you think it's the same?
What's the same?
These guys. Is this John? Or is it Lucy now?
Junpei looked at the operating table again. Well, it's a mannequin, so mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right. It's just like Locke's socks in the ship of Theseus. Part of the body that holds a person's identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that a man's identity resided in his heart, or any of a number of internal organs. All right. I've never heard that. John's head and heart were both his, but apart from that, and a single arm, the rest of his body had once been Lucy's. Is that mannequin really John?
We're just like these mannequins.
He looked at Junpei again.
Think about it. Cells in our body change every day. Old ones die and new ones are born. Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once. Maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate. If you take it a little further, cows and fishes are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected.
Whoa. That's a little deep, I guess. But I feel like you're still you. Like, you're still yourself, you know? At a certain point. It's not like, you know, the cells are still like made of all of your experiences, you know? Like, I feel like looking at it that way is like a little like too I don't know, too like pessimistic in a way, like thinking that you're so like you're just made of all of these things. Like, yeah, sure, it's true, you're made of all of these like different like atoms and shit, but like it just feels weird to put it that way. I don't know. I see where they're going with it, but it feels a little heavy-handed, you know? I'm still me. I'm still Antonius Drosera. My model may have changed over the last 4 years, but I'm still me, you know? You could look at the me 4 years ago and be like, huh, yeah, that's him. You know, if I showed you a picture of what I looked like 4 years ago, you'd be like, well, that's him. You know? But then again, I guess if you're, you know, I do look at like baby pictures of me from when I was 5, and I was like, whoa, that's me? You know, because it's such a long amount of time. But it's like, but also like, there's a set trajectory of like aging, right? So it's like, you're still you. I don't know. It's definitely interesting to think about. Very existential.
That's how we're all connected. Through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye.
Okay, now you've lost me. What? I don't know what the hell she's talking about now. Silence is broken by 7. Hey, what the hell is taking you two so long? 7's head appeared in the doorway. He was not happy. How long are you gonna make me wait? We don't have time to screw around. What do you mean? We were making Pinkie Pie over here worked. Wait, not just 30 minutes ago. Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say there was more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell him in front of Seven. Seven seemed to catch on. Oh, what were you two doing? Says the guy, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like, come on, bro. That's crazy. Was this some sort of secret meeting?
No, it wasn't. We were just playing with the mannequins. Let's go, Junpei.
Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed towards the exit. Seven stared after her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression. Playing with mannequins, huh? Didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Junpei. Okay, once again, says the guy that was talking about fucking one of them. You're a dick. Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out of the door. What did I do? With a short laugh, Seven followed. They stood looking at the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key. Alright, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool? You don't need to keep asking. Just do it, alright? Fine then. Said the key into the keyhole and turned it. Built an unlock. Door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. Just imagine. There's no fanfare or confetti. I don't know why you're saying this after opening like 10 doors at this point. Obviously, there was no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. That was it. Why are you saying this now? Like, as if the last, like... Did you expect this to be different? Alright, let's get going. Hey man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know.
Why so serious?
Can't you sound more happy? 'Cause I'm happy. I was thinking about that song the other day. It's like, wow. That song really took over every speaker. Can't you sound more happy? You know, get a little excited. Yes, let's go. Oh, he does usually get very excited though. That is true. He usually is like, yes. Not really. Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway.
My brother might be dead. I'm going to be next.
Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead and she was likely to follow him. How could he pretend to be happy after hearing something like that? You found it! They left the operating room. What's this music? Oh, it's not music, it's walking. It sounds like horses galloping. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they were all locked. Until at last, the final door was hidden in a corner of the hall. Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it open, a voice stopped him. The voice came from behind him and belonged to neither Seven nor Clover.
Jumpy!
Oh god. Spun around. He saw someone running towards him from the other end of the hallway. There were 3 people coming toward Junpei and his companions. Santa, Lotus, and June. Pulled up short in front of Junpei, breathing hard.
Whoa. What the hell is this?
What are you doing here? What? But we didn't... Before he could finish, Clover spoke.
Hey guys, could you come take a look at this?
He was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found. There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway. Map of the ship's interior. It said C deck in the upper left corner. It was, they assumed, a map to the floor they were on. Door 7 and door 8. The map confirmed that what they already knew. Both doors eventually led to the hallway where they had found themselves. In fact... Yeah, isn't this what I said? We weren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. Might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the Nonary game works. Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again. As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to wariness. One by one, the others saw what he'd seen. He moved as one for the door. Pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the orders. 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
Slowly, all 5 nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. Oh. Sliding doors. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were. They were just where the map had said they would be. Same room they'd been in not so very long ago. Oh, shit. A tremendous central hospital room with empty beds from wall to wall. I see. I believe I understand what you're saying. 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors. It looked like anyone might after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. He managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report. At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I'm sure you'll be back for me. I did hope you would come back, but I confess I didn't think you'd be back so soon. Ace shook his head with a rueful smile. Well, we saw each other again. We ain't dead, so I say that's good enough. 7 smiled. Anyway, I say we get out of this creepy old place. Found the key we need.
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Right, Junpei? Junpei nodded.
Ah, the solar system keys. Actually, we found one in the laboratory, too. Here, the Earth key.
Lotus dug out a still warm key with an Earth symbol on it.
I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. And that way it won't be my fault.
Look at this map. So we got the large. Is this where we? Yeah, this is where we are right now. Large hospital room, operating room, laboratory. That's where they were. Shower room. Where the fuck was this? The C deck central staircase. Storage. Where was this? B deck central staircase. First class cabin. Second class cabin. Kitchen. Casino. Damn, so there's a lot of this ship that we haven't even gone on yet. Well, we know the D deck is completely like flooded. I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost. With that, she pressed it into Junpei's hand. Slightly less than honored. This group, they now had 3 keys that had not been used. The Jupiter key, which had been found in the operating room. The Saturn key card, which had been found in the kitchen. The Earth key, which Lotus had just handed to Junpei. Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up.
The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right?
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase.
And then next to the stairs...
Wait,
They were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words.
what about door 3?
Look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. It just leads us back to the big hospital route. No point in seeing what's on the other side of that door.
There is a point. At least there is for me.
Tears in her eyes, but she glared at 7 as hard as she could, just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. 7 looked everywhere in the room except at Clover and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath.
Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of door 3.
Clover nodded once. The next person to speak was Ace. I feel like you don't need to narrate who the next person to speak is going to be. You can just show Ace speaking.
Very well. I'll be coming with you then. I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again.
I slept for approximately 40 minutes.
So 7, you'll help me, won't you? Me?
Junpei did the calculations quickly in his head. 4 plus 1 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. Looked like 7 was doing them too. At last he gave up.
Damn, well, I guess that's how it's gotta be. So I'm going with you, huh?
Yes, you are.
Alright, let's get moving.
And so it was decided that Clover, Ace, and 7 would discover what lay beyond door 3.
Okay, we're heading out.
Be careful.
Whoa, didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus.
Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the three of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door.
The truth comes out.
7 nodded as if the answer made much more sense and pulled the lever on the red. Chill.
Okay, let's go.
The door opened and Ace, Clover, and 7 jumped through it.
Well, I'm glad Ace is still with us.
Although, who knows, that might not last. For exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily. Alright, we should get moving too. Huh?
Get moving?
Where are we going? Everyone except Lotus seemed rather confused. Well, it would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain.
I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key.
Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake. They were at the end of the hallway lined by individual hospital rooms. The Jupiter symbol was engraved on the keyhole. Alright, Junpei. Open it if you please. Yeah, on it. Junpei pulled the Jupiter key out of his pocket and slid it into the keyhole. He twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. Alright, ready guys? Junpei's companions nodded. He nodded back, then slowly and quietly opened the door. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase.
Great, back to the beginning. You sure this is a good idea?
What do you mean?
Well, we all already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking if if there's any reason we came back here.
Of course there's a reason.
Man, sometimes I can't tell if you're smart or just lucky. Huh?
This. He pulled two things out of his pockets. Saturn key card and the Earth key. Alright, gamers. Long stream. I am gonna call it quits. A very interesting game so far, I gotta say. I'm very intrigued with how this is going. Definitely gonna play more of it. But for now, I got stuff to do, so I will see y'all later. Tomorrow, something different. Love you guys so much, and I'll see you then. As always, ciao. Bye, everybody. What the hell?